termudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
맥시가 지가운다요. Hey, come on, come on. 오케이. 가와 게이다.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap, dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Oxford. Be awesome every day.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
Buat upgrade skin baru.
aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game.
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
termudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We'll live.
Wow, dan tak terasa hari ini kita sudah berada di minggu kelima, hari yang kedua. Tentunya ini bakalan sangat seru dan sengit banget karena ada veteran-veteran yang kembali memperkuat tim mereka di MPL Indonesia Season 13. Dan tentunya keseruan ini tidak lepas dari MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Munton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, ada official e-wallet, kita juga ada GoPay, ada official gold partner by UBS Gold, dan juga tentunya thank you untuk partner in esports kita ada Dunia Games, Games Max, Oraimo, dan juga Telkomsel. Tidak lupa juga ini ada suppliers kita, thank you very much untuk Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, dan juga ada Saturdays. Dan gak lupa juga ada government, partner kita ada PBSI. Wah ini minggu ini di match pembukaan hari ini bakalan sangat seru sekali ya. Karena kita akan melihat ada veteran-veteran yang kembali memperkuat dua tim yang akan bertanding di Land of Dawn kali ini. Ada RRQ dan juga Dewa United. Ini di week keempat kemarin kita sudah melihat ya. Ada Lemon, ada Finn yang kembali memperkuat RRQ. Tapi tentunya ini nggak bakalan mudah. Karena kali ini mereka akan bertemu dengan veteran-veteran yang lain. Ini yang ada di Dewa United. Ada Watt dan juga Drian. Wow, kira-kira Kingdom dan anak Dewa, tim yang mana yang bakalan menang hari ini? Mana suaranya? Wah, Dewa, RRQ. Wah, tapi anyway teman-teman Kingdom sama anak Dewa, ini veteran idola kalian yang mana nih? Bisa diteriakin dong namanya siapa? Siapa? Oh. Coba ya, ini kita bakalan ngetes dulu nih dari Kingdom dulu nih. Kira-kira seberapa kenal mereka dengan veteran-veteran dari RRQ. Siapa nih? Kayaknya nih di paling depan nih. Sini dong kakak-kakak, berdiri dulu dong biar kelihatan. Wih, ini Kingdom ngasih semaya lebih kencang lagi dong. Ini namanya siapa?
Nama aku Maul.
Maul. Temennya?
Kiki.
Kiki, Maul sama Kiki. Kita ujian dulu nih ya, ngetes dulu nih. Ujian, seberapa paham kalian dengan veteran-veteran idola kalian di RRQ. Monica mau mulai dari Maul dulu deh. Maul, udah siap?
Siap kak?
Siap, udah kenal banget ya sama semua veteran di RRQ ya?
Insya Allah.
Insya Allah kita lihat nih, kita buktiin nih. Kali ini pertanyaan gampang banget. Dari 13 musim MPL Indonesia, Lemon sudah bermain berapa season?
12.
Dan 12 season.
Ya.
Benar nggak teman-teman? 12 season? Benar. Satu lagi pertanyaannya. Kan 12 season berarti ada satu season nih. Lemon absen. Di season berapa?
Season 8.
Season 8 bener nggak ya? Senyum dulu dong,
Bener,
biar lebih bener. Season 8 benar sekali, wow. Ini terbukti ya, Maul berarti kenal banget sama Lemon. Tapi Kiki jangan kalah. Kamu udah siap kah?
Insya Allah siap.
Siap banget. Kalau buat Kiki nih, dari 13 musim yang ada di MPL Indonesia, Pin udah bermain berapa season? Terus season yang mana nih? Season Pin absen.
Vin main 12 season.
Benar, 12 season. Ini terus season yang absen, Vin lagi nonton nih.
Season 1.
Dikasih tahu sama Maul ya. Season berapa?
Satu.
Season 1, benar banget. Mana tepuk tangannya dong untuk Kingdom. Ternyata benar-benar Kingdom udah tahu banget, kenal banget dengan veteran-veteran idola mereka di RRQ yang bakalan bertanding hari ini. So, tetap semangat, kasih semangat Kiki dan juga mau untuk RRQ. Mana tepuk tangannya Kingdom? Thank you. Nah, ini dari Kingdom udah kenal banget. Ada yang gak mau kalah juga nih. Anak Dewa gak mau kalah juga nih. Katanya anak Dewa juga ini tahu banget, kenal banget sama veteran-veteran idola mereka yang ada di Dewa United. Yang mana nih yang bakal Monica tes nih ya pengetahuan mereka. Halo, boleh berdiri dong kakak-kakak. Kenalan dulu dong, namanya siapa nih?
Halo, nama aku Mesak.
Mesak sama?
Halo, nama aku Moka.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13!
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
It's time to witness the elders take over. Dubbed the veterans come back. They raise their shields and swing their swords. Catch all the action today right here at MPL Indonesia Season 13, Week 5, Day number 2. Still with me, Realize, and my two amazing partners. It's Mirko and the top G. It's Gani. How are you guys doing?
You know what? Faiz, Mirko, it's good to be back after the long break.
It is indeed a long break, yeah.
But yeah, we are back in Veteran Showdown for our first match.
Yes.
That was it's an opening.
I can't wait to see the veterans take charge. But of course, I want to say thank you to our sponsors first and foremost. I want to say thank you for the sponsors. Of course, MPL Indonesia is powered by Moonton and presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Our official e-wallet, GoPay. Our official gold partner, UBS Gold. Also our partner in esports, Dunia Games, GamesMax, Araimo, and Telkomsel. And as well as our suppliers, Indomaret, Point Coffee, Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, and Saturdays. And also our government partner, PBSI. Thank you for always supporting MPL Indonesia Season 13. Now, of course, today is a day stacked with matches filled with the elders, filled with the Sepuh. This is the perfect time to spam the Sepuh. Yeah. So, how do you feel about today, Mirko?
I mean, it's always great. It's always great on a Saturday when we get to witness a lot of crazy matches, and that's exactly what we have in front of us. For the matches we have today, Dewa obviously starts things off against RRQ, and like Realize and Gani have been mentioning time and time again, it's the battle of the Sepuhs, it's a battle of the elders. We have Vin and Lemon coming back from week 4, their performance, even though they were still 50-50, but for Dewa, Drian, Watt, the two legends as well. Watt playing from Season 1. Staying active in MPL, and even when he wasn't in MPL, he was in MDL.
Yeah, he was still consistently trying to push forward with his capabilities as well as a player. But now, second game, we have Ultra Ego versus Aura. We also have a showdown of the champions later on. We will get to there. Sheesh. But lastly, we have Evos and Bigetron. Evos running away with the winning momentum from yesterday against Onyx.
a very solid win, but that match marks the first half, right?
Yes.
So after the second match, we will see the second half of this league. And meanwhile, standings-wise, this is what it's all about.
Yeah, I mean, Bigetron Alpha still standing at number 1 because they haven't really played any matches right now. They will play their first match in the second half against Evos Glory later on as our final match. But the focus here today for the first match has to be Dewa. On 6th place and 7th place RRQ. We can expect some changes to happen here. If Dewa lose, they will be 7th. That's it. But if RRQ lose, they will be 9th. If they lose 2-0. If they lose 2-1, I believe it'll be more of 8th than 9th. But still, point is, RRQ does not want to lose.
RRQ is in a tough place, considerably speaking on how, you know, it was very hard for them to really come back. I mean, sure, they had Lemon, they had Vin, reinstated back to the roster as well as Banana as the, you know, veterans, as the sub-post. But of course, your veteran showdown, proven the veterans still going strong. This is like the, you know, a real proof that the veterans still has it in their blood.
For sure. I mean, the veterans, even though a lot of people will think, right, the older you get, mechanically you do get worse. The shot calling, the hero pool still stays. And for Dewa, whoa, an interesting lineup. It's Kimura and Gary back.
Oh, they are back into the roster, of course. Still with Case and Rian though on the helm as well back there. But RRQ, a tough blow they have to take as Skylar is not going to be in the lineup.
Skylar, unfortunately, sick currently. Get well soon from all the casters and obviously from MPL ID to Skylar. But
yes,
Bunny will have to show his fangs today. It's now or never.
Now or never without Skylar. Can they do it? Desperate times calls for desperate measures. Let's see how will Bunny fill Skylar's role in the gold lane. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first match, let's welcome Rex, Regum, Kaon.
The Kings take on the stage as they prepare to face one of their challenges, one of their toughest challenges yet. Number 1, it is the gods, Dewa, and second, playing without Skylar.
Two very tough situations for them. Up against Dewa United, a team that is on a roll, on a run that is quite magnificent as well, beating Onyx just last week with the Masha, bringing in the Masha era of MPL ID. Ever since Drian played it, we've seen the bans come through to especially Dewa United, but even across other roamers.
Let's see this shakeup. The Apostles of God will try to steal a win against the Kings of Kings. Can they do it? In the backs of Darian, the veteran. The remaining Kage, let's welcome Dewa United.
The gods take charge. Headliner, Kings against the gods. Will the swords be enough to decimate divine intervention in the hands of the gods? It is Dewa United against RRQ.
Back to what I believe is their best lineup. Maybe with Dixon and Kimura, you can really still swap those two out, but with Gary in the lineup, especially in week 1, week 2, when they were able to find their comfort in the Land of Dawn with the coaches' draft as well. It did feel like Dewa were just more multi-dimensional in the first 2 weeks compared to the last 2 weeks with Lanaya over Gary. They had to go back to that Watt-centric gameplay that they had to rely on for the most part in Season 12.
Yeah, they did. Had their gameplay, you know, set their sights on Watt, trying to play behind him. But when you take a look at the veterans, there are a total of 4 veterans in this game today, specifically in this match. You have Drian, Lemon, Vin, and also Watt. I mean, Drian, Lemon, and Vin has been playing for 12 seasons, shows their consistency. Meanwhile, for Drian and Vin, you know, starting from season 2, they kept on playing. Lemon on season 1, absent on season 8. So for this to take such an experienced type of gameplay, I think it will all show here today at this match.
It should. And again, let's not forget about the coaches as well. Vren and also Cassius will definitely cook something up. Shout out Zaya and Cassius. They really look alike still.
True.
And let's see head-to-head. Let's see the head-to-head.
Yeah, let's take a look at this. RRQ and Dewa. It does seem like for the most part in Season 13 so far, Dewa have been able to find a better road to success. But if we take a look at the team win rate, it's actually tied down in the middle, 43 to 43%. Both teams still very inconsistent, still trying to find their ground in MPL ID. RRQ with a few changes, Dewa as well, trying their best to look for the best lineup, giving Lanaya a chance, Kimura, Dixon a chance. But I think now, in the second half of MPL ID, both teams have finally decided on what their best lineup is. Unfortunately for RRQ, they won't have Skylar. And that's something that Dewa can capitalize on here in this matchup. Keys to victory presented to you by Samsung Galaxy for Dewa, maximizing Kimura's carry potential. Kimura, he's one of those XP laners who you want to give the Benedettas to, the Paquitos to, the damage dealers to carry the game. Delivering solid multi-dimensional drafts is also going to be a very, very key way for them to beat RRQ, and then the veterans obviously guiding the newbies, but also the veterans bullying the newbies. Bunny QT on the other side could be exploited, could be punished heavily for his amateurish movements. That's what we saw at least against RBL, and that's maybe what Dewa have in store for Bunny QT. But for RRQ, their keys to victory presented to you by Samsung Galaxy. Bunny QT will not or shall not be burdened by the shadow of Skylar. Step out of the shadow of Skylar. He's been in there for the most part in Season 13. Unfortunately, that's just how good Skylar is in Indo right now. But Bunny, he needs to be himself. Don't try to replicate what Skylar does. Don't try to be Skylar. Be Bunny. We've seen the potential that Bunny has during his time in Bosque, MDL, win streak all the way in the grand finals as well. Banana also securing a good matchup against Kimura. As long as he's able to match Kimura's presence, it doesn't matter if he wants to try to outlane him, get these damage dealing heroes, beat him in lane, or participate in team fights faster than him. As long as Banana can be faster, can adapt to Kimura, Kimura will be shut down. We've seen this multiple times. And we also have a caster POV from Mr. Wawa himself over in the Indo desk, the analyst. Banana can optimize his power and split push as an RRQ victory option. This is what we've seen from Banana in previous tournaments as well. When he gets his hands on the Benedetta, when he gets his hands on the Paquitos even, he puts a lot of pressure in that side lane, and Dewa need to be ready for that.
And we can highlight that as well, a matchup between Kimura and Banana. These are XP laners that is prominent with their carry heroes. Could we possibly predict that, you know, it could be a split pushy type of game?
If the marsh is left open, I think so. I think we'll see Drian. Yeah. I mean, man, Drian has actually been split pushing more as a roamer than back when he was a mid laner. He's playing the Cho, full damage in his first match. Then he went on to the Masha, both also just split pushing and doing their own thing.
That is crazy. That is crazy. So I think that option needs to be on the table for RRQ as well. That they need to somehow, I guess, counter if Drian can split push with Banana in a hero that can deal damage, can split push as well. So let's see the drafts.
Drian's wide array of heroes will indeed bring Dewa to the right path. But of course, we will jump into the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. And yes, 2 straight bans towards Drian is the Minotaur and the Masha. Meanwhile, for Dewa, it's going to be the Matilda taken away. So they are targeting Drian. And I think they have kind of like approved that Drian could be one of the key to victory for Dewa.
It truly is, right? The way that Dewa United have been able to utilize their multi-dimensional draft is with Drian's massive hero pool, with his very adaptive style as well. When he goes on the Masha, he plays it completely different to the Minotaur. He doesn't care about these neutral objectives. He just wants to go and pick you off. On the Minotaur, the whole team changes too. So if RQ can limit those options from Dewa, they were technically forced back to their backup plan, which is Watt-centric.
This is very interesting though, right? Technically, 4 out of the 5 bans that has already shown, it's all towards the roamer. Yes, RRQ, they ban out towards the target Drian as a priority here. And of course, same response from Dewa United. You know what? I'm going to take all the supports. Angela, Matilda out asking a huge question as well towards Vin. Hey, you're a veteran as well. What are you going to play?
It's going to be a showdown of the veterans, of course, for today. But off the tracks a bit, correct me if I'm wrong, but so far, Dewa has never won a match against RRQ. So this could possibly be the opening for the gods to slay the Kings. I mean, the Kings has been taking charge so far, you know, has been in MPL for quite longer than Dewa does and has been, and instead of being chipped, banned, yeah, it's now a viable option for the roamers to play.
Yeah, it's pretty good, but Nolan is left up for a grab. The Fredrin too. Irad though picks up the Fredrin, a hero that we have seen him find a whole lot of success with in Season 13, but still does leave that Nolan open for Gary. We've seen him on this Nolan. Unfortunately, they weren't really able to capitalize on the Nolan carry potential, but that early game was still stellar from Gary. He was able to clear faster, go straight for the invade, and actually steal the orange buff away. I forgot his opponent, but that was what Gary was able to do on the Nolan. Let's see if they want to pick it up for Dewa. Let's see if they have changed, because from the bans in the second half already of MPL ID, it's been super different. We usually see the Nolan, the Vexana in the first phase. They pick up the Arla and the Valentina, a bit more flex there, but the Valentina is definitely interesting.
Teams forsaking the choices of Nolan and Joy. I mean, Joy is still up for grabs as well.
Yep.
You know, the assassins that we kind of feared and revered by the teams in MPL ID, and now it's just left there untouched. And even for Irad, he's gonna pick up the Fredrin. But I think the Arlet, of course, is gonna be a good pick. Could be flexed for Roam, for XP, so the choice is still there.
Very versatile, and it adds more depth, right? You can crowd control, you can initiate, and also it's not bad in lane if they want to go for the XP Arlet. But then again, let's see here, RRQ. With Vin, this might, I think there's a potential that Royal might be picked up, but perhaps not in the first phase, but there you go. It's going to be the Novaria and Carry. Very good here at 3 picks. Why? Range and also attack speed is already in their composition.
And a good frontliner too, right? To add on to the back line that's already really good for RRQ. For Dewa, I guess right now the plan is to go for a bit more of a dive comp, right? RRQ have set themselves up for a bit more front to back. A little bit of poke there too with Novaria. Dewa can pick up a jungler here. Someone that can dive. I mean, Nolan's still up for grabs. The Joy as well. You mentioned it earlier. The safe choice would be the Bakshet. That's why it's banned out completely by RRQ. They want to make it as easy of a front to back as possible. And Dewa, I think they want to try to disrupt that.
Prepare for the disruption will be there.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Didn't expect that.
Pretty interesting to have Akai, but I think, you know, Mirko talked about disruption. I feel like Akai can really, you know, cause a collapse in the formations when you want to play front to back. You know, you have the Akai to really just pin away and just create chaos in that back line. So I think not necessarily a dive type of hero, but it's always there to really disrupt the you know, the front line and the back lines.
A solid third pick. Why? Because now they can ban out the Diggy in the second phase, right? Diggy up for grabs. You know, Vin can definitely play Diggy in this composition as well. Not too bad. So I expect for Dewa, they need to ban out the Diggy. Let's see here. They will ban out the Kaja instead, though. So are they thinking about Diggy themselves?
Yeah, I think Kaja is a good pair for carry. It's going to be a very, you know, bullyable lane when you have your hands on carry and Kaja. But yeah, left with 3 bans. I think Diggy is still viable for RRQ.
Yeah, Diggy can be picked up. I don't know if RRQ actually want to go for that though, right? Because there is a Valentina that can just steal it away. Still, I think it would be more value for RRQ for now, based on the 3 picks that we are seeing from Dewa. A whole lot of CC, and they want to try to layer that CC together. A Herod though will come through that ban. One of the picks that can actually bully this carry in the lane. Very hard to do nowadays against a carry. Bully her because of the Brave Smite.
What?
It's actually the Franco.
Franco ban?
Holy moly, that's 5 roam bans to Vin from Dewa. Franco is a signature pick for Vin, but we have not seen that at all in Season 13.
So far, hasn't been picked up by Vin, but a comment from the captain. For me, Brusco is a healthy competitor and his presence is motivating because he's a skilled player. I can learn from him. So that's actually a very great comment because he himself is an elder, but he still wants to learn from the youth. He still wants to learn from his teammates, and that transfer of knowledge is always there. But oh, Brusco caught lacking. He was sleeping there, chilling.
It's okay, you know, he's not played for the day. He can just chill.
Yeah, he can chill, just watch, you know.
Why not? But another cold lane ban here from side of RRQ saying,
oh no,
you know what, I'm going to focus on the gold laner while you focus on your roam instead.
Yeah.
Question is Novaria roam viable?
I think so, but RRQ are severely lacking front line, right? I don't think the Fredrin can do it alone, especially up against this comp, and especially if Dewa pick up an Atan. It's also something that we have seen Watt go for many, many times. It's a good lane against the carry. You don't like really bully the carry, but you farm pretty well. The carry can zone you, but you can play it right. You can play it to scale. They go for the Roger instead. They don't want to scale. They want to dive. So still very... It's according to what they have planned in the first phase. They want to dive. They want to make it messy. They want that Akai to split this front to back up. Now RRQ. They might actually go for what you said earlier, Gani. Like, they can go for the the Florin. If they want to deny the execute possibility of this Roger, they can go for heals. They can also go for just more frontline, which is the safer option in my opinion.
Roger needs to jump in that backline to really create, you know, havoc and chaos, and I think they really want to shield away this Roger from any possible threats. So RRQ, either they need a healer, or they need something that they can really pin down the Roger, or maybe an extra frontline to just sustain their way to the battlefield. But it's going to be Thamas and the Ruby. Now talk through this pick for us, Mirko.
I love the Thamas. You need a frontliner. Thamas also does really well in the lane against Mr. Man himself, Arlet. But this is the thing, for Dewa, they technically have a flex for their XP. The Arlet is a flex. It can still go roam. And you know what, this is a bit crazy, but the Akai can also go roam. We have seen this from Drian back in the day when he was playing for Onyx, playing the Akai as a roamer. So it's still kind of a very weird position that we have here for Dewa. They can flex the Arlet, they can even flex the Roger, the jungle, technically. They go for the Lilia.
What?
And yeah, there you go. Roger's gonna go to the jungle, I believe. Wait, Lilia jungle? What was that?
Gary Akai, so...
Wow.
Lilia and Valentina, though. Where?
Wait. Oh my.
So, I think Lilia gold?
That's interesting.
So Roger jungle? Akai roam? Is that where we are? We have a Lilia, folks. The meta's getting crazier now.
Feels like we're living in 2060 with these compositions. We did see yesterday Onyx playing without a marksman in that gold lane.
It's
Roger
what?
gold?
Valentina roam?
Valentina.
Wow,
roam.
okay. So we
Rian and his fluidity.
we did think they would be playing Roger in the jungle, but it's gonna be Roger gold and Rian. How will he be able to traverse in this Valentina as a roam pick? But we will get to there later on because it's gonna be the first match of today. It's the Kings against the Gods. Will the Gods be able to stomp down and get their first win against the Kings? It's RRQ against Dewa United.
I mean, just wow from the drafts alone.
Welcome to Mobile
Dewa,
Legends.
Dream with the QC. I mean, technically it can work as a roam, right? You don't have a setting skill, but if you steal the I'm Offended, that's a set.
The steals could be very much a catalyst for the team fights, and I think that's how Ruyan really want to place this. But will he be too focused on getting the ultimates from the enemies?
Well, I think right now it's actually really good for the mid-control aspect. They have Lilia, probably the best mid laner when it comes to just getting that mid-prio. On top of that, they have the Valentina. So the Valentina is the one zoning RRQ away, and Kaze is just taking the lane as slow as possible.
See, the Battle of Lethal, though, will be taken for the side of Dewa United. And yes, with Valentina, with Lilia, they're clear in the mid, will be very key in the rotations as well.
A lot of pressure already in the early stages of the game at that middle lane, of course. For Drian, it's going to be him playing fluidly throughout the lanes and just trying to get, you know, zones out and prioing, helping his laners to really just, you know, excel and even push the waves further.
Yeah, speaking of, though, looking to excel in these team fights for RRQ, Irad has actually gone for Impure Rage. A pretty interesting build to go for. We usually see the Irad.
Early heavy spin, a pre-turtle. Let's see, Irad soaking damage against 3 players of Dewa, and that's first blood by the veteran, Drian.
Wow, Irad is down early, and that first blood is going to be secured by Dewa United. And I feel like in this little skirmishes, Dewa will always have the upper hand.
Yeah, they will, especially early on in the game because of the fact that they have 2 mid laners, technically, 2 mages that can get prio super fast early on. Also, though, Irad, the fact that he went for Impure Rage means that his clear won't be as good as we usually expect from the Fredgen. Usually, the Concussive Blast is the option to go for in MPL.
see here, Vin again. They want to contest this. Let's see, the turtle take will be Gary. Gary, though, taking damage. Vin will fall. And Dewa United, they might go for a banana, but it seems like no. They will calm down a bit. And final slash committed onto his banana, stunning him down with the help of Dreon. Kimura will take another kill.
Buy one, get one free. They get the turtle and they get banana in that exchange. But Arad trying to be hunted down. Look at Dreon is just being such a pest with the Valentina, of all things.
Always just trying to get prio and then rotate, but not to set, but to poke. And that's actually amazing, honestly, right? The fact that Dewa United now have another sort of way to poke down their opponents before these team fights to give the Fredgen more pressure. And even then, look, they're going for it again. Invade.
Is this an overcommitment move? Gary taunted. Lemon misses the sphere. But it seems like the purple still will be stolen by Dewa United.
Gary's thick. He is very thick, so in these little exchanges, he's going to be able to sustain the pressure. And again, Rihanna just trying to shadow Gary in the movements around the map. Feels like a synergized move that Dewa could always get their hands on the objectives, on the lane assignments, and also on the map as well.
This is a very scary composition that Dewa have that they can play with, because again, if they are able to get a snowball going, this snowball will not... Oh man, wait.
With a flicker though, it will help, but no, 3 members is just too much for Bunny Cutie to survive. Another kill on the board for Dewa United, but Lemon finds the response, finding another kill. Now Arad with the flanks, but it seems like not enough damage yet to add more for RRQ.
Case is down, he wasn't able to escape, and we haven't even talked about how Dewa could exploit Bunny Cutie and that, you know, gold side of the map, but he was taken down. So far, it is Dewa United just trying to, you know, exert pressure everywhere aside from gold. It was just this time they took over the gold and they were able to get it down.
A whole lot of kill pressure from Dewa. That's why they can actually just utilize this mid-prio so much more.
Oh my god, Kimura. The front side of the map here. Soaking damage, but also buying time. Now I'm offended onto it, so that was huge. Flickers out of the way. Banana actually the first one to fall. Arad pinned down. Case picks up the double, and the turtle will be free for Dewa United. No! Lemon says no.
Daylight robbery from Lemon. He's able to at least bandage the wounds of RRQ, getting that turtle, but again, it's still Dewa showing dominance on these little team fights.
The game's happening! Damn you, Novaria! It happened yesterday against Kyrie. And now today, against Gary. These Novarias are getting out of control. My goodness. So at this point, the junglers just need to retreat, right? If you're up against Novaria, just retreat. I don't think anything is free anymore. But seriously, the layering of skills and the layering of how they actually went for that, Dewa kited in that team fight so well. They were playing back and forth. Kimura saved the flicker up until he was very low, but at that point has already baited out the Vengeance. That was really the green light for Dewa. Once the Vengeance is gone, Dewa can just capitalize fully on that resource being depleted and look for a full team fight. But they lose out on the turtle. Hold up.
Oh, heavy spin onto a red damage though. Will it be enough? I'm offended to relieve off pressure. But Gary now is the one going to fall. What a counter play. Now Vin looking for a target. Bunny QT with the flicker play, but does not pay it off. Now, Dewa United want to collapse. The final slash is there to take the double.
Felt like there was light at the end of the tunnel for the Kings, but Dewa United again with the pressure, with the all-rounder. They get everything. As RRQ, they were able to get 1 kill, but that's all.
That is all.
So unfortunately for RRQ, they look for the team fight up against Dewa. Skirmish composition. They were doing well for themselves for a bit, but in the end, they definitely did lack the consistent damage coming through. Meanwhile, for Watt, he was just having a roll in the enemy turret. We said it, right? As long as you are able to get people low, this guy is a boss at executing people. And Watt was so low. He was tanking the turret for a while, but the light couldn't pounce. Gives you so much pressure around these neutral or turret dives actually to juggle the aggro, and that's what they were able to capitalize on. Watt survived with such low HP, and now he's already grouping up with the team. They want to just go for the neutral objectives.
So 1-over-1 though, and the turtle, they're gonna find a pull from Vin!
Yep, undefended flicker. He will find the turtle though. Right now isolated in a 3v1. Now let's see Gary, Kimura, what? Can they do it? Can they take Irad down? The answer is yes, as Kimura will pick up the mega kill.
That was a very, very close pull. But again, Dewa, they're just prolonging their lives here. Banana is in trouble.
Oh, very low, surviving though, but it seems like now Keys will try to burst him down. Banana, 1 HP, will be taken out. That's quite easy. That's another kill. 2 kills actually for Dewa United.
And all RRQ could get was a turret, a tier 1 up top. Dewa will take the turtle, they'll take the fight, they'll take a tier 2 down below with what?
Wow.
And man, Drian is super tanky. He's 1-0-11. I just took a look at his items. No, Gary, no. Wait, okay? I want to talk, please. Brute Force Breastplate, first item for Drian, who was 1,000 gold ahead of Vin. 1.2k to be exact. Goes in for Oracle next. The man's just building tank. I was actually expecting him to build some sort of damage here, knowing that they are so far ahead. But the discipline coming in, you gotta respect it. Maybe this is a new meta for the Valentina. So far, he's been doing great. He's been terrifying. He's relying on the base damage alone to deal damage, enough to poke RRQ, not to death, but low enough for the rest of the members to fully capitalize on it. And the fact that they also have this Arlet going full tank. Usually, we would see one physical item. It's gotta be the Hunter Strike usually, or at least a Fury Hammer. Then you go for the full tank build. No, they don't care. They think they have enough damage with just Drian, Watt, and Kaze, and even then, Drian with no damage items is enough with just the base.
And that's Drian also exerting pressure without the IMU ultimate steals. You know, we haven't really seen a stolen pull from Drian. It's just him trying to exert pressure with the Valentina, with the tanky build as well. So now, the question is, Mirko, how does RRQ stem all of this? Because it feels like Dewa is just steamrolling with all the advantages they have.
Yeah, well, the plan for RRQ was to out-sustain Dewa in these fights. If they are able to bait out these big abilities from Dewa United and layer their abilities with their own consistent damage, with Bunny, QT, Irad as well. That's why Irad went for the Impure Rage. They were expecting a longer team fight, but they did not expect the burst to be this big. They did not expect the goal lead to be this big.
Gary taking heat. Banana now jumps in. Gary backs away. Dewa United now. Oh, good flicker by Kimura again. Trying to zone out players for their team. And no angles that can be taken out. Rad taken down by Watt. Gary quite low, will be taken out by Bunny, but it seems like the damage will be enough to take Roger into the double. Now Dewa United on a manhunt. They will find Vin as well. 3 kills plus the Lord.
Again, the Kings are not able to yet swing their swords. The gods sending them punishment. It was Bunny Cutie with the flank angle. But again, he jumps into the front line of Dewa in that fight.
It's really strange to see RRQ take this decision every single time. I mean, in the early game, these fights did not go well for them. It won't get better for them in the mid-game. This is a mid-game snowballing comp for Dewa. This is where they find their ultimate strength. Yet RRQ continue to gamble and take these team fights.
Now Lord, the first one though, will munch the tier 3 bottom side. It won't be enough for now, but Dewa United, they will focus now on their own jungle, seems like, and also RRQ's jungle.
Dewa United just knocking on the proverbial doorsteps of RRQ. It's like Drian is just insanely, brave enough to play on the front lines, just being that, pesky Valentina, but Gary jumps in looking for something, doesn't get anything though.
Heavy spin not yet committed, but Vin now will be pinned down. Damage will be enough to take him out. Now Drian taking some heat. Might be taken down, but no, the flicker was there. Irad taken out next as, oh my god, the collapse by Dewa. It's almost beautiful, but the defense was magnificent. Gary taken out.
For a second, I thought they could win that team fight and win the game in an instance, but it feels like Dewa has to wait for a while now.
So there's a glimpse of that. The key to victory for RRQ, a glimpse of how they can actually approach these team fights when they try to take the prolonged team fight. Once the heavy spin is used up, the final slash as well, that's a window of opportunity for RRQ to go in. They have Banana, consistent damage. They also have Lemon to enhance these hitboxes for the carry to chase down later as well. So for RRQ, it's not like all hope is lost. It does look bleak for them, but if they are able to to get into that late game, to get through the Dewa mid-game power spike, then they would have a better chance. Right now, though, it's still looking real bad for them. Itemization, I want to take a look behind me first. If you had a power spike for Bunny Cutie already, but at this point, it's already kind of late. He's going to the Wind of Nature, and then he will be going to the Melting Roar, should be, or the Windtalker. Let's take a look at the replay, though, here. What exactly happened? Again, Gary used up that heavy spin. Kimura, the Vengeance resets. Watt just takes him out. But this is, unfortunately, the weakness in Dewa United's composition. Once they've used the Final Slash, once they've used the heavy spin, their big resources, it leaves them open to an RRQ counter-attack. So if Dewa understand that and are able to end the game with the initial team fight, win the team fight with the initial team fight, then they'll take it. But if RRQ somehow are able to bait these skills, stay alive, and then go for another fight, that's the way they can come back.
There's a leeway for RRQ without the ultimates. I mean, Gary expended already his heavy spin for this Lord Dance, so that could be consequential for Dewa United, but it feels like RRQ don't want to pull the trigger just yet. They're waiting for an angle that they could exploit. And so far, Dewa, they're playing the safe. They're just trying to bait out the Lords, just trying to force RRQ into the pit.
Yeah, looking at the far lane here, and heavily beneficials Dewa United, so they're taking their time before pulling the trigger.
Heavy advantage for Dewa right now with the slow push down below. Novaria spotted. That's the green light for Dewa.
Oh my god, heavy spin committed already. Lord taken. Banana now pinned down, but is able to get out. Let's see though, Vengeance committed by Banana. The damage though will not be taken for granted as Dewa United will be there and take him out.
What is godlike? The gods, one of them being a godlike creature as well, and that is what he has been very comfortable in this Roger, just chipping the damage, giving away all of the required slashes and claws just to get through to RRQ. So RRQ is just bleeding left and right now, and they also have huge waves in the side lanes pushing towards their base.
Yeah, they're slow pushing it as slow as they can. They're trying to just manage the waves so that it crashes all three of these waves together. Okay is low.
Hey, Black Shoes already forced. Mid though will not be defended by RRQ. Dewa United, they are trying to end the game. Let's see, will their firepower enough? Drian, oh my god, Drian with the jump in. Bunny, half HP, but it seems like now with the Lord, they are trying to tip away the base. Vin taking down first. The base will be the main focus as Dewa United. Before the 15-minute mark, they were able to find the win.
The Kings break their sword. The gods are able to get game number 1 after a stellar performance from the team and from Drian no less. They are able to steal that in convincing fashion, and I won't even say steal. I'll say that they won it dominatingly.
That was a convincing win. Solid. Even though the Valentina was not convincing at first when we saw it, they made it convincing. They made that a statement. The cheese pick Valentina successfully leads, or successfully ends up with Dewa leading the series in game 1 with a victory. The Valentina that was going full tank. And man, there was a lot to dissect in this game. We definitely learned a whole lot from this new strat. Perhaps Dewa always really pioneers at this point, right? This season. With Drian, the Cho going damage, lethal ignition in week 1, then to the Masha, full damage, Heptases into the BOD, and then now a Valentina. Drian, you are one disgusting roamer, man. Using his experience as a mid laner, his experience as, back then, a mid laner, a hyper carry. Hey, he's doing it all.
This was underlooked from Dewa. We did not expect them to really pull the cheese picks. I mean, yeah, Gary with the Hanzo, that could always be in tables, but we did not expect Drian to pick up for himself a Valentina. Going tank no less. That is so impressive from Dewa. And the way they won that game was just crawling around RRQ's map, just being in their faces constantly. And Dewa United, that was a stellar, a solid performance from them.
Very good, very convincing, like Mirko said, and also surprising, right? It shows how important the roam position is in this current meta.
Yes.
Mind you, that the bans for that first game was mostly 80% roam.
There's a total of 7. out
7
of
bans.
10.
7 out of 10. Then we have the Boxer Hereth Brunos.
Yes.
But that's because they have already
Valentina
technically
roam.
picked their roamer. Right? They saw the Arlet and they were like, okay, that's a roam, right? And then Drian comes in and says, you thought the Akai could be flexed. You thought the Arlet could be flexed. You didn't know the Valentina could be flexed. That's why when they picked up the Valentina, remember, I actually doubted that. I was like, that's an interesting pick. Why did they go for Valentina so early? Because the Valentina hasn't been that prio in a while, unless you're Sans or Moreno. This guy picks it up, and turns out it's a flex pick. That's why it was picked in the first place. There was a reason to that. 1-0-16. Oh, he went for 1 damage item. Nah, the winner Trojan doesn't even count, right? He just wants to have a bit more survivability on top of the tankiness, but the creativity of this guy. You can really see all in the side. We need to take a look at this replay, and this is one of the reasons why the Valentino worked out so well. Drian and Kaze were active on the map, were online from the first wave. They were dictating these fights. They were taking every single fight. Irad, usually, he would have the luxury to actually go for those invades. But up against a Lilia Valentina mid, no, you're not going to have the backup. You're not even going to have anyone to scout for you as to where Dewa will be playing in. And unfortunately, I mean, we got to give props to Lemon. He was playing a really, really good game here. Still very consistent, getting the turtle, trying to save RRQ in a lot of spots, but the dives, the skirmishes, that all led to Dewa getting a big, big gold lead, a snowball. And then, very interesting decision by RRQ, not to trade it, but to keep on fighting.
Always contesting.
Because early on, when they kept on contesting, there was still a reason. They were like, all right, we can still gamble it in the early game. The gold lead's not that big. We can still 50-50 it. But when Dewa have their prime winning conditions set, when they have their mid-game power spike online, it becomes borderline weird that they kept on contesting. Because the Fredrin didn't have a level advantage too. Usually when you have a level advantage on the Fredrin, or at least when you're equal to the Akai, you can go for the retry 50-50. It's already not a 50-50 because of the heavy spin. Gary being a whole level ahead means it's more 80-20 for the Fredrin. And that's also why I think these small wins build up. The fact that Irad went for the Impure Rage to go for these team fights instead of going for the Concussive Blast, it adds up to him not getting the invade, dying at the start, being behind, and then not having enough resources to actually go and match up against the Akai.
Yeah. I mean, for Drian, what a performance from the last Kage. Again, just proving that he is one hell of a veteran. He has been through a lot of things, and that just showcases his prowess. I mean, with that build as well, it is very interesting.
Yeah.
Why did you think you went for this build, particularly?
Drian?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I don't know, because I was expecting him to go for more damage because he was already ahead. But the Enchanted Talisman, he went for that. He went for the Brute Force Breastplate. The Brute Force Breastplate was first item, by the way, not the Enchanted Talisman. He went Brute Force, Oracle, and then I think the Enchanted Talisman came through. Gani actually was pointing at the Haas Claws.
I think it's because they want Watt to build full damage. No Thunderbelt for that Roger. So to balance that out, I think Drian built Tank.
It's also interesting that we don't see the Endless Battle, right? No Thunderbelt is already with the Windtalker. We don't usually see the Thunderbelt, but the Endless Battle usually is a core item, but he goes for Haas Claws instead of the Endless, which is very interesting. One nitpick that I may add is Irad. He was already behind from the start, but he still decided to go Thunderbelt instead of just going for full defense, right? I think that also played into why he was 0-6 in the end, ultimately, because he wasn't able to take the Sandbag even. I think with maybe another defensive item, he might have been able to hold his own a bit better in front. But it's still Mr. Gary here with the Akai. It's all Dewa United. Even the damage dealt is Kaze, man. So yeah, they have enough base damage. They already have damage in these team fights. What? The reason he didn't go for Endless Battle is because he didn't need it. He just wants to go in, fight, and sustain with the Haas Claws.
It was indeed an insane performance from the members of Dewa United, and they won that in convincing fashion. So RRQ slip off the first game. They have to be able to come back from this particular ordeal because you lost with Valentina. You lost against a Valentina roam that built tank. I mean, Drian was very active in the map all around.
Active is an understatement.
Yeah, it was everywhere. But before we go any further, we have a video to play for you guys at home. Let's watch it right now.
If I were to build a full Indonesian roster for myself, I would choose Drian for my roamer, Lemon for my mid, of course the best jungler in Indonesia, Albert, the best gold lane in Indonesia, Skylar. My XP lane would be Banana, because he is the son of R7. So the reason why I choose Lemon is because there's nothing else to say. Like, I've been a fan of Mobile Legends, and if you think about Mobile Legends in Indonesia, you will think about one person. It's Lemon. The name is speak for himself.
And the king, no way himself, Lemon. It's Rex Regum Kaon.
Lemon! Lo spesies apa sih? Orang apa alien?
The next is about Drian. Yeah, same as the Kages. I've been a fan of the Kage, so if I can choose the only remaining Kage in the league, I will always choose Drian.
Tapi Drian seperti biasa juga akan muncul dari bagian belakang saat menggunakan Lanaya. Gak ada lagi power jungle, tapi Albert juga harus hilang.
God lane, I think Skylar, because he really has improved a lot this season. His weakness is that he only have a low hero pool. But now we are combining our thoughts. Any marksman possible, he can play.
Ada satu tackling kena juga kayak Dingwin. Tapi ternyata Lordnya berhasil dapatkan oleh RRQ Hoshi.
Oh my god! Rena Rapati from Skylar!
Yeah, the reason I chose Albert above other Indonesian junglers is because in his time, he's really the best, maybe assassin user in Indonesia. And I think up until now, if he still play the tank junglers, he can still be the best jungler. If given more playing time and with the best roster as well.
Albert is coming, dapat sampai dari belakang. Dia tunggu momentum. Ada di sana, loncat finish! Oh my god, looking for seven, ini kan dapatkan akses!
And about Banana, he's good and I can see R7 in him. He has the blessing. So he's the best Indonesian XP laner for me. It's because R7 can play, or who he choose to be his son is the best.
Real world manipulation! Di depan sana mencalonkan persinahan masih banyak patah! Banana! Berhasil menggagalkan tim Banana Aura Fire!
If the roster deliver, it's good for everyone. It's gonna be good for headline and also for market. Everybody full send you.
Lemon, Drian, Banana, Skylar, Albert. That's the pick for Coach Van. Basically 4 RRQ players and 1, Dewa United players.
Yeah, that's the full Indonesian dream team, okay? In case you guys are confused, that's his dream team. I mean, where are the other imports are, it's Indonesian, full Indonesian dream team.
Is Banana our seventh son?
No, that is also.
Is he?
They're like 3 years apart, man. That would be great. R7 started early, but no, he's not actually his son. Like literally, I think it's more in game. Kind of the way he plays. He's
blessed.
He's blessed by
got
R7.
The blessing.
In Indo, the nickname that Banana has is Murid R7. That means the R7 student. So student more than
the
son.
Apprentice.
The apprentice.
But do you agree
apprentice.
with Coach Van's dream team? Would you change something from the members, maybe?
Yes, I would. I mean,
yeah, you'd go for full 5 BDR, no?
No, I mean, you read my mind. I can't get a Mando if it's an Indonesian lineup. But I'll probably go Skylar. I'll agree with Skylar. Oh, wait.
Yeah, this is it. Rian, the veteran that is always dependable. Veteran who became the ace. So we have Rian, Ki, Yaoi, Sans, Rasi. So Rian has been playing a total of 10 heroes in 17 games. So that's quite a variety there for Rian.
He's so fluid, man.
He has Rasi will try to equalize that later. I mean, he does have one more game to play or a few more games to play later against Aura as well. So,
yes.
But for now, I mean, Drian has been playing crazy picks. Like the total 10 heroes, it's the same with Ki, but he's been playing crazy stuff. Yeah. Valentina as Rome. Masha, Rome. Cho Damage, Rome. So we gotta give him credit. This guy, he's a veteran who has become the ace of Dewa. I think this has been one of the best transfers in Season 13. And it comes from Dewa. A lot of people were like, why? Why did they get a player who didn't even make it to the main lineup on Onyx? Well, that's why.
And this is, you know, the awards for Season 13, the Dream Team. So a few prerequisites that have to be fulfilled. First one is must participate in more than 50% of regular season matches for the current team. And second, the voting process is selected through public voting from all demographics. Do we get to vote? Do we get to vote, guys?
Yeah, this is an award that will be voted by fans and also, I believe, the voting committee. So
yes.
I think Talents will have a say a bit on the Dream Team.
Yes, but of course the previous game recap, Lemon has been, you know, the shining light for RRQ with the Navaria, with that steal as well from Turtle. So at least for RRQ, they have some sort of stool that they could rely on, that they could depend on. But again, it can't always be the Lemon show, you know. Sure, you know, he has been dubbed the human or alien player, but the other lanes has to also keep going.
Yeah, I think the grim reality for RRQ this season so far is Skylar's been carrying. And unfortunately now they don't have Skylar. They don't have that carry presence. They still do with the other 5 players, but not that level of carry. You know, Skylar's been phenomenal for RRQ, and now with Skylar out, you can really see that they are struggling. Usually, the 4 players would just play to feed Skylar. They would just wait for an Natan that is given to Skylar to scale up, the carry that is given to Skylar to scale up. But now they can't really do that, right? They have to be looking for an advantage early on, and maybe that's why they went for these team fights so early on, even when the enemy team had their prime winning condition in the mid-game. Kept on going for it. Just try to get the dub, but I think something needs to change. They need to stay more disciplined for Game 2. Dewa have their number.
They need to change something, and that could start in this drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. A quick chip ban. And the Arlet as well, that is always so flexible.
And they're going to switch sides here, right? And I feel like Dewa United, they played their cards very well on the red side. Now, seeing them on the blue, they will not have the last pick. They will not be, or they cannot be as creative as they were in Game 1 because they don't have the last pick. So let's see here the approach. What will change from Dewa United now sitting on the blue side?
I mean, with Dewa now on the blue side, it's going to be tougher for RRQ, man. Like, I'll be honest with you, because the first pick can be crazier now. I mean, RRQ have already banned out the Arlet. They can't ban the Baksha. They can't ban the Masha Minnow, the ones we saw earlier. And even if they do go for those bans, there's going to be a whole lot of heroes up for grabs still. The Nolan as well. Now it's the Angela ban. I really want to see where RRQ goes for right now. Do they still want to go for the Minotaur ban, the Masha ban, and the Baksha ban? Which one do they... Oh, see? Now we might have the Masha or the Minotaur or the Baksha be open, and Dewa can just pick it up. They can force this out.
Again, it's gonna be Drian as the pioneer. Always there to just, you know, be the backbone of the team. It's so good. And it's so insane how he gives such huge influence as a roamer with the kind of niche picks as well. You know, the Valentina we've seen and the Masha could also be picked up here. But will they really want to prio Masha if you were Dewa United?
I think so. I think it's a good flex too, right? I mean, as much as we know that right now the roam is probably the main role for the Masha, it can be flex. And it's one of those prio picks, one of those picks that just does well as a roamer. It does too well sometimes, you can say. And they're already looking for, I mean, export ban, right? They want it.
I think they really do, right? So let's see here. Will RRQ take the bait and ban out Masha, opening a plethora of heroes that can also be prioritized by Dewa? Or will they take the bait and ban the Masha out? Seems like they're still discussing. And let's see. From Viren.
Feels like Dewa United is preparing some sort of a trap, just trying to bait them out to pick it, to banning the Masha. Just how, you know, Gani mentioned. But if RRQ does not ban the Masha, Dewa would gladly pick it up for themselves. We have seen how stellar Drian is, and they will take away the Fredrin from that potential for Gary.
Yeah. So what RRQ are saying, go pick up the Masha, we'll pick up a Baksha and a Minotaur. Right, we'll trade it out, and you won't have the Fredrin to try to out-retry us.
That's a good response if that were the case. Let's see here, Dewa United. I think Minnow will still stick to the game plan, stick to know what they're best. Masha is going to be the first pick.
Will the Masha be rendered so worthless if RRQ does pick up that Baxia? But before we get to that, there's a comment from Lemon. Is there a chance to play unusual heroes? I don't know, because that will be a consideration for the coach. Whatever hero he wants to give me, I'm ready. I mean, this guy is also well known for his wide hero pool, so Lemon is always ready to just play what Coach Ren tells him to do.
And for RRQ, they actually don't go for the Baxia here, so it leaves Dewa to just go for the Baxia right now. They can go Baxia, and then they can go Valentina. Minotaur ult, that's like a big ult that you can utilize. Yeah, Valentina can take that, and then they'll have a way to match up against this kind of dive that RRQ are already trying to set up for themselves with a Roger.
Yes.
And they already have a Masha.
I mean, the Mino could, be quite a pesky pick in the hands of Vin as well, but it's very strange how they did not opt for the Baxia. Maybe they have more prior on the Roger, you never know, but it's gonna be the Natan pickup and the Barat, so Baxia is still going to be an option for RRQ.
Very much so, right? If they want to pick it up, the time is now, because if they did not pick it up, I feel like Dewa United should ban it 100% in the second phase. But let's see here, with the additional of Barat and Natan, what does it add really in their composition? You know what? Movement, mobility. I think it adds more pressure as well while they're rotating. You know, Natan, late game, no marksman can beat this attack speed, arguably Moskov, but then it's so fast that this Natan penetrates through any armor that feels. Whoa! Oh my lord! Oh my
Fanny
lord!
for Rad.
Fanny.
Talk us to this Fanny pick.
I'm quite speechless with the Fanny pick here for RRQ. Okay, I guess they're trying to punish the Natan, right? I mean, the Natan will most probably go to the gold lane. Will probably be the weak side of the map. RRQ needs to set up heavily for the mid lane, man. They need to get like something like a Lilia. They need someone with incredible clear to enable the Fanny to work in these skirmishes, to get that lead early. Because the Minotaur would technically suggest that RRQ wants to go for neutral objectives. The Fanny says otherwise, though. I mean, it's still a good dive, right, with the Roger 2. I just really need to see the last two picks here. What will the last two picks be to facilitate this Fanny Roger?
It feels like a paradox for RRQ picking up that Fanny and the Minotaur as well. They want to play for objectives, but they also, in the same place, want to play for pickoffs, for dives, and of course, one of the ways to punish that Natan is a dive comp as well, because you don't really want him to dish out the damage free hitting from the back line. So maybe this Fanny, Rad specifically, will be tasked to lock down the Natan.
Definitely, they can burst, right? Natan, how do you do it? You need to insta-kill Natan, and I feel like Fanny has the kit with her cutthroat that can just insta-kill the Natan. Now, second phase, yeah, Kaja ban. Very good ban. They're not convinced that this Masha will enter the roam position now that Fanny has surfaced. So maybe a Kufra ban from the side of RRQ can also be shown, but no, it's gonna be the Ferris instead.
But I remember I did say for RRQ they need someone like a Lilia. They need someone with crazy mid prio, and that's why they were banning it out. This is gonna be scary. They ban out the Lilia is probably the best choice for RRQ in this spot. Good mid prio, and you can survive the thunderclaps because of Black Shoes. Now that it's taken away, I mean, what is open really? I think for Dewa, they're like, we want you to go Navaria. That's the other choice if you want to go for the mid prio. Vixana, maybe another choice, a safer option that Dewa can also take away from RRQ. Then it'll leave RRQ Lemon in the mid lane very susceptible to this Masha. I'm trying to think of a pick that can be picked up by... Oh, they go for Valentina instead, so technically the Vixana can still work here for RRQ. They still have a little bit of peel, but even then, the Vixana can't even peel for himself. Now that I'm thinking about the old Masha that can be CC'd. The new Masha can't be CC'd, so they go Ruby instead. Oh man, yeah, that's why they're saving it for last. I think they're just going to they're patient with this last pick.
Yes, indeed. This is going a bit dire for RRQ.
They want Novaria. They can enhance the hitbox, give the Masha so much of a better time to actually dive. Oh man.
It's getting a bit of an emergency for RRQ. I mean, the Firemen and the Lilia could be the picks to survive that, Masha onslaught, but now that it has been taken away, they need something that could self-sustain and also dish out the damage from maybe quite afar. Because the Masha wants to run in your face. And the two picks, Dewa is going to be the Benedetta and the Vexana for themselves. So now what do RRQ pick for Lemon?
That's why the Vexana technically would be the best choice with Valentina and Lilia out, so they deny it. They don't even want the synergy for a team with Novaria. They would rather have Lemon on a pick like Novaria so that the Masha just gets more value. They're really playing this a few steps ahead. They already have great. I mean, look at this. Benedetta and Masha diving your backlines together.
Oh, it is going to be very scary here. You can see what Dewa United is trying to do. And RRQ, they're taking their time here for their last pick. And it seems like they will lock in the Novaria as expected as well. So yeah, Benedetta, Masha will definitely target that Novaria. Novaria needs to position herself well, or Lemon needs to position himself well in this game.
I was thinking what will be dived by Fanny and the Minotaur maybe. That backline access is there for RRQ, but now it's going to be Dewa looking to just cut down through the backline of RRQ with the Masha and the Benedetta pickup. So that is going to be very, very scary for RRQ in this game.
It truly is scary, because in the mid lane, it'll all come down to the mid lane prio, really, for RRQ, if they can provide for this Fanny, if the Fanny can snowball in the early game. Because for Dewa, they're comfortable playing late within the time.
Will the gods finally put retribution to the shields of the kings, or will the kings be able to rise from their defeat? It is game number 2. Dewa United against RRQ.
Let's see, will RRQ be able to force the series onwards in game 3? Or will Dewa United clean sweep the Kings of Kings?
Bro, we were, okay, during the break, ladies and gentlemen, me, Gani, and Realize, you were actually discussing about the Roger being so adaptable, being, you can take different emblems here and there, you can take different items, and Bunny Cutie, first time that we are seeing this from a Roger and MPL ID, Weakness Finder for Bunny Cutie. So, we were talking of how the Thunderbelt for Roger is actually, we don't see that too often anymore. The Weakness Finder can act as a substitute to the Thunderbelt. Technically does the same thing, right? It slows your opponents when you go for the hits, so I guess that's what Bunny is looking for with this Weakness Finder. We'll see what build he goes for, if it's still going to be the Windtalker build, or if he wants to go for attack speed, actually. For the rest, it does remain quite the same. Nothing too crazy. Kimura, oh, never mind. With the Impure Rage, instead of the Lethal Ignition, we usually see full damage from the Benedetta. Well, if the Benedetta goes full damage, he goes Lethal Ignition, but here Kimura actually decides to go Impure Rage, wants to stay in lane a bit longer with the Impure Rage, wants to stay resourceful with his mana.
Of course, wants to really shove up the lanes, especially in that early stage of the game. And for Bunny Cutie, I mean, there has been an evolution of, Roger builds usually go for the Endless Battles, which is the Thunder Belt, and now you could always go for the Windtalker, and then maybe the Hasklau second gives you early sustain if you want to really skirmish early up in, the team fights. But for Drian, of course, in the Masha, it's a 1 win and a 1 loss. So not necessarily a clean or perfect hero for him to don, but I mean, it's still a very scary pick in his hands.
It is, and you can see Turtle is up, but they do not care. Gary wants to invade Fanny's purple, and it seems like right now, no firepower to contest. Let's see though, Minotaur jumps in. Oh, with the Daytona's welcome, we're able to find Gary instead. Now, Dewa United, they are in trouble as of right now without the purple. Looking to cut through Dria with the help of Lemon though. They will secure the kill.
It's a win for RRQ, 2-1 in the trades, but ultimately Dewa got what they wanted. They have basically stopped this Fanny snowball for the next minute or so, until the purple buff respawns again, until Irad can get a purple buff again, because really, for Dewa, that's the main objective here, stopping the snowball from RRQ. If Irad got that purple buff, it would have been more scary than just getting 2 assists. So Dewa are going to be very comfortable. They know that Irad does not have purple buff. And this should be a free turtle for Dewa United. If it's not, Dewa can just reset it and go for the orange buff. I think at this point, in this game particularly, they don't care about neutral objectives. It's all about the purple buff.
They really want to disrupt Irad and his swings with the cables. So RRQ really need to respond to that. Banana up in the cradle, Finn jumps in.
Before Irad finds a retry. Finn though will be sacrificial lamb. It's a 1-for-1, a kill for a turtle. But it seems like now RRQ will not commit more fights.
Whoa, a steal from Irad. 2 for 2 now for RRQ. Previously they had Lemon as the bandit, and now it's Irad running as a renegade, getting that turtle though. So at least I think it's gonna be a net win for RRQ.
Yeah, it's very tough. No, Gary, I don't think you can do this, brother.
It's a 4v1. Yeah, Gary with no full HP, he will not be able to commit on towards the invade.
Again, purple buff as a prio, just trying to slow down Irad, but I think Dewa, you know, their force towards the purple buff is scary. Oh,
wow.
what? Go down.
With the cutthroat as well. What now? 1 HP and Buddy is there to secure the kill. Now, this the collapse. Vin will be taken out. It's a trade and RRQ will say no more towards a fight.
Really good for RRQ. The fact that now they got the turtle. Amazing retry from Irad. He got the purple buff too, so Dewa couldn't capitalize on that. Hold up.
It's 2v1 now. 3v1. Lemon coming. Kimura very low. Is able to dash away with the skills, but for how long? Again, they smell blood. Ooh. The spear does not connect, but Irad will gladly take the extra goal.
Fanny's blade win, and in this time, it's gonna be Irad taking 2 towards his pocket, or 1 rather. The previous one was won by RRQ in that little skirmish. So now it's gonna be RRQ leading the helm and the charge towards Dewa United.
Good adaptation by RRQ. Phenomenal stuff here. They're actually putting so much pressure down below. Oh, like a pounce!
Entropy question mark is Bunny now very low, but Ben is there to help to secure the kill. Drian, thunderclap. Both gold laners now taken out. Vin will be able to escape from that sticky situation.
Bunny Cutie Express. He hitchhikes Watt in that little, you know, claw slash, and he was able to dive down. Watt was so low, and now the turtle in the hands of both teams. They're trying to contest this, but Rian in the back line.
Drian against Irad! Irad will be able to secure the kill though. It will be traded with the turtle.
Still more worth it for RRQ technically with the purple buff. Irad also got an extra kill there. Would have been more value if Drian had a bounty on him, but still, it's a good kill for Irad. This actually helps Irad to look for that snowball, and Watt is already in his sights.
God Cutthroat jumps in, and no time to escape. Hello, surprise, surprise, Banana Irad combo in the bottom side of the map.
Feels like what we talked about. Dewa just trying to nullify Irad, all rebutted by himself because he's able to get 3 kills, also trying to, you know, kind of sustain his purple buffs, and also in the same time just being around everywhere on the map.
Oh my goodness, Irad was bottom side like 4 seconds ago, and he's top.
It's a disaster for Dewa. It's phenomenal for RRQ. We mentioned it early on. The purple will be more valuable than the turtle in this game. And so far, it's been true. If Dewa can steal the purple buff away from RRQ, they have a massive advantage. If RRQ secure the purple buff for Irad, the snowball keeps going. This express train keeps going for RRQ.
They don't want to let the train stop. Again, Rian just in the bush, looking for Irad.
Whoa. Damage is there, but not enough to take him down just yet. Now, reinforcements comes through, showing Drian away from the jungles.
Drian's very brave, hiding in the bushes of RRQ's jungle. And Irad, you can see his mobility with the Fanny responding left and right. And also, I like how Vin is always shadowing this purple buff, just trying to give it prior towards Irad so that Dewa can't really, you know, disrupt the process of that. Now Irad again towards the bottom lane and not gonna get anything.
Looking for a clear here as Turtle spawns top. What now with the help of Gary?
Oh!
Wow! Daytona's welcome will catch Irad off guard and will be taken down.
Chomp from Gary. He gobbles up Irad, and the cables won't save him in that skirmish.
What a prediction though from Gary.
Good one.
Got the Tetsu's welcome, predicted where Irad was going to fly with the cables. And now it's a Lord that is spawned in the land of Dawn. It's no longer the third turtle. It's the 8th minute of the game. Watt has bought the Wind of Nature. That is ironically a power spike for Dewa. Oh my god.
Lemon. Low. Again, close call here for RRQ, but this time no casualties were taken.
It's a very, very fast-paced game. You can see action everywhere. And to take a look at the replay presented by Samsung Galaxy in that
look at this
early chomp
yummy
from Gary. The Detona's welcome just connects and he slams a rod in the wall, stunning him. So he can't really move in that process and he just dies, giving away also quite a surmountable amount of bounty.
Yeah, it was a shutdown there, and I mean, that commitment was crazy. I didn't notice it the first time. Case actually flickered forward to get the Terrify in case the CC wasn't enough. They really wanted that bounty. And it's clear to see why, my god!
Drian 1v4, of course, his job was to just buy time. He's taken down. Now let's see the Lord. Yep, Gary comfortably secures the Lord. Now Vin, Minyu, and Fury in the middle of the map. Now Keys will be taken out of Rad with the cables, jumps in, looking for a kill on towards Gary, gets it. 3 members of Dewa United punished down and out.
The Lord feels so stale for Dewa United as RRQ equalize everything. They get 3 kills before killing Rian in that process down bottom. And now RRQ seek to really just siege towards the mid lane. But again, Irad, even though they try to target him, shut him down, he's still very, very well online in this game.
Yeah, I mean, as of now, 9 minutes of the game, coming into the 10th minute of the game, it's time for us to take a look at the player's gold by Ube as gold, because even though Bunny QT is ahead, you'd expect him to be more ahead in this kind of matchup. You'd expect RRQ to have, at this point, maybe a 3,000 gold lead, and that's what they have been able to do. They've been able to nullify the early game snowball through their crazy skirmishes, through Drian dying 3 times. It looks like he's inting, but he's not. He's buying so much time for the team. Dewa, though, for the rest of them, could have been cleaner from them. Like, after getting the Lord, they could have just backed away, right? But RRQ have been able to force those fights out. Point is, Dewa are weathering the storm. There really is waiting for the Natan to be online, and Watt is not far behind of Bunny QT. He is going to reach that power spike a bit later to what we are used to seeing from Natan because he has to go for the Wind of Nature early. But it's still on track. He's on the way to the Starlium site right now. Once he gets the Holy Crystal, then he will be online.
Now Daytona's welcome committed on towards a member here of RRQ. Vin taken out first. Kimura in the back line, harassing. And that will be it. They will have a completed invasion now. The mid tier 1. No, never mind. Irad actually still gets the purple.
Oh, he's just swinging around. And again, the purple pressure coming from Dewa United. Of course, trying to just nullify every possible lead in the hands of RRQ, stabilizing the gold lead as Irad prepares for another pounce.
Yeah, I mean, again, right, for Dewa, this is their win condition. Yeah. It looked like RRQ was winning because they were at the start of the game, but they have to get a bigger snowball than this. Or, technically they can also just gamble on a pickoff. If they can find Watt in these team fights, they get the win. That's really the win condition for RRQ if they don't get the snowball. So, it'll come down to mechanics. That's the Starlium we were talking about. One more item, and this Natan will shred through the front line.
You always have a backup plan when you're, with a Natan, and that Natan will be the insurance for Dewa United to progress further as the later stages of the game goes on. So Irad will be tasked with a hefty burden to take down Watt in, a pickoff if needs be. But Dewa, I feel like they're gonna shield Watt very, very well, especially when you have a Gary, a Barat, a Masha, just waiting in the wings, hiding in the shadows, trying to pick off someone in that backline. So that would be very scary for RRQ.
Yeah. Again, now Gary will try to focus on the invade before the Lord. This might be a mistake, though. Let's see. Daytona's welcome committed. Drian on the backside, looking for Bunny. Does not get it, actually. It is actually Drian that will be taken out. Now, the collapse for RRQ. This is the perfect scenario for RRQ to collapse as they're able to find 4 members of Dewa United.
Gods do bleed, and this time they bleed with the Swords of the Kings. They get their hands on the Lord with a very, very monumental exchange. 4 players down. Kimura next on the chopping block.
Oh, he's not able to escape. Eye for an eye committed. I'm offended now from Banana. will ensure the perimeters, but now RRQ, they will focus down on the Lord instead of the kill, unless Rad thanks another Petrify, oh my lord! Almost an outplay there by Kimura.
Wow, perfect reaction there by RRQ. It worked out in the end. It'll come down to them on how they execute these team fights, and they were able to capitalize, to punish the overextension of Dewa United. They had the Lord in their grasp. They were on the purple buff, but they were too greedy for Bunny. They were too greedy for the purple buff. And RRQ, Irad also, man, his retry was on point there. If he missed that retry, it would have been a very different story. He got it. He demolished the backline. Watt had nowhere to go. Even Kaze and Drian definitely overextended. Jump into tier 2 to go for Bunny QT, who is a tanky member. Like, even though he is a Roger, he is a marksman, he's considered tanky. He has that damage reduction, okay? He's a very beefy boy. He's going for full damage, but he's still beefy, man.
Beefy QT. So, of course, Roger could just, you know, sustain himself fighting. And towards that backline, he also has the lifesteal if needs be. So, for RRQ, they are in Valhalla right now. They could really just tone down everything and focus to ending the game.
For RRQ, they're just taking it slow. Again, they want to try to group up as much as possible, right? For Drian, the advantage that he had previously before the Lord was the fact that he could always just be split pushing, and technically for RRQ, they cannot send just one member to face off against Drian. They had to send more. But Dewa did not use that advantage too much. They actually just used it once, I believe, and then they went back to going all in for the purple buff. So, for now, RRQ will be able to manage those side waves, will be able to manage the split-pushing prowess of Drian. But the one time they isolate themselves, they're going to be in a sticky situation. Even now, wow, they're actually invading. They're going on to Gary, who buys the immortality.
Look at where Drian is. He's in RRQ's jungle, just trying to look for a pick-off maybe, a pick-off or two. Maybe he could also, you know, create some sort of split push in the side lanes, but look at him just trying to camp and become a hermit in that, you know, bush and in that jungle of RRQ.
He's been there for almost 2 minutes, right around those area, if not waiting for the next purple, perhaps. But it seems like, yeah, they are taking it slow. Kimura here needs to be careful, and let's see here, they invade.
Drian fishing for something. Rad senses that something is wrong. But at least this time, RRQ have at least 4 members. So Drian jumps in!
Drian jumps in! Bunny this time will fall. Daytona's welcome connected. Irad now looking for a play, but it seems like Banana will be the next target. And now Dewa United, they are soaring high as Watt claims the double.
They smite down the Kings, and that was Drian again. Patience paid off, but Irad!
Oh my goodness, Irad Cutthroat connects. He wants more, enough energy, but no, not this time.
He's very relentless and he wants to get that kill towards Watt, but it's just not gonna be there for him.
Bunny, you're beefy, but you can't be the one opening up these bushes, man. You get clapped, thunderclapped by the Kage. Drian just demolished him, man. We were talking about how the isolation... Oh, Gary's super low, though.
Irad jumps in with the cables as well. Keys might be a target, but no. All members from Dewa United are still in the Land of Dawn.
Looks scary for Dewa. Gary was low, Kaze was also low. Watt half HP, and Irad was fishing for that cutthroat. But thankfully, they get the Lord, and now, look at how they were able to just tone down the gold lead from RRQ. But come the mid game, come the late game, feels like it could be very scary. As Dewa could probably just turn the tides around.
And they can 1v1 the side lane. Like, look at that. Look at that. Drian doesn't care. This is why the Masha can be first picked. He's a roamer, but he has the side pressure. No, he doesn't have the side pressure of any XP laner. He has the side pressure of even better than XP laners, better than the Paquitos. And hold up.
Oh, 3-man Petrify Rad. Oh my goodness. Low HP. Now Vin committed the... Lemon was there to help RRQ out. Now Dewa, 3 members just trying to give out. And wow, the damage from the Ton, man. Taken. Drian is there with the thunder clap.
The fist of the Kage, even the fist of the god, but a pull from Banana.
Winner's Run committed. Watt is there with attack speed. He's taken out. Bunny versus Watt. Technically, Wind of Nature committed as well.
My God.
But not enough damage. Gary, a little dino. What can he do with the flicker? Lemon is there to find the triple.
What a game we have in our hands. The Kings, they refuse to bow down. Dewa United cleaned up a wipeout for RRQ.
In the absence of Skylar, the alien comes in with Irad. And now they're looking to siege down a tier 2. What a masterfully played fight there with Irad taken down. You would have thought that it might have been over for RRQ, but Irad had done enough. He had baited out enough resources for Lemon and then Bunny Cutie to deal with the scraps. But still, we have to talk about Drian's disgusting damage. He two-shot Irad, bro. That ain't cool, man. That's a... No, man. Oh my goodness. That is still disgusting. RRQ won that fight. They defended. But what the heck was that? And Bunny... Whoa. Thunderbelt.
Thunderbelt.
Last item. Okay, so he sold his boots for the Thunderbelt. So he'll have Thunderbelt and the Weakness Finder. He's going to have a lot of slows. That's a lot of chasing power for this Roger.
Drian was insane. And before he was able to one-shot, two-shot Irad, he was also able to take down Banana to like half HP with just 2 thumbs off the fist. So this just shows how consequential Drian can be, how influential he would be in the little pickoffs that he could really create. He's going to pioneer himself a pickoff. He doesn't really need a setup coming from his team. And that could very be much of a threat for RRQ. So Dewa, even though the scoreboard, tells otherwise 11-20, this game is still a 50-50 one. It's a balance, and this could be anyone's game to win.
It is 50-50, but it's also technically not, because they will have a massive advantage here in the late game. They have an Adatan that is already full items, right? He has a Divine Glaive too. They have so much split push potential with the Masha. They also have a super minion wave in the far lane, so it's not as 50-50 as you would think. If they go on a straight 5v5, yes, it'll be 50-50, but the thing is, Dewa can use their advantages, and that will make the game a bit more 70-30, I would say right now. If they play around their base, if they can bait on and punish the overextension of these dive heroes, the Vendetta and the Masha from Dewa, then yes, RRQ can take it, but it's a battle of execution at this point. It's a battle of who utilizes their wits better. It's a macro game now, and that's a Holy Crystal. Whoa, wait, what? Did he just... Did he sell the Holy Crystal by mistake and buy it again?
Let's see though. But yeah, I wanted to point out that we talked about Lemon being a vulnerable target during the draft. Look at this guy, 6-0-12,
Wow.
not picked up once in a 20-minute game against a Masha, against a Benedetta. Oh my goodness. Heart dropped a bit.
Wow.
But yeah, the Lord, now it shows that Dewa United, they aren't targeting Lemon. Maybe they should, maybe they don't. But it seems like they are more focused on the Fanny and on Bunny.
Lord Nance now. This is a very important Lord to win. Gary, though, standing by on the rear. And RRQ, they have 4 members ready. It's just going to be Lemon clearing the lanes, and Irad is back to the base. So maybe this could be a window frame for Dewa United to win this, get something. But now, Bunny Cutie is ready to pounce.
Daytona's welcome. Gary, though, low HP.
Vin.
He might be taking down Immortality. Now Bunny
Drian.
jumps in. The damage will be enough to take Vin down as well as Bunny. But Irad is there to take Gary down. Now Kimura needs to be careful. Irad is ready with the cables, looking for a kill perhaps. Immortality. There, Dewa United is ready to take Irad down as the Lord is free. Free for all, no retribution. Oh my Lord, it's going to be Key securing the Lord, and Kimura. Slight mistake there, but he falls as well.
One shot.
Oh, so close.
Almost.
Toe to toe, inch by inch. Dewa United now. At least everything is going their favor. Luck's on their side, but it is also because of the stellar movements by Drian as well. He gets a double kill in that fight, just single-handedly trying to cut through the backline for RRQ.
Dude, this Masha is disgusting. I mean,
This game is illegal!
We've been talking about this Masha so much, but man, it is truly disgusting. 2,300 gold ahead. Kimura played it super well too. Watt as well, just using the Lord as a forced error to bait out Irad out of these bushes. And it didn't give Irad a chance to go for that retry. They instead just look for the fight before they go for the Lord. But unfortunately for Dewa, fortunately for RRQ, this Lord has spawned in a bad time. Oh,
2v5? Question mark. He's
Okay.
taken out. Watt now can fall as well.
Oh.
Wind of nature, everything popped by Watt.
Rian.
Now let's see the enforcement. It will not be enough as Watt will be taken out as well.
Oh
Gary
my God.
looking for a kill on towards Rian, but the Daytona's welcome will not be enough to take Gary down. It's a double for Alien as well as how the turntables now. Dewa United.
A sloppy fight from the gods creates an opportunity for RRQ to just push further and further. Bunny Cutie refuses to die. It is the gods that has to be immortal, but it's Bunny Cutie showing that he is not a mere man.
One wave in the dream.
RRQ forcing this one on towards the game 3, and ladies and gentlemen,
Hold up!
even with Kimura taken out, Dewa United will fail and prevail. Welcome to game 3.
The Kings swing their sword. They're able to push through, forces a game 3. Dewa United, that is not the way you want to lose. That was so hurtful from them. That little skirmish at the bottom lane, sending 3 members dying so recklessly, is costing them the game.
The experience plays a big part in this, man. Calm and collected RRQ. Played it disciplined, played it clean. They just waited in the base because they knew that the Lord was not going to be able to be utilized by Dewa United. It was too staggered. It was in the bottom lane alone pushing in. And Dewa, Watson K's. A big misstep from them to go with the Lord as 2 backliners.
It feels like the communication wasn't on point. Watt and Case wanted to just help push the Lord further, but at the same time, Gary and Rian wasn't even ready, so they had to clean up, they had to sweep the floor for the deaths of Watt and Case. And all they got was kills for RRQ. It was so close, but that's not how you want to slip away.
It's just, I don't know, man. Every time this happens to Dewa, it just feels like the first time it was okay, Dewa, you know, it's a mistake that you'll learn from. They did this against BTR, Watt flew with the Matilda, if you remember. And then they did it again, some other game, and it happens again. The discipline in the late game for Dewa just seems to be off sometimes because it wasn't just one guy's mistake here. This is a problem that we've seen multiple times from Dewa, but it is, I think this might be the worst display of that mistake because, sure, Watson K's, they made a horrible mistake in the bottom lane, they went with the Lord. But then they die, and Gary and Drian say, you know what, we'll join. Well, wait, what? That was the worst possible scenario for Dewa.
They knew they were late as well.
Yeah, they knew they were late. Watt's dead body was still there, and they were like, you know what?
We can do a 2v5.
We need to stay solid here. We need to go together. But that ended up with RRQ capitalizing. You don't make those mistakes against RRQ, man. RRQ know how to capitalize. And my God, he was baited into this pick. Dewa gave this pick on a silver platter. They were like, take it and we'll kick your butt. 9-0-16. The most impressive stat. Like you would say 9 kills, 16 assists, most impressive? No. The 0 deaths is the most impressive. He was up against a Masha and a Benedetta. A Masha that can probably 2-shot him.
Yep.
Wow.
Shout out Clara Mongstar as well, somehow. Lemon is the MVP.
Buffed by Clara Mongstar, but of course the highlights by our official gold partner Ube S Gold. It was so close from the early stages of the game. They had their game plan set on shutting Irad down, but then it just transitioned into Irad also snowballing. But at the same time, Lemon is that silent killer in the back line. 9-0-16. So this was a stellar performance from him as well.
Yeah, we didn't really notice him. He went under the radar for such a long time, and then he got a triple kill. Then we're like, wait, yes, you're dead. Wait, there's something going on here with Lemon. How was he able to perform at this level? And you really need to give props to the team for doing that. The way that they've been layering their initiations, the way that they've been covering technically for Lemon. Because Bunny Cutie, with his Thunderbolt build in the end too, he becomes more beefy. And it allows for him to jump in, bait out resources, for then Lemon to be the executor. Not Bunny Cutie, not the Roger, but the Novaria in the back. Just look at the positioning from Lemon. Every time Drian goes to zone him, he takes the long road. And he is just able to dish out damage from the back and win it out. We gotta give special props to Irad too, though, because really, Lemon and Irad played phenomenally this game. Irad, there were like 3 times where he should have not gotten the purple buff. There was no way he should have gotten that, but yet he did. He won the red tree consistently against Gary on the purple buff. And I can't stress this enough. We've said this so many times in the game, but the purple buff is more important than the turtles. And yeah, that was the mistake that we saw. K's, Watt overcommitting with the Evolved Lord. You got damage reduction, but not that much. Not to a point where you can 2v5, brothers. No, no, no. Especially then Gary and Drian, they could have defended. They really could have. And then they would still have the advantage. They have a ton. They wait for the timers, clear the wave. Benedetta almost did it solo to clear the wave. But they were like, yeah, nah, I think we can take them 2v5. After the back lines failed to 2v5, the front lines tried.
On the ton.
They wanted to organize a funeral for Kaze and Watt, pay them a visit. But that was a mistake.
Yeah.
From
very costly one.
And Kaze. And that doesn't really downplay Drian's role and you know, the effectiveness he had in the Masha. He was a threat left, right, and center for Dewa United. And it was what's more impressive is how Lemon didn't even die. His positioning is very sublime, and he is so deserving of that MVP. But for Dewa United, they have to go back to the drawing board now and towards Game 3 as RRQ forces them into that best potential scenario for them.
You know, it's crazy that we also forgot about Bunny, right? I feel like he displayed a very solid game in this game. 6-3-13.
He did not die in that final fight.
He did not die. His positioning was refined at later stages of the game. And yeah, Bunny QT.
Wow.
Over Skylar, question mark?
Come on, bro.
Come on.
Not while he's sick.
Arashi is going to be mad about that. But yeah, the carry and the best wingman both goes to Lemon. The sandbag, though, Gary was there, just constantly soaking the damage for himself. But that's not how you want to end it.
Really not how you want to end it, man. And for Dewa, definitely before RRQ, that's a sweet, sweet victory. Momentum all the way. Losing a 23-minute game does things to you, man. And we've seen Dewa lose control once they lose game number 2. The momentum just swings back.
Yeah.
And RRQ now have this momentum in their hands. Oh, man, that was a very entertaining game. That was a very, very fun game to watch. But I have a nitpick here for the Natan for Watt.
What is it?
So I was looking at the items. I was like, okay. He has the Wind of Nature. He has the Immortality.
Starlight.
The last part of the initiation, he loses the Immortality, and I was thinking, he's not swapping it for Winner. But then I remember he has Wind of Nature. So a lot of players would usually not go for the Immortality plus the Wind of Nature. They would just go for one, and then they will swap it out later. Say if you go Wind of Nature first, once the Wind of Nature duration is gone, you sell it by Immortality. But I guess he didn't want to risk it there. But ultimately, because he didn't want to risk it, I don't know. I think the final mistake wasn't really the itemization. It was really just how they went in backliners against 5 members.
Wow, that was insane. But we will throw it to the stage to Monica Ko for the short interview. Take it away.
Ada Notno dan juga Anissa, halo. Ini yang menarik perhatian Monica bukan cuma Not sama Anissa, tapi apa yang mereka pegang nih, yang dipakai. Ini kayaknya kece banget nih. Ini apa sih Anissa?
Jadi Dewa United lagi keluarin merchandise baru, ada kaos yang kita pakai, ada tumbler, stiker, dan gak cuma itu, selama match Dewa berlangsung kalian bisa dapetin diskon 10%. Jadi jangan lupa beli tiket Dewa United dan pastinya nontonnya di MPL Arena.
Diskonnya 10% ya?
10%.
Wih, jadi ini merchandise paling baru ya, terbaru, keren banget. Lucu banget, warna-warni, lucu banget nih. Wah, anak Dewa harus nih, wajib banget punya nih merchandise-merchandise-nya ini nih. Tapi katanya, Not katanya ini bisa dapat skin gratis pula ya?
Iya, pastinya bisa dong. Kalian bisa datang langsung aja ke booth Dewa, terus mainin gamenya Beware of the Dog. Terus caranya itu gampang banget, kalian tinggal tunjukin tiket gelang kalian, habis itu kalian bisa dapat kesempatan main 1 game. Kalau misalkan kalian bisa dapetin 10 tulang tanpa anjing penjaganya bangun, kalian bisa dapetin kode redeem secara gratis.
Wih, gratis ya?
Iya.
Wow, kapan lagi nih teman-teman anak Dewa khususnya bisa bawa pulang merchandise, bisa nonton langsung nih teman-teman Dewa United main, terus dapat skin gratis juga. Ketemu juga dong sama Not sama Anissa di sini. Tapi anyway, Anissa Not tegang gak sih ngeliatin match hari ini nih?
Banget, ini masih
apalagi
lemes
udah
sih,
satu-sama.
jujur.
Banget ya?
Banget.
Banget. Tapi ini gimana nih? Udah satu sama poinnya. Ini game point untuk match kali ini di game ketiga. Kira-kira menurut kalian bakalan sesengit apa nih? Anissa?
Pastinya game berikutnya seru sih, karena udah satu sama juga. Dan ini juga penentuannya siapa yang bakal menang. Dan harapan kita pastinya Dewa United menang.
Yang pasti Dewa United menang, kita bakal lihat nanti. Tapi Not boleh dong kasih semangat nih buat teman-teman Dewa United.
Buat anak Dewa jangan lupa nonton dan dukung terus Dewa di MPL Arena dan dukung sampai season 13 selesai. Jangan lupa buat beli tiketnya di websitenya MPL.
Yeay, itu dia anak-anak Dewa, langsung nih tepuk tangannya. Jadi jangan cuman support hari ini, tapi sepanjang MPL Indonesia season 13 berlangsung. Oh, terima kasih Not Anissa. Keren banget deh pokoknya merchandise-nya ya. Jadi teman-teman semuanya, anak Dewa terlebih khusus, jangan lupa nih, jangan ketinggalan nih merchandise yang keren-keren banget. Terus ada activity di booth-nya Dewa United hari ini, bisa bawa pulang skin gratis juga. Wah, ini keren banget. Tapi tentunya yang gak kalah keren ini nih ya, game point di match hari ini antara RRQ dan juga Dewa United. Dan para caster sudah ready untuk mengantarkan kita ke game yang ketiga pada match pembukaan hari ini. Silakan casters.
You would always expect this game to go the extra mile, and that extra mile is here. Game number 3, up for grabs between Dewa United and RRQ. Will the gods be able to finally set down that punishment that they're looking for RRQ? Feels like they're ready to just prepare themselves for another king victory. But of course, before we go any further, we want to say thank you to our sponsors. One of them is of course Samsung Galaxy, which with their Samsung Galaxy A35 and A55, you can try out the new Galaxy A Series 5G. Introducing the Galaxy A55 5G, equipped with an Exynos 1480 processor and up to 20 gigabytes of RAM with up to 256 gigabytes of memory. Gaming is also like free thanks to Super AMOLED 120Hz display. 120Hz.
120Hz?
Bro, some monitors won't even reach 120.
Exactly.
I've seen my friends using 60Hz.
Exactly. Some PC modders don't even compete against the A55,
Wow.
A35. And Gani, he's actually experienced it firsthand. He's been using the A55 for his daily phone. And Gani, I know you're a social media dude. You know, you take a lot of good pictures. How's the nightography on that?
Yes.
Sublime, right? It features a 50 MP camera as well with optical image stabilization. So it's stable.
Do you record like action shots sometimes with the OIS?
24/7.
24/7. Man's vlogging.
He's
catch it
vlogging.
out later because you have to catch this first. Head straight to Samsung.com/ID because there are a lot of deals, and Realize
Yes.
will make you realize what deals you can get.
There's a lot of deals, of course. One of them in which you can buy it with installments starting from 400,000 rupias.
Bro, 400?
Don't miss out on the awesome deals, bro.
There's awesome deals?
Awesome deals up to more than 1.8 million rupias.
You get 400,000 installments.
Yes.
1.8 million in deals.
Yes. Wow.
Wow.
So good. But another one of Samsung's product.
There's another?
Another one is the LED, in which you can experience more wow in gaming with the Neo QLED.
Okay, for this
Wow.
one, I can take it, okay? Because for me, I actually use the Samsung TV at home. And everything, dude, is just so clear.
Yes.
The quality. You want to know how I paid for it?
How?
I saved my money. I'm very financially responsible because I use GoPay, bro.
Wow, of course, with the GoPay app, you can save up your money to buy Samsung products like Mirko does. You can download the new GoPay app. It packs a punch. You can enjoy free top-ups and free transfers 100 times a month to any bank.
100.
Any
Oh,
bank.
a month?
20 bank. And you can get up to 20k cashbacks for diamond top-ups directly in-game and the cheapest credit top-ups. You can also join in a mini-game of ours, which is you could guess the winner of each MPL Season 13 match in the GoPay app and win total prizes of hundreds of millions and join various special activities. Just scan the QR code and download the app.
Download the app, join the MPL Season 13 celebration, win hundreds of millions in GoPay coins as well and smartphones. This is true, by the way. Mirko's friend earlier guesses in that GoPay app and he gets millions.
Yep, that is actually quite true, right? That's very, very true. He's still gonna have to wait for the result of this match, though. It's 1-1. If Dewa won that one, then he would be a very happy man on that GoPay app. Oh no, it's such a sad win rate for how good the hero is. Following meta?
No.
Nah. The meta follows Drian. Yes.
Kind of reminds me of that Drake meme.
Yeah.
The Drake meme. And of course, we know Drian is that catalyst for unique metas in his first game in MPL Season 13, MPL ID Season 13. He was playing Cho with the Lethal Ignition and the damage dealer with the split pushes. Just, you know, hemorrhaging towers, turrets left and right. And then he goes for the Masha, one of his favorite picks. And earlier today, we saw the Valentina tank and Rome. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Drian just does Drian things, you know.
He's even like, when what he was is meta?
What is meta? I played the Lapu mid before, back in Onyx, right? I played the Hanzo mid before in Onyx.
Lapu mid, yeah.
Drian, he's just that type of guy. He'll just be like, you know what? Do you want me to play Uranus mid? Do you want me to play some random hero in mid and make it work and make
Argus
it meta?
Mid.
Sure. I mean, at this point, we're just waiting for what else he has in store for us, right?
He's like Lee Sun.
He's like, what?
Lee Sun.
Lee Sun? Al-Gaib?
Lee Sun Al-Gaib?
As it should.
Okay. Well, let's take the damage dealt, by the way. Drian leads the damage dealt. Most damage dealt earlier for Dewa.
Almost, yeah. 15 though.
No,
so close.
No, this is total gold. The damage dealt earlier. I'm just waiting for it. I'm just waiting for it to come out.
Rewind.
Okay. So, rewinding. I'm rewinding. Oh my god, I rewinded to MPLPH. Anyways, 73,000 damage dealt. He had the most damage dealt on Dewa.
Wow,
Okay.
as a roamer.
As a roamer.
No less.
On the Masha.
Was he second on the...
No, he's
World teams?
third because it's number one. He's
Lemon.
actually fourth.
Oh, okay.
So Lemon, and then Irad, and then Bunny, and then Masha. But yeah, I mean, I usually really hate the Masha. I actually despise the Masha. But with that new skin coming out, man, it's got me thinking.
The KOF skin.
The cough skin.
Cough skin.
I want to play Masha now. I love Masha now.
You're a marksman through and through, though.
Nah,
Well,
I'm gonna
Masha
swap
gold
for
lane.
Masha. I'm
Masha
gonna swap
gold
for
lane.
that skin.
And
what about Megumi?
You mean Nobara?
You mean Nobara? I mean
Melissa?
Nobara.
She's not really mad right now, you know.
Bro, you're betraying your waifu, Mirko.
Have you seen the new skin, bro?
I have, but
You would understand if you have. I'm just waiting for the KOF ads to come out at this point, man. The skin collab.
Skin collab ads. But what is coming up next is the drafting phase for the last game of the first match between RRQ and Dewa United, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. And straight up, Masha, man. I feel like RRQ acknowledges that this Masha is giving us a headache. It's giving us a hard time to deal with it.
They had to leave it open. They had to gamble with the fact that the Masha can be picked up as red side in game 2. This time they're like, yeah, okay, we did enough now. Let's ban it out again. Let's go back to our normal Masha, Baxia, Minotaur ban, and let's try to do what we did in game 1. But do they really want to go back to game 1 where they lost?
Again, 3 roam bans and the Arlet taken away. The Baxia as well, it gives kind of like a headway for them to be ahead of Gary because it's one of his favorite heroes to play as well. The Arlet, that flexibility, you don't want it in the hands of your enemies.
Yeah, it was picked up as well from Dewa United when they were red side, right? Valentina and Arlet in that first game. Seems like RRQ, they adjusted. They want to ban the Arlet out now. Asking you a huge question here for Dewa United. Are you still going to ban the Minotaur now? Or the Fredrin?
Yeah.
It does not work out for the side of RRQ that first game, so Dewa United, are they going for the same route?
Do they want to let go of the chip? Because the chip has been banned 3 games, okay, 2 games in a row, now 3 games. Okay, never mind. They don't want that. They don't want that beef. But RRQ certainly do want that beef, right? Fren is notorious for his Minotaur first picks. He loves it. But he doesn't go for it now. It's Roger first pick.
Yeah, Roger.
Roger.
So far has been very prio for both teams. I mean, Dewa picked it up in the first game for what? Second was towards Bunny Cutie. And game number 2, Bunny Cutie was doing a sublime job with the Roger, just trying to bully out the Nathan in the lane, and how he was able to survive as long as possible in the little fights. And even though it feels like he was a bit unnoticed, he was able to deal like the top 4 damage as the Roger. So I do see why RRQ want to pick this up as well. But now for Dewa United, how do they respond to this Roger pick?
Minnow, Fredrin.
Yeah, Minnow
can be taken out from the side of Dewa from RRQ. But no, they decided to go for the Barats instead, not the Fredrin.
Yeah, they really love this Fredrin. They always opt for Fredrin. Even last game, right? There was a possibility of them to go for the... Was it even the Baksha? Yeah, they actually could have gone Baksha last game, but they chose Barats over it. So I think it's a more of a preference thing. Gary?
And he was also pretty... he was able to perform in this Barats, just oppressing a Rod in a few of those purple buffs clashes, and also just chomping him down on that little escape he did down in the bottom lane. Now for Finn, or for the 2 picks left for RRQ, what do they want to pick up here? They could pick up the Fredrin for a Rod, and they will bring themselves again in the Fani and the Navaria. A quick pick for RRQ. They feel like it's safe now, and they feel like this is what we want to play. So this is, 5/3 of the same draft they did in game number 2.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the way to go for RRQ. This is literally, almost the same exact draft that they went for in game number 2. There's already the Minotaur taken away, though, so RRQ will have to try to fill that in with something else. We'll think about that later. Let's think about Dewa's last pick in the first phase. They want to pick Valentina to have that flexibility open. I don't think it's going to be as flexible as it is before, though, because the Minotaur should just be going to the roam, unless they pull off something crazy here, realize, they kind of crazy with it.
They are. They're bonkers with it, so, Minotaur XP.
See? Dude.
Okay. We're not
How
in the
crazy
safe.
can they flex this?
We are not in the safe right now. They can flex this, possibly, but I don't really see the angle.
I don't see the Minotaur angle, right?
Yes.
Like the Barats flex, actually, could still work.
XP, it could go XP,
Yeah, but
go roll.
I don't think the Minotaur can be flexed, right?
You don't want to flex it. It just does not reach its potential.
Do we want to say that, though? we also thought the Valentina could be flexed.
I mean, previously we were shown the poster of Rian. He doesn't follow the meta. The meta follows him. So maybe if he does pull out something out of his magical hat, that Minotaur can go anywhere, unless they want to play it safe, because this Valentina in the hands of Kaze could go in the mid lane. It fares quite well against the Navaria. Good to sustain itself. So for Dewa United, they're still pretty steady with the picks and the bans. They have the Terizla away from the board. That's a hero that could also disrupt the XP lane. The Ruby will be banned out by RRQ.
Yeah, trying to take it away from the XP lane, I believe, here now, because they already have that Minotaur. Last ban, though, Terizla ban. They want to go for another Initiator type, because for RRQ, they are lacking that Initiator. Now no Minotaur, no Ruby as well. Those are the 2 picks that they had to kind of have more initiating prowess. Now with the Ruby, Terizla banned out. What's another XP lane that can initiate? Lapu, I guess, if they really want to go for that.
A Lapu could be a good pick as well, but they don't want to give it away, I think. But for...
Oh, I think X-Borg is a great pick, though.
X-Borg, yeah. X-Borg. Vendetta still up for grabs as well. So these carry XP lanes still very much acquirable for the XP laners. The X-Borg will be banned away, just how Mirko stated. It's a good pick as it is. It is going to be banned away from Dewa. They don't want to gamble it and give it probably to Banana.
You know what I'm thinking, right? With the Fanny here, do you want to commit the Barats in the jungle?
Yeah, I mean, do they want to go Minotaur jungle?
No, never mind. Yeah, I mean, it's still invasive.
Yeah, they could go still flex at XP.
That's what I'm thinking. But can Kimura pull off the Baratsu XP is the question, right?
Not a style?
I don't think that's his style, you're right. So RRQ last ban here.
If they ban out Natan, I'm just saying, Dewa could actually pull off a Moskov here. Against a Fanny, it's really good.
It's really good.
Yes. Yeah.
Last pick.
Exactly, they have that last pick. They can't afford to go for that crazy pick. They banned a Martis instead, so Natan is still up for grabs. Definitely the safer pick, I would say, still for Dewa. But they really want to go for the Natan again, up against the same comp that destroyed the Natan, man.
Yeah, you saw how the pounds, the cutthroat was all just attributed towards the Natan. What was not having a good game, or rather a comfortable game in that game number 2. So a Moskov, we actually earlier talked about it with Omawa as well from the Indonesian desk about how this could be a potential good pick. However, you know, maybe they don't really want to rush it yet.
Robbie XP. Yeah. Robbie XP.
That's true.
Let's see the marksman for that last. Save it for the last pick.
Oh, no! They do! They do pick it up. The Moskov is back on Land of Dawn.
This is a good Moskov game. This is a really good Moskov game. Like, I love the Moskov here. So, here. You are a very good weak side, technically, on the Moskov. The Roger is going to have a tough time. He's going to bully you still, but you have skill too. You have a way of saying, get away!
I need some space.
And of course, as a Fani, I feel like you could really just sustain your way to the little pickoffs. You have a little bit of mobility compared to the Natan, the Moskov. It's good to see him back. I mean, he was picked previously as well. So now for RRQ, how do they want to address this pick? You know, Mirko mentioned how Brody is a good pick, but they have the Roger already in their hands, and they will go for the Kufra and the Fredrin.
Wow. Wow. Kufra, huh? Interesting choice to go for. I guess they're trying to take it. No, it's just they want it.
Catch. They want to catch.
Now, okay, the big question. Gani, what do you think? Do you think this Brat's going in jungle? I think so, right?
I think, but yeah, we need to see that last pick. Maybe they're trying to see the composition first, but now with the Kufra, I think they should just commit the Baratsu to the jungle position.
They're talking to Gary about it. They're
Gary?
asking, like, maybe if you want to go, if you want to play something else in the jungle, that could possibly be a choice for you.
It's Fredrin XP. I totally forgot about it because it's Fanny. So, Akai. Okay, so Barat's XP, the flex.
Okay, they will commit to the flex.
I like that flex, and again, you know, the Kufra pick seemed weird at first, and then you really think about it, and it's just foresight from RRQ. They are seeing a potential Paquito / Benedetta pick from Dewa. They would most rather just have a Kufra here to try to deny that pressure away. In these team fights, the Paquito cannot enter the vicinity of the Navaria Fanny or even the Roger with the bouncing ball. So, kind of forced Dewa to force out a Barat in the XP and bring out the Akai. And again, Kimura, not a style to play Barats.
Yeah, he is well known for the split push XP laners, the carry XP laners, but here we have the draft index for both teams.
Yeah, Fredrin XP. I've been a hater of Fredrin XP. You know it, Gani. I hate this Fredrin XP from like season 11, I think. But it can still work. They just need someone to cover and to just be there for the Fanny.
And here we go. The final game of the match number 1. RRQ against Dewa. Will the gods bleed? Or will the kings once again falter?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 3.
Welcome
Let's
to
see the
Mobile
conclusion
Legends.
between RRQ and Dewa United. Who will take the series?
The Rod starting at red buff though. So same as Gary, they want to speed up the process. They want to speed up the pathing from both sides of the jungle as well. So now Bunny Cutie, I feel like he's going to have a hard time in this lane.
I think Bunny's going to do all right, you know. Early on, Drion's definitely going to try to help him out. The orange buff start, though, like you said, he wants to have more pressure with the purple buff, so it allows him to be more active with the purple buff. Now, already going to the enemy purple buff? No, just lethal. Okay. But yeah, for Bunny, still, Weakness Finder, the option to go for him. He likes it so far, and it actually has been doing him pretty good on those chases.
Yes, indeed. And trying to play it slow. No pressure up in the mid lane. Case just trying to exert or get the minions going. And so far, Brianna's just gonna stick with Watt through the XP, through the gold lane, excuse me. And you can already see an early rotation both from the mid lane and the jungle for RRQ.
You know what? I have 2,000 matches on Kufra.
Wow.
And now seeing this composition, this is not a Kufra game.
Oh, what do you think so?
This is not a Kufra game. Oh, let's see though. Prove me wrong. Bottom side of the map. It's a 3v1 with the flicker as well. Styling Bunny will secure the first blood. Yeah, that's the only thing that Kufra can do is catch Watt off guard. Other than that, it's going to be very hard for Vin to find an impact.
Gani jinxed it!
Don't you love the caster curse? Don't you love it, man? Right? Like, I mean, it couldn't have been timed that well.
Yes.
That's crazy, man. Like, literally. I like the Cooper here, and Vin's like, yo, okay, just look. Oh my god.
Vin's like, hey, you're a caster, not a player.
He did that. Yeah, that's a good way to utilize it, but still, Dewa gets the turtle, right? Watt will have a significant disadvantage in lane still. Moscow's not a laner. He's more of a wait farm and fight later kind of guy.
Invasion ult catches Kimura. No fall damage though. Irad now jumping into the vicinity, and Kufra now will be munched down and taken out. Let's see. Gary soaking damage. Fredrin not enough damage to take him down just yet, as Dewa United will recover and claim Banana as well.
Good recovery from Dewa United after losing Watt in that bottom lane. They're able to get 2 kills. They're able to get the turtle as well. And RRQ, now they have to chase down with the advantages being brought upon by Dewa United.
And yeah, man, I think even though, you know, Vin got that first blood, I have to agree with Gani. It doesn't feel like a Kufra game. The Kufra was kind of picked up to just try to deny the Pito Benedetta, and that it did. But now, let's talk a little bit about that gold lane, why the Moskov has so much value, because it's kind of a physical Natan, in a way. You get really good later on in the game, you play just to not lose the lane, and you're really good at that, because now RRQ, they're kind of forced to always put pressure on Watt on that weak side. If Watt just stays like this, if he doesn't get shut down, then they are comfortable playing it to late. They're okay with it. Meanwhile, for RRQ, they're on the hot seat. They need to look for a snowball.
They need to look for a pick-off against this Moskov again. I'll shut it down, but yeah, Moskov transitions very well towards the late game. Has mobility with the, you know, Abyss Walker. You have the Spear of Misery as a self-peel as well. It was shown how Watt wanted to jump in towards him, pushes, but then Watt was able to push him away with the Spear of Misery. So this Moskov is actually a very valuable pick for Dewa United.
See another invasion here from Dewa. 4v3 for now. Rato will be down with the heavy spin. Vin in the backside, isolated, taken out with Drion actually jumping in. Arad, no purple, and Islo as well, so no objectives on the board for RRQ.
Again, a purple buff invade from Dewa as RRQ falter again in that skirmish, losing the purple buff and Vin.
The Moskov is a non-lane, man. Like, Roger wants to fight, Watt says no every single time, and this time Irad doesn't have purple buff, so he's really not a threat anymore. It's basically the same game they were playing, but just with better picks now.
Vin jumping and now isolating himself in a 3v1. Has the flicker and also actually denies or deflects the Spear of Destruction. Now focusing on the bottom side of the map. Rion and Keys combining, collabing, and finding the kill on towards Bunny.
Good push from Watt, giving away that kill, or that Bunny cutie towards Rion. He just needs to jump in. And that's so good. That's so good from Moskov, that he could join up in this fight with the Spear of Destruction. You know, a 4v4 suddenly becomes a 5v4 because of this ultimate from Moskov.
Yeah. Now I'm just really still confused on the Fredrin XP, right? Because, you know, Gani already mentioned he didn't like the Kufra pick here. I've never liked the Fredrin XP, and this is maybe the weakest point of Fredrin XP that we've seen in MLBB. Because the Fredrin, even in the jungle, clears a bit slow. In the XP, he's technically just there, you know? He's just walking, logging. And he can't even really hold on in lane alone against Watt when it gets to late game. Because, again, like when we're talking about Moskov, you'll have that split push pressure. Usually would expect something to hold the Moskov down. But yeah, the Fredrin doesn't really do that in this position.
No, RRQ harassing or trying to harass Watt, but he still has enough resources to somehow have space.
It's so easy for him to just stay out of lane, help in the other parts of the map, and then go back to his lane with the Spear of Destruction, like what he did earlier just now. It almost costed his life though, but he's all good. He has the mobility and the backup from Drian, so everything is going to be fine. Now, as the game progresses, I feel like it is going to be very, very bloody for RRQ. Dewa, that late game scenario is very good, but look at them wanting to collapse in this bottom side of the map, but they call it off. They don't want to commit further in that bottom lane.
I don't think they can even do that. Like, if they dove there, they would have just died. There's a Minotaur and a Moskov with Inspire, and Gary was also kind of hovering over. Could cancel.
Wow.
But Morris walks up and
So
stops
annoying.
the Fanny, and now it's another turtle for free. Should be for Gary, unless Lemon can somehow steal it again.
Let's see. Rat is top side. No, too soon there. Too early from Lemon. Gary will claim the perfect turtle here in this game.
There was no vision again from Lemon to get that steal the second time again. Dewa United is just so fond of disturbing and disrupting this buff from the hands of Irad. He doesn't have access to that privileges, but now Dewa wants to collapse.
Save in now, soaking damage. Kufra will be taken out now. Bunny Cutie will be taken out as well, as Watts will happily claim the double.
The power of the Moskov is now in show. It looks like he's able to just rattle through the front line of RRQ. It's just so painful for RRQ to deal with.
Yeah, you know, there's a problem if the Moskov is online in the 8th minute, no, 7th minute earlier, right? There is a big problem here. He doesn't even have the DHS. Usually he would wait for the 3-item power spike. But because the team is already so ahead, the Moskov could really just join in these team fights and actually have more pressure than the Roger, who should be the one finding more success in this time frame. Now DHS. He was already dealing that much damage. Now 3-item power spike is done. He's probably going to go for Malefic Roar next. And yeah, Watt is already online, 8 minutes in.
8 minutes is a very premature state for the Moskov to get online, and that spells trouble for RRQ. Now, how does RRQ address this Moskov?
I don't think they can. I don't think they do. At this point, it's like Dewa will have to make a big mistake for them to lose.
Oh my god, now take a look at Vin stuck. Watts will happily kill the kill, but oh my god! Top side of the map is actually solo kill from Gary.
We don't see this a lot in MPL ID anymore in Season 13, but I think this is one of the very few complete outdrafts that we have seen.
It's a draft diff.
Like, RRQ cannot do anything. They are just gonna have to eat it. All this damage with no real response, right? I mean, even with the winning conditions that they will have, or that they think that they would have. The Fanny, the Kai's a natural counter already. You can't get your purple buffs. The Moskov denies the Fanny too, so man, I'm really struggling to find a way that RRQ can like come back from this.
Wow. Unless Dewa United slip like they did in the previous game, it's still able to happen. But this time I feel like they won't, because everything is now in their favor. Lanes are pushing, their items are ready, the power spikes are there, and Watt is already online as a scary Moskov in the 10th minute going towards the end of it all. And now RRQ, they just need to hold further. I don't know what they can do. Try to stem the bleeding in this scenario.
I mean, it's a 9,000 goal lead in a 10-minute game.
Wow.
What can you do? On a Fanny who isn't able to get his own purple or her own purple buff.
Yeah, that's bad enough, right? And then you add in the heavy spin, and then the Spear of Misery, and also a Minotaur on top of that, and a Barats. What can you dive? You can't even dive.
Oh.
It's very a masterclass from Dewa United in the drafting department. Like how they really want to gamble in that XP lane flex. Scary with Akai leads the charge. Irad wants to do something.
Yeah, it seems like Dewa will happily take the tier 3 or the base turret top side. They look for the mid now, as they are still waiting for that minion to crash. But RRQ, they might have to sacrifice 2 base turrets here in the 11th minute of the game.
Yet to see. We have yet to see this Fredrin.
That jumps in. No clear firepower, but yeah, there you go. The mid turret will be taken out. Nothing you can do, Gary, in front of the map here. So King damage taking. Oh, you'll have to say bye-bye. All three. Face here, it's window. Very low. Caught, stunned. Daytona's welcome to Rian with the Minion Fury. Big. Been taken out now. RRQ full defense, but Dewa United, they are in full offense. And Dewa United will shut RRQ down 2-1 this series.
The god sent down a punishment towards the Kings. They lose everything. And Dewa United makes quick work of RRQ as they take them down in a 2-1 match. And that was a quick game, 11 minutes, 29 seconds. They were able to sweep down RRQ. Is that the fastest game we have seen so far in the season?
That's the question I've been asking right after I saw the timer. 11:29, 11 minutes is all it took. One of the rare cases that we see in MPL Indonesia Season 13. Complete outdraft. Dewa United taking that game with no problem whatsoever. Convincing performance. Oh my goodness. That was just like 11 minutes, man. I will have to wait for the confirmation if 11:29 is actually the fastest timer for that. What causes RRQ to fall further in the emergency room rankings? We spoke about this. If RRQ lose, they will be even deeper down in the red zone. If they lost 2-0, they would be 9th. Because they lost 2-1, I believe they shall be 8th. Rebellion will actually be 7th.
Wow. It's just so heartbreaking to see the Kings sink down so far. That was a complete outdraft, like how Mirko was able to highlight. And Dewa, they soar even further in the standings. RRQ feels like that wasn't a case of not being able to play with Skylar. That was a case of just losing straight out in the draft, especially in that last game. So Dewa United, wow, wow, wow. What a showing from these guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a draft diff. It's very hard to win.
Yeah, it is very hard. But now we want to, of course, hear from the players of Dewa United, the insights that they have to share. I mean, we want to see Rian, want to talk about that Masha maybe. So we're going to throw it over the stage with Monica Ko for the winner's interview with Dewa United.
Wow, anak Dewa, suaranya mana untuk Dewa United? Wow, luar biasa. 2-1 kemenangan untuk Dewa United. Dan di sini di samping Monica sudah ada yang katanya meta maker of MPL Indonesia, Drian.
Halo.
Wow, ini Drian. Ini kita lihat dulu nih, ada yang spesial nih buat Drian di layar. Sebagai seorang meta maker of MPL Indonesia, wow, ini bukan lagi Drian following meta, ini the meta yang follow Drian nih. Kamu nih kemarin pakai Chow, ini dengan build-nya damage. Terus habis itu pakai Masya juga, ini perintis loh kamu di season 13, karena kayaknya baru Drian nih yang pakai Masya di season 13. Terus tadi kita lihat juga Valentina Rome, ini gimana sih kamu bisa explore pool hero yang seluas ini loh Drian?
Kalau di rank ya mainnya pick hero ngasal-ngasal aja, ntar kerasa enaknya di mana.
Loh ngasal-ngasal, tahu enaknya di mana terus itu yang dipakai.
Iya.
Seluas itu ya, jadi apapun bisa nih dicoba-coba gitu.
Bisa.
Bisa, tapi Drian kamu setuju nggak nih kalau Indonesia nih bisa jadi meta maker?
Indonesia? Paling
bisa nggak disebut?
Dari gua doang sih kali. Kalau yang lain-lain gue lihat kayak masih belum berani kayaknya.
Oke.
Mungkin di next week atau week ini ada yang keluar yang aneh-aneh tapi nggak.
Jadi bisa dibilang Drian nih perintis meta maker. Benar ya?
Tanya Awat. Iya.
Iya. Awat, gimana nih? Wow, 2-1. Kali ini di stage MPL Indonesia, kamu ketemunya ini sama Bunny Cutie. Gimana nih? Apakah kamu sebelumnya udah berekspektasi mau ketemu Skylar, tapi hari ini ketemu Bunny karena Skylarnya lagi absen, lagi sakit?
ya udah pasti pengennya ketemu Skylar lah ya.
Kenapa?
Kan katanya lagi jago-jago ya dari season kemarin kan.
Terus gimana nih setelah ketemunya akhirnya Bunny Cutie di Land of Dawn?
Ya gitulah.
Ya gitu gimana?
Ya lihat aja hasilnya sendiri.
Lihat aja hasilnya sendiri ya. Jadi berarti nanti berekspektasi di leg selanjutnya ini leg kedua bisa ketemu Skylar ya?
Ya semoga.
Oke Skylar, get well soon biar bisa ketemu. What out nih di stage MPL Indonesia nih. Tapi tadi juga tentunya ini ada veteran ketemu dengan veteran. Rian, gimana nih? Kamu kan seangkatan Vin masuk MPL Indonesia. Tadi ketemu Vin juga. Gimana nih ngelihat comebacknya Vin kembali ke RRQ?
Ya kalau gue ngedengar nama Vin ya emang lebih cocok di RRQ sih daripada di tim lain.
Kenapa?
Gak tau kayak udah melekat aja gitu. Soalnya dari dulu pas aku masih di tim sebelah juga ketemunya selalu Vin mulu yang main.
Oke, itu kalau veteran lawan veteran. Tapi hari ini juga ada case yang hari ini ketemunya head to headnya sama Lemon sang veteran. Gimana rasanya guys? Ini yang lain pada ketawa nih, kenapa nih Kimura sama Gary nih kayak. Apa tuh?
Rasanya lumayan.
Rasanya Lemon lumayan gitu.
Soalnya 3 game gak mati terus.
Gimana?
Soalnya 3 game gak mati Novanya.
Oh, tadi Kimura ngomong apa sih?
Gemeter katanya.
Katanya gemeter tangannya lo.
Gemeter, coba tunjukin tuh tangannya, guys. Tunjukin. Gemeter nggak? Bohong. Jadi tetap menang ya. Wah, jadi itu kalau Gary. Ini kalau kita flashback dikit ya. Ini Irat yang kamu tandingin tadi tuh sebelumnya sempat ngomong nih di stage MPL Indonesia. Kalau yang bisa main Fanny itu cuman Kairi. Tapi tadi Irat main Fanny. Menurut kamu coba nih balikin lagi. Kamu yang nilai nih Fanny-nya Irat.
Jago sih. Iya jago aja.
Jago aja. Tapi gimana tuh menurut kamu kalau statementnya Irat kan katanya yang jago main, yang bisa main Fanny itu di MPL Indonesia cuman Kairi.
Tadi gue pengen Fanny cuman gak dikasih sama Cassius. Tadi mau buktiin soalnya.
Oh mau ngebuktiin ya sama Irat kalau kamu juga bisa ya?
Bisa.
Tapi gimana kalau tadi kamu udah lihat Fanny-nya Irat?
Jago banget. Kalau
kamu yang pakai Fanny dibandingin sama Irat?
Pusing pasti.
Pusing? Siapa yang pusing?
Tim.
Timnya yang pusing. Gary. Tapi boleh dong Kimura. Ini selanjutnya kalian bakalan ngelawan Aura. Kalau flashback nih ya di leg yang pertama kalian menang terus senang nih bisa ketemu Aran, bisa ngalahin Aran. Selanjutnya kalian bakalan ketemu lagi. Apakah kamu berekspektasi untuk bisa mengalahkan Aran lagi, Prince Aran?
Pasti.
Pasti.
Iya, gue semua SP lane pasti gue gak ada takut-takutnya kan. Cuman ya gak tahu kan tergantung coach aja mainnya atau enggak. Gue mah gas terus.
Gas terus ya. Tapi ini kan kalian akhirnya Dewa United sudah dengan berakhirnya match kali ini sudah selesai nih leg pertama di MPL Indonesia season 13. Menurut kalian ini setelah leg pertama kalian udah ketemu semua tim. Yang mana nih yang jadi mungkin tandingan kalian yang paling sulit nih, paling menantang yang bakalan diwaspadai buat leg kedua? Awat deh.
Ya kalau lihat dari stand-in sih ya pasti Bigetron sama AE. Soalnya belum pernah lawan AE kan, belum pernah menang lawan AE kan dari season lalu.
Jadi leg kedua itu ya, harus goalsnya menang nih lawan AE. Terus tadi katanya strong contendersnya juga Bigetron. Kalau Rian?
Onik.
Oh Onik, mantannya ya, Onik ya. Ya itu yang ditunggu-tunggu lagi itu strong contendersnya. Tapi balik lagi nih, sebelum kita mengakhiri interview session sang pemenang kali ini, untuk pesan-pesan untuk tim yang bakalan ngelawan Dewa. Kimura deh, balik lagi nih. Kimura, pesan-pesan dong buat Aura. Siap-siap ngelawan kalian.
Ya buat Aura semoga bisa menang sih. Tapi kayaknya susah kalau gue main.
Oke, kita akan lihat nantinya tentunya ini bakalan sangat sengit banget untuk pertandingan selanjutnya. Dan kita bakalan ngelihat bagaimana pertandingan hari ini antara Dewa United dan juga RRQ yang bakalan dikupas tuntas oleh para casters yang sudah ready di sana. Sekali lagi, anak Dewa, mana suaranya untuk Dewa United? Wow, silakan casters.
And this is it. We're still waiting for the MVP asset, it seems. And here it is. The MVP, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. It is the last Kage, Drian.
He's a god now. He is 206.
Yeah, he is a god. He is immortal so far, no deaths.
Yep.
And with that Minotaur performance, you know, in that last game, he was able to shield Watt from every possible gank that was going towards him. But he was, I think he was more of a star in that second game, even though they lost it. But the highlight here, presented by the official gold partner, Evos Glory.
I agree. That's what I was about to say, right? I mean, game 3 was a very okay, like it's a Minotaur, standard
Smooth
Minotaur
sailing.
performance, but it was really game 1 and game 2 that gave Drian player of the match, especially game 2 on the Masha, man. I mean, you can say especially game 1 because of the Valentina too. But yeah, honestly, the highlights presented to you by Ubes Gold for game 3, there's not much to talk about, honestly. It was just a complete outdraft, and Dewa understood what they had to do with this composition. They have an Akai, they have a Barats, they have a Moskov as well. Moskov plays weak side, they control the neutral objectives, get a snowball going, control even the enemy jungle. With the help of the heavy spin, Irad will never be able to retrieve. Because he was winning the 50-50s in game number 2 on Defani against the Barats. But when you have a heavy spin, it's not a 50-50, man. We spoke about this in game 1 too. It becomes more, well, against a, in game 1, it was against a Fredrid, so it's more 70-30. Now it's against a Fanny, so it's more 100-0, honestly. Especially when you have no purple buff. And what a convincing win for Dewa. What a performance by Dewa, understanding exactly what they need to do with this composition. 9-1, 11 and 30. I mean, 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh man, yeah. The Moskov, when we saw the Moskov get 3 items, get his power spike in the 8th minute, I think we all know really what was going to happen. We all knew it was over at that point, right?
We all knew from the draft.
We all knew from the draft. I mean, with the first purple buff being taken away with Akai, I think, yeah, we kind of had a vision, but they were able to pick off Watt once, so after that we were like, okay, maybe they have something cooking. Turns out no. Unfortunately, they couldn't have, and yeah, like, this is just normal build from Moskov. There's nothing too crazy. The Roger Bunny went for the Watt build, technically, that he went for in game 1 on the Roger. He went for the Wind Talker into the Haas Claws, into the Melfic. He needed a bit more sustain up against this comp. But yeah, they just fell flat, man. And I will stand my ground from Season 11. I've been saying this.
Fredrin XP.
Fredrin XP. I've been saying this since Season 11, and that was when Fredrin was actually good, you know? Like when he was actually super crazy prio, he's broken. Now he's in the jungle, very good, but he's no longer that broken. Put him in the XP, and I think you will get similar results to Banana here. A player as good as Banana. We were literally hyping him up, talking about how he is our 7's apprentice.
Yes.
Yeah, on a pick like this, I don't think you can do too much. Very unfortunate for Banana, but that's the grim reality.
And this is it, the golden moment by Ubes Gold, our official gold partner.
Gua dulu ya. Dapat Roger guys. Gua flicker guys. Gua TB.
Masih ada minion ya?
Gua cut atas kali join guys.
Pani di gua.
Boleh. Kufra. Pani. Kufra cancel.
Ulti Kufra.
Aman. Gak ada damage. Pani solo kill guys.
Nice lah.
Mau lagi?
Mau lagi.
Atas sini guys. Nom meledak. Bareng. Kufranya guys ya.
Aman.
Nice boy.
Gua cancel.
Low Kufra guys.
Kufra nih.
Kufra. Gua buka. Belakangnya gua tutup.
Ada gua cover Pani.
Gua masih ada stun.
Ini masuk bisain guys.
Bisa.
Nice guys.
The screams of passion from the Anak Dewas, the gods. They are now crawling towards 5th place, and that just makes RRQ even fall further into the pit. They're now 7th.
I want to take a look at the standings again and see where this will put Dewa with a win. Yeah.
Are they 8th below Evos?
RRQ, you mean?
Yeah.
No, they should be.
I think they are.
Yeah.
with another loss. Luckily
They're
for
still
them,
collaborating, right?
collaborating. That is also true, Gani. And that, I mean, that's a very, very interesting coincidence, right?
Wow, but of course we have Pioneer program here, an esports academy program through Academy for the Nation. Moonton Cares and Hope Cup will be organizing a fundraising event for the Garudaku Academy. The funds to be given will be calculated based on the in-game gold achievement during all matches in weeks 4 to 6 of the regular season of MPL ID Season 13. The gold earned by MPL professional teams will be accumulated and multiplied by 30 for the donating amount.
30.
So let's witness Moonton Cares and Hope Cup's contribution to the development of the Esports Academy in Indonesia. So the farmers will be playing a huge role, you know, Skylar and maybe other gold laners that likes to farm, you know, they probably will contribute a lot, but the players, man, they farm a lot and they'll also contribute to charity.
I mean, just yesterday we saw the game go 37 minutes and both teams had 100k gold.
Wow.
So, yeah, we already got a whole lot of gold from there.
Times 30.
Times 30 just from that one game. One game,
Yes.
right? So hashtag Moonton Cares, bro.
Moonton Cares. Moonton Cares. And that is, of course, a pioneer program for the development of esports in Indonesia because we have to develop it further. But of course, what we have to do now is take a break before we move on to the second game of today. Alter Ego versus RRQ Esports is next. But we'll catch you after the break.
Stay tuned. See you. Love you.
Woo.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap, dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Noxvolt. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Dikasih ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
up mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Games match andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma Games Max makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because I'm party.
맥시가 치가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on.
오케이. 파워 게이사.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Noxvolt. Be awesome every day.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
top up mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Where?
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
맥시가 지가운다요. Hey, come on, come on. 오케이. 파워 게이자.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Roxfold. Be awesome every day.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
termudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Where?
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gaza.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Noxvolt. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
termudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Sampai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Geisha.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Noxvolt. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Dikasih ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
termudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pada klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu,
Wow, MPL Arena semakin panas di minggu kelima, hari yang kedua hari ini. Dan kita masuk ke match yang kedua yang akan mempertemukan antara Alter Ego dan juga Aura. Ini bakalan menarik banget ya. Karena kita bakalan melihat sang veteran juga yang berada di Alter Ego, ada Rek. Tapi tentunya ini pertandingan gak bakalan mudah ya. Karena akan bertemu juga dengan Aura yang memiliki Yawi. Wah, ini menariknya. Kedua roamer ini pernah mengangkat piala kemenangan M-Series. Wow, kayaknya seru juga nih. Sebelum kita lihat mereka ketemu di Line of Dawn, kita lihat mereka ketemu dulu di stage MPL Indonesia Season 13. Mana tepuk tangan untuk Yawi dan Rek? Halo, apa kabar Rek, Yawi? Kok jauh-jauh kesini doang dikit? Nah, are you ready? Udah siap? Rek udah siap ketemu Yawi? Yawi udah siap nggak?
Siap. Siap.
Siap, dua-duanya siap ya? Siap banget?
Ingat gak?
Banget ya? Banget, tapi anyway, ini gimana nih kalian? Sebelumnya ini kan pernah berada di bendera yang sama ya? Dulu pernah sama-sama di Evos, walaupun beda region. Ini kalian sebenarnya udah pernah ketemu gak sih? Mungkin lewat scrim atau baru hari ini bakalan ketemu nih, Rek?
Pernah ketemu, nah di follow juga IG-nya sama Yawi.
Pernah ketemu, itu kan kalau lewat sosmed, ketemu langsung. Kalau di Line of Dawn udah pernah mungkin scrim bareng gitu, ketemu di
Dulu
scrim.
pas di tim sebelumnya pernah masih adik-adik Yawi.
Masih
Sekarang nggak tahu
adik-adik,
ya.
masih adik-adik Yawi ya. Yawi gimana? Katanya waktu itu ketemunya masih adik-adik.
Gue udah ketemu dia di scrim, tapi gue udah lupa kapan.
Udah lupa kapan? Katanya because you're still young at that time. What do you think? Loh, kok ketawa? Ketawa
Biasa
doang,
aja.
Rek.
Biasa aja.
Biasa aja, Rek. Rek, ini kalau lihatnya ini gimana nih? Kamu ngelihat Yawi ini nambahin nih contenders, roamers, persaingan roamers di Indonesia. Ini menurut kamu gimana sih Yawi di Indonesia?
Gak gimana-gimana sih, sama aja kayak yang lain. Tetap PYN nomor 1.
Tetap VN nomor 1. Iya, tetap VN. Berarti menurut kamu gimana nih setelah kamu lihat nih Yawi kan udah bermain dari season ini udah beberapa match. Kamu lihat Yawi sebagai seorang roamer yang seperti apa? Apakah kuat nih untuk menandingi tim kamu hari ini?
Harusnya kuatan AE sih.
Kuatan AE?
Kuatan AE.
Kenapa?
Ya nggak tahu kuatan AE aja.
Pokoknya nanti dilihat aja gitu ya di Land of Dawn nanti. Tapi Yawi. Ini gimana setelah kamu lihat ya, Rek bermain di week keempat kemarin, ini luar biasa atau seperti apa? Biasa aja?
Dia jago banget karena semua support comfort dia kan. Terus harus diban semua.
Oh, jadi kewalahan ya kalau ketemu Rek berarti? Apalagi sekarang kan metanya tuh lagi support healer ya, dan kalau kita tahu ini Rek signature hero-nya kan Angela, ini roamer healer. Itu bakalan sulit gak sih buat Yawi mungkin kalau ketemu Rek nih?
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Welcome back to MPL ID Season 13. Of course, we have one hell of a match today. Next on the menu, it's Alter Ego against Aura Esports. Before we go any further, I want to say thank you to our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Our official e-wallet, GoPay. Our official gold partner, UBS Gold. Also, our partner in esports, we have Dunia Games, GamesMax, Araimo, and Telkomsel. And also our suppliers, Indomaret, Point Coffee, Neo QLED, Super Smart TV Plus, and Saturdays. And also our government partners, PBSE. Thank you so much for supporting MPL Indonesia Season 13. But now, the rumble continues. It is going to be a meeting between the world champions. Humble beginnings for both of them. They used to be playing in the same organization, namely Next Play Evos for Yawi and Evos Esports for Rek, and now they meet here in the Land of Dawn. In Indonesia, in MPL ID, it's Alter Ego and Aura.
On different teams, right?
On different teams.
Yes.
Alter Ego versus Aura. We don't even know if Alter Ego are going to utilize the lineup with Rekt, but we do know for sure that Aura will be utilizing Yawi here. So let's hope that Rekt gets a chance to go up against the M4 World Champion as the M1 World Champion. But let's take a look at the regular season standings too. Some updates, actually no updates. So, RRQ still standing strong there, 7th.
Dewa moved up spot though. sitting in 5th place now. So yeah, now let's focus on Aura and Alter Ego. They're sitting currently 2nd and 3rd, which will solidify them in the playoff run. But who will grab the 2nd spot is the question.
Yeah, this is indeed a very, very strong start for Aura Esports. I mean, you know, Mirko said it in one of his videos. I actually watched the tier list on how Aura wouldn't make it to playoffs, but you know, it's so nice to see Aura Esports being able to push the extra mile, and they're looking to actually go even further up the standings. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, they have been a very solid team as well, but you know, it's not without a loophole that they could exploit.
Yeah, and I think that's what really makes these two teams very interesting in Season 13, because Aura had an abysmal start to the season in week number 1. Yeah, like you said earlier, I put them in no playoffs just based on week 1 because of their, again, horrible performance. And Alter Ego started things off really, really well. But then as we go through the weeks, Aura improved, Alter Ego kind of stagnated. Let's take a look, though, at the 2 world champs.
The showdown of 2 world champions on MPL ID Season 13 stage. We have Rekt and Yawi, respectively, both winning the M1 World Championship for Rekt, and for Yawi, it is the coveted M4 World Championship. They have been in the same teams, or the same organization. Rekt playing for Evos Esports, and Yawi playing for Next Play Evos. Again, we could also pull this back to the veteran showdown, because Rekt himself is a veteran playing for Alter Ego after going through so much changes throughout the seasons. And Yawi himself could also be considered a veteran, and now entering the line of dawn here at MPL ID. It's going to be Rasi playing, Rekt? So no World Champion showdown.
Never mind.
I mean, it's okay. Rasi is still also a solid player for Alter Ego, and for Aura Esports, it's Aran, Gugun, Yaskiel, Yawi, Kabuki. No changes.
Yeah, no changes for Aura. Some changes, just one for the side of Alter Ego. An interesting one here, trying to go for the mechanical roamer in Rasi.
Looking to solidify themselves in the upper brackets. Standing-wise, still with the main 5 this season. Will Yawi be able to perform against Rasi in the other side? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, it's Aura Esports.
The Red Dragon, the circle around the arena. It is Aran without his friend.
It's Aran.
Aran Esports!
It's Aran Esports.
Aran left behind, or rather, having to enter a stage by himself.
Yeah. It's all right, though, for Aran. He's been playing really, really well. The whole team has been playing really well. Again, the adaptations from week 2 onwards have been phenomenal for Aura. They found the vision, the synergy as well. And when asked, Yawi also did say the same thing. In week 1, they were only testing the synergy, and unfortunately, it wasn't there yet. Now, they're looking like one of the favorites to take the trophy.
No Rekt this week, but it will be Nino and Rasi in the lineup. Let's see how will they perform alongside Taz, who is very stable in the jungle position. Ladies and gentlemen, looking to solidify themselves and perhaps grabbing that 2nd position, it is Alter Ego Esports.
3 masked rebels enter the stage, and Taz with a good luck hat, seems like. That will bring him up in the standings. He'll fly with that hat, I guess.
I don't know if this is a reference, because, you know, Taz has, a lot of people have been talking about the similarities between him and Russell from Up. So maybe that's the hat from Russell from Up. Maybe he'll do the pose too, you know, the wing pose thing that he used to do. But there you have it, man. Alter Ego still with this lineup. It almost seems like they had too good of a start, because a lot of teams have finally been able to read their play style out. Very good in their template. Early game aggression, when they get things done in the early game, when they get the snowball, it's almost they're almost unstoppable. But if the enemy team can hold them off, weather the AE storm, that's where it gets dangerous.
And that also raises a question on the importance of durability and consistency for these teams. Sure, you could go off a flying start, but if you stagnate, if you slip with just one moment, the momentum will be gone. And Alter Ego could have solidified, could have cemented even further their leads that they have, but it wasn't just there yet for them. So now they have to dabble into Aura Esports, looking for that win to, you know, shrug them off a bit from the trails.
You know what, thinking of the season, I feel like both teams have structure, but I'm leaning towards Alter Ego in a sense where I feel like they are more a structured team if you compare it to Aura. Doesn't really speak towards the standings, but I feel like Alter Ego can go along this season.
It's a different view of things, right? For Alter Ego, they have a shot call and they listen to that shot call. Unfortunately, sometimes they don't. We've heard that many times. But for Aura, they have one voice but 5 minds. Everybody thinks and does whatever they want to, right? They are 5 individuals with different ways of approaching the team fight. But when Yaoi makes a shot call, if they want to go in, they go in their own ways. For Alter Ego, it's kind of a full commit kind of situation. Or, that's why. It's kind of weird for Alter Ego. It's kind of inconsistent for them. Aura have been more consistent based on the last 3 weeks. But let's take a look at the keys of victory presented by Samsung Galaxy for Alter Ego. Respect Kabuki's carry and Claude. Week 1 to 4. In week 1, Kabuki was actually bullied, was actually forced on different heroes. Not the carry, not the Claudes. But since then, for some reason, every team has just left him carry and Claude, and that's why he's been able to perform. One team, though, that didn't was Bigetron Alpha, and that was the team that was able to beat Aura at their own game. Legit, from the early game all the way to the late. And obviously, beware of Aura's layering gameplay. The way that they play, yes, obviously, sometimes it's with Yaoi's initiations. But when Yaoi gets a hero like the Angela, a reactive hero, the team can also function just by layering their skills together. They're really good at that. Kind of reminds me of something Echo would do usually. Keys to victory presented by Samsung Galaxy for Aura, though, now weather the Alter Ego storm with Aran's split pushing. Not just from Aran's split pushing, there's a whole wide description of what this means, weather the Alter Ego storm. Alter Ego have been doing really well, finding a whole lot of success with the template gameplay at the start, getting a snowball, and then transitioning that snowball into a win. But every single time they do not get the win, every single time they do not get these objectives, or even when they do but the enemy team trades around, Alter Ego struggle to end the game. Alter Ego struggle in the mid to late with their decision making and with their overall macro. The last one earlier, we saw don't tunnel vision, because even though you want to try to weather out Alter Ego storm, you don't want to give them free objectives, you don't want to fully commit, you can also play their game. If you are better than them at taking the neutral objective early on, at winning and getting the snowball, just do it. We've seen Aura so far, they've been able to do that against every team. Holy moly, look at those stats.
The man on your screen is none other than a handsome, middle-parted hair Gugun, who has been very stellar, of course, as Aura's objective shining bright, because he has always been able to consistently get the objectives. You could look at the total rate, 65.12%, the Lord rate, 72.55%. So Gugun is someone I also want to highlight because he has been the X factor for Aura Esports. Now then, he has this kind of like equal matchup against Taz, because I feel like Taz is also the typical jungler who could carry the team in a way that he could always get the lead. Everything could be funneled towards him, and he could be the one who to carry the game. But Gugun is much more of a team player, much more of an objective approach towards the game. So, you know, these two kind of similar or rather different playstyles could really just clash in today's matchup.
I think what's now important for Aura, they need to be able to convert that objective wins into a game win instead of just the objectives, right? So let's jump into the drafts and see what will both coaches cook for both teams.
Presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, of course. 3 quick bans already from both teams, and it's gonna be a quick pickup.
Wow.
What the Roger? Roger is very prio lately.
Yeah, especially against Kabuki. When you ban out the carry, you leave open the Claude, no problem against the Roger. Like, the Roger is the pick that you want to go for up against the Claude, and that's why Aura were trying to set up for that Claude pick, perhaps, with the Harith ban themselves. I think at this point with the Roger pickup, they'll just save the Claude pick as the final pick in the first phase, or they might not even go for it. Maybe Kabuki has learned a few new heroes in the 2-week break. For Aura, there's a reason why there's a don't tunnel vision in the keys to victory. They can't tunnel vision. They can't just think about weathering the storm. They can also think about just beating Alter Ego at their own game, that neutral objective department, and that's why they go for the Barats here. A super, super reliable jungler to get those neutral objectives. And it does seem like that is the route that they're going for with the Vexana. They want to control these neutral objectives. They want to start the snowball themselves.
Indeed, indeed. Because they have picked themselves up, a Barats and the Vexana, and a Luoyi alongside the Ruby. Of course, we have seen Swalo actually pick this hero up as a kind of a surprise pick, but so far it has been doing pretty well in the hands of other mid laners. And yeah, I do agree for the case of Kabuki, he can't really tunnel vision because sometimes he is well known for his mechanics, but you can't really only rely on Claude, on carry. What if it gets banned? What if it gets bullied? You have to be able to play other heroes in that goal lane.
He needs to widen his hero pools, right? But a different approach here from Alter Ego. Usually Krite was picked for the second phase.
Yeah.
This time, Nefari opted for a early Krite pick with that Lui. And take a look at the CC, a hero that has yet to surface today, finally surfaced in that third pick. Minotaur, ignored in this first phase.
And a comment from the Professor KB, one of our analysts in the MPL ID Indonesian desk. When talking about the XP lane that is extremely stable, it's Pi. He takes on all job desks. Don't watch him during streams. That's a mistake. You have to watch him when he's playing in MPL ID. On the streams, he's goofy.
He's very goofy.
He's clowning everywhere.
Yeah.
But on the stage, on the arena, he is a monster. And so far, he has been one of the consistent performers for Alter Ego, especially when you're talking about an XP laner that could really just zone out, set up for the objectives. And this is also one of the paths to victory for Taz when he wants to get his hands on the objective. When you have an XP laner that can set it up like Pi, you're in safe hands.
Yeah, to put it simply, right, he's just, I don't know, Pi, he's an interesting one for sure on stream. He's a very funny dude on stream. But really, let's talk about the draft again here with the X-Work ban, the Kanja ban, the CC. Usually we don't see this pick as a standalone pick. We always see it combo together with the Angela. They're the ones who actually ban out the Angela. Now we're seeing the Cho ban from Alter Ego. So much respect given towards the Cho. Even though they have a Ruby, they have a Luo Yi, and they have a Roger who can go for Purify too. This might be actually a Roger jungle angle they're looking for, by the way. That's why maybe they had to get rid of the Cho. If the Roger is going to the jungle, he can only go for retreat. He cannot go for that Purify. So that's why they banned the Cho. I think for Aura now, leave the Roamer as last pick. They need to have that catch potential. If this Roger truly is going to the jungle, maybe we get to see something special from Yaoi. Maybe we get to see something like an Atlas.
So Natan here makes sense.
I mean, honestly, I think Claw's not banned.
I think it's Kabuki's playstyle as well to play the Natan.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to Claude, technically. Kind of like Skylar, right? He plays Claude and Natan, but Kabuki's more explosive. That's why the Claude kind of fits.
Okay.
Wait.
That could still go roam, I think. Or maybe they want to opt for a Rat's roam.
Yeah,
that's a flex pick, the Akai.
Is it really a flex though? Because the CC is already picked up. XP, so Barats is... It's Akai roam. That should be it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It makes more sense. But, of course, for the hands of Aura, they are looking for something that could pin down the Roger if it indeed goes to the jungle. Now for Alter Ego, it's up to them how they want to play this composition. Do they want to funnel everything towards the Roger, or will they have a different approach in mind?
Very interesting to see what they go for here, because Aura, the way that they picked up the Akai. Oh, it's a Chip and the Luo Yi!
Debut pick for Chip.
Oh man, Luo Yi Chip. The TP. The TP squad.
Bro, you will have control of the map with two of these heroes, of course, Chip and Luo Yi. Macro game is in the hands of Alter Ego.
Man, I'm still speechless. Is this the debut in MPL ID?
This is the debut pick.
Yeah.
Not the debut ban, because we've seen it banned so many times already.
Debut pick.
Oh, Chip. What's the gold laner? What's the marksman?
So confirmed Roger jungle with this pick.
Yes. Chip, Rome, XP, Ruby Gold.
Ruby Gold. We have seen it played before by Nino, and it did not really go very well, but yeah, the Claude. A safer pick for Kabuki, but does it excel against this lineup of Alter Ego?
It's tough to play this Cho against this lineup, man. Firstly, you know, the Roger has so much kill pressure in the lane, so the Chip can actually just teleport people down there. On top of that, you have a Loi diversion, who will have a lot of pressure in the mid lane, and even if you jump forward towards Alter Ego and dive him, there's a Ruby. The Wolf King, I'm offended, it can really stop you in your tracks. So Aura, the way that they have to utilize this Claude, you have to play it really, really well. But again, if Aura are able to win out the neutral objective battles with Brats, Vexana, and Akai, I don't think Alter Ego's comp will really mess with them, you know? If they stay consistent with that snowballing. It's tough to do against this comp because they'll always have a man advantage.
Interesting debut pick with the chip in the hands of Alter Ego. Will they be able to slaughter down and make meat of the Red Dragons, or will Aura Esports strike first? It's Alter Ego against Aura Esports.
Who will strike first in this best of three, ladies and gentlemen? Let's jump into the land of dawn.
Welcome to
With this
Mobile
debut pick, will Rossi be able to create the impact that is needed against Yaoi?
Already being such a disruptive force on the purple buff, and that is where Gugun wants to play it. So Rossi, he does have that prio, but talking about Luo Yi and Chip, aside from map control, what do they want to achieve with these two pickups, Mirko?
I think it just has to be map control, right? I mean, obviously pickoffs. With map control comes a whole lot of things. So really, the main objective is that map control. For Luo Yi, you can get a lot of prio in the mid lane just trading against Yehezkiel. We've already seen that. But I actually want to talk about the other side of things, which is Yaoi on this Akai. What the Akai enables Aura to do is to give Gugun a faster route in his own jungle. You saw earlier, Yaoi was actually leashing the orange buff while Gugun was doing the purple buff. So already in that sense, Gugun will have a lot of pressure to play with as well. Remember though, the Taz on this Roger will also be clearing quite quick. Man, I'm trying to like figure out right now how Alter Ego will play around with the debut pick of Luo Yi and with the Ruby. They've tried this before, the Ruby in the gold lane. It did not work for them. It was up against Onyx. And now against the Akai. The Akai roam is something that we don't usually see a lot, but Yaoi has played this before in MPL PH. I believe it was Season 11 where he actually popped off on this pick. He played really, really well. It's also a debut pick for him. Take a look at that win-lose for the Gugun Barats pick though. 0 wins, 4 losses. So looking for his first win here, but that may be a pattern that we have to pay attention to.
It's quite ironic how Gugun has been performing really well with the Barats, winning those Red Tree fights, but he's not yet able to really pick up a solid win with the Barats. Now a run gets jumped in.
Quite low now with the teleportation though. High and right. Will be able to claim first blood. Now Yaoi flickers out of the way. Oh, with the Eternal Guard here, hinders the movement of Pi. But of course, turtle control will be all Alter Ego.
Alter Ego, they strike first with the turtle and the first blood. With the diversion, of course, it's gonna be a very, very scary surprise factor for Alter Ego. They have the shortcut, they have the diversion to really just pop behind the lines of Aura, and they have to be wary of that gank potential from behind.
Yeah, that kill pressure, man, really crazy damage from Crichton, even from Rossi. Sound prediction presented by Samsung Galaxy. You can see it right here, but really, man, that teleport was disgusting, right? The fact that they could attack from so many different angles. Rossi pops the teleport as well. Whoa.
Towards Rossi here. Oh, the damage will be enough to chunk him low. And with the Yehezkiel on the backside, will secure the kill. It's a 1-for-1 kill-wise.
Yaoi will play a pivotal role in the upcoming team fights with the heavy spin. Could always collapse on the backlines of Alter Ego and disrupt them. You know, just trying to chaotically screw up their formations when they want to set up for the objective, when they want to walk into the jungles. So Yaoi will be very, very important and crucial in the upcoming team fights.
Back to the keys to victory, right? For Alter Ego, I mean, this composition is built to snowball. This is basically the same composition same kind of composition, not exactly the same to what we saw Onyx play yesterday. They need a snowball to happen early game so that they can transition into that mid with their ultimate power spike. For Aura, it's all about weathering the storm now. They try their best to go and contest the neutral objective. They can't, so they don't tunnel vision on it. They don't commit on it. They lose a run, they're fine with it. They trade, and now they're looking to just farm up again. That's, again, very, very good by Aura, but they have to be careful because once we get into that mid game, there's going to be more creative ambushes that could happen from Alter Ego with how creative this composition is. Diversion into the TPs from Rossi's chip. I'm really curious to see this combo, man. We've seen this in Cambodia, I believe. Shout out to CFU Gaming. But Aura are on the turtle.
White walk was used by Rossi. No clear follow-up though. Crash course committed on towards around now on the front side of the map. It is actually Yawi. Heavy spin for Gugun. Now Pi and Rossi looking to create havoc, but it seems like Aura will have enough space to back away now. Will they commit on towards the purple?
Wow.
No. Aura will claim control in that purple buff.
Good decision from Aura to just disengage after getting the turtle. And look at how scary it could be. Oh, Kabuki though, stuck. Nah, he's gonna be fine. Yawi is there to back him up. Rasi and the entirety of Alter Ego want to jump towards this turret, but Kabuki is still trying to recall back. And they jump in with the Blazing Duet!
Okay, very aggressive now. Taz receiving a lot of damage, but they won't be able to claim the turret now. And the mid side Pi is actually there.
Oh
with
my
the
God!
diversion play! Oh my lord! The damage will be enough to take Iran down. Wow.
And that is a deciding factor as well for this composition from Alter Ego. They could always turn the tides around. 4v2, pop the teleport, pop the shortcut, and you can always be in a 5v4. Even Pi up in that XP lane could always join in the skirmishes or the fights ensuing later on.
That's why the mid game is going to be very dangerous for Aura. The more turns they lose, the more creative Alter Ego can be with where they teleport, where they decide to look for this crazy ambush. Aura, they're going to have to do double time on the thinking here. They're going to have to think about every single possibility on which bush could be the next one that Alter Ego will use to attempt another flank. And right now they are really just on full defense mode. They are really trying to weather the storm because Alter Ego, they're doing as much as they can with the prior that they have, Macro. Aura can look for the fight technically, but they can also just chill and wait and weather that storm. It's getting increasingly dangerous, but if they are able to stop that full snowball from happening, actually have a chance at coming back here. You know, Kabuki and Kabuki, especially with his full items later, will be a big, big threat to Alter Ego's backline. Like, Lo Yi cannot handle him alone.
Kabuki indeed will be the edge of the spear for the Red Dragons, but now again, an objective contest for both sides. Gugun, we have known him as one of the most stellar performers with that retribution, but Pi with the penalty zone.
Penalty zone flicker committed. Taz pinned down, and
Gugun,
as well as Gugun will secure the turtle now.
Oh
Damage will not be enough. Yawi, oh no flicker, but he has enough mobility to escape. Alter Ego, he did not stand idly by as they walk the mid for Taz, as Yawi will be taken now by Nino. Now, Aura, they are looking to hold on. It seems like Alter Ego will trade that turtle for the kill.
I was about to say how I love Aura's patience. After they got that objective, they chose to disengage, but a pick-off happened where Nino was able to get Yawi in that process. So at least the game plan is clear for Aura. You get that objective, try to disengage, and just try to, you know, flee away. Don't force any more of the kill potentials towards Alter Ego.
This is exactly what Alter Ego saw in the keys of victory technically. Beware of Aura's layering. The layering of skills there was phenomenal. Perfectly timed Detonus Welcome to cancel out the penalty zone CC into Yawi's heavy spin on the Roger so that the Detonus Welcome will still be used to anti-CC and just get the retry clean off of Alter Ego. They're trading, they're weathering the storm, they're doing exactly what the keys of victory are telling them to do, and Alter Ego now, they're kind of, now it actually gets frustrating for Alter Ego. Sure, the later the game goes into the 10-minute, 12-minute, they will be able to find more creative angles. But because you have so many possibilities, you might be the one that's forced back.
Down committed here. Heavy spin on towards Taz. With the help of diversion play now. Kabuki very low at the backside of the mat. It's actually Pi securing the kill. Iran low. Rossi flickers up. Iran will die next. Now Yawi in the front side of the mat will not be able to stand the damage as Pi claims the double.
It looked so good for Aura, collapsing onto Taz with that heavy spin. But again, the diversion, the shortcuts coming in from Alter Ego is just way too OP. They will always have the man advantage, or at least they can equalize the man advantage that Aura Esports has. So again, a 4v5 or a 2v5 even becomes a 5v5 full on in that top side.
What is personal space when you have Lo Yi and Chip in the opponent's side, man? Wow.
Wow, indeed. Aura, they try to utilize the window. They thought they had opened up a window where they have held back Alter Ego enough for their carries to get a bit of a power spike, but it was still not there yet. Alter Ego we spoke about this early on as well. Their mid game is insane. So that's what we saw. They were able to group up with the chip ult, with the Yi ult to the diversion, and all of them just clumped up together in a pure 5v5. Game fact.
Game fact by Gope. New application. This marks Chip's debut in MPL ID Season 13 and is the 67th hero to pop up in MPL so far. MPL ID, at least.
Sheesh. Unique hero pool. Shout out.
Lot
Shout
of
out to Drian for contributing the most, probably, but the chip. Rossi is also, by the way, Rossi is tied now with Drian, I believe, in unique hero picks. Remember earlier it was 10 with 17 games. Now it's going to be 10 for for Rossi too in 17 games. So right on there. For Aura, I really just want to take a look at the items here, but the items haven't been shown yet. Kabuki is on the way to the corrosion side, but he's actually kind of greeding out here for the Wind of Nature too.
Crash time and crash course. Crash course and overtime has been committed by Rossi. Yaoi looking for an angle.
The Lord.
To pin and use the heavy spin. Oh, Taz with the shortcut will not be able to claim something. Yaoi though will fall first. Aran as well will be taken out by Nino. Kugan looking for Taz, who is 1 HP with the flicker. Yehezkiel wasn't able to finish the job as Nino plays a double. Right on the other side, we'll find Kugan instead. And that's the collapse by Alter Ego.
Taz again surviving 2 near-death experiences. He's able to weather the storm and just run around in Lycan form, pouncing away from Aura Esports, and this is what Alter Ego wanted. The mid game is all theirs now, 10-2, 5.8k gold lead, and they have the Lord in their hands.
Aura held off the first 8 minutes really well, but then Alter Ego, right as that 8-minute mark came through, right as they got that power spike, they decided to keep on fighting, keep on scrambling, and this is what the composition is built to do. It looks chaotic, but that's why Alter Ego went for the composition that they have right now. Aura, still, for their gold lane, he hasn't hit the power spike yet. Yehezkiel too is quite behind compared to Krite, who is 1,000 gold, almost ahead of Yehezkiel. So that's what we're talking about. He actually, oh, wait.
Here, Nino, pinned down by Yaoi. The damage though will not be there.
Oh.
But take a look at the recovery. Gugun is taken down, and now Alter Ego, they wreak havoc. As Wind of Nature though from Kabuki comes in clutch.
Oh my god, the werewolf comes out from Taz, and Alter Ego siege the base of Aura Esports, the Red Dragons. How long can they hold this pressure from Alter Ego? They're everywhere around the map. Yaoi gets pulled into Nino.
The Mega by Pi. Very nasty, but Taz again! Oh my god, stop this werewolf. He is unstoppable.
A 0-4-0 Aran on the Purify CC. And Aura are just completely on the back foot. Alter Ego have a 9,000 gold lead. They have all that they wanted with this composition when it was drafted for them. This is the mid-game that we were talking about, the scariest mid-game team composition of all time, probably, man. 2 fighters, a Roger Snowball in the jungle, a Loyi Snowball in mid, and a Chip to bring everyone in. Let's take a look at the items, man. Like, okay, this is what I was talking about, the greed a little bit from Kabuki that ultimately paid off, that he survived the Roger Lycan pounce because he greeded up for the Wind of Nature. He already bought the item component to go towards the corrosion side, but then he went for the Wind of Nature instead. So he did lose a bit of value of when that power spike should hit with the corrosion side, but he traded it with a defensive item, which ultimately saved his life. Arando, he's completely shut down now. I don't know. With the CC, I think this is maybe the reason why we don't see CC a lot when he's not comboed in with an Angela, with a healer.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's just definitely not able to tank up as much damage. He's not even able to deal damage.
It is very hard for CC to just sustain so far. I mean, sure, the DPS is there, but when you don't have the backup from the healers, from the Angela, you know, preferably paired with the CC, it's just going to be hard to tear through the base or through the front line of Alter Ego. But does a late game scenario, you know, happen to be feasible for Aura Esports?
It does. They're okay in the late game, actually. They're pretty good. With the CC scaling as well as the Claude, they can do very well, but the thing is, late game is still quite far away, and Alter Ego have almost a 10,000 gold lead with the base turret taken down already. If they get this Lord, they might actually be able to clear and end the game. Aura don't have the best high ground in this game. I mean, they have a Claude that can clear. They have Vexana, but I don't think it's enough to really hold on to this dive from Alter Ego. And Alter Ego can just play back and forth. Once we reach the late game, it'll probably be 3 base turrets for Alter Ego. So when Aura hit their power spike, it might have already been too late. That's what Aura needs to cancel out here. Rossi flanking.
See here, Gogun, pulled by the unfriended Yaoi, heavy spin, quite late. But yeah, Yaoi will be the first one to fall as Gogun might fall next with the slide. It will not happen. Taz claiming the double.
Wow, the Lord now. In the hands of Alter Ego, they are setting their eyes on this Lord and probably on this game. Because this is so hard for Aura Esports to recover from. Sure, how long can they weather the storm? How long can they hold? Because this is the mid-game power spike already for Alter Ego. And it is going even worse for Aura Esports.
It's going really bad for them. 11,000 goal lead for Alter Ego, 14-2. It's so chaotic. You'd expect Aura to have more kills, but it's been all Alter Ego since the 8th minute of the game. And like I said, Aura still have plan B, insurance in the late game with the Claude, but at what point will that happen? Probably like 18 minutes. They're going to have to buy another 3-4 minutes to get Kabuki to that point, and by that time, Alter Ego would have probably already taken down 3 base turrets. Looking at the way that they're managing the waves, though, it's a bit off, so Aura will still be able to defend this, actually. No problem, never mind.
Let's see here, the initiation. Daytona's welcome committed just to have immunity. Lord, this is the not evolved, but enhancement. Yeah. They will be able to take that one down. And yeah, somehow they are still surviving with 2 base turrets.
They hold on.
Yeah, it's just a weird wave, like the way they manipulate the waves is kind of weird.
Okay, let's see here, Gogun now. So king damage in front of the side of the map. Oh my god, Yaoi will be the first one to fall alongside Gogun again. 3v4 now as Rossi was also a casualty. Iran trying to soak in damage. Taz now looking for an angle, but no, they will commit to the base turret instead in the bottom side.
Alter Ego still patiently waiting to pull the final blow. Pai misses his penalty zone, and Iran next in the chopping block.
No more escape. Oh my god, Taz! He jumps in, does not have enough damage, but Kabuki now looking for a taste to have a kill. Now Taz still looking to hold on here with the immortality. And this time they will have to back away, though 3 base turrets already claimed and secured.
Alter Ego scamper away from the base, and Aura Esports playing base defense. They win the first round, but how long can they hold this?
Like I said, I don't know. I have no idea. Like, they've already bought the time for 18 minutes, so technically they have bought enough time to get to their power spikes, but the 3 base turrets have been taken down. Despite the waves, the initial waves, Alter Ego didn't manipulate it that well. They were still able to capitalize on the second super mini waves coming in, or Lord buff waves, actually, to get these base turrets. Now it's all on Alter Ego. Let's take a look at the replay to see how that happened. We were talking about how they should be able to manipulate the waves, but in the end, we completely forgot that their dive potential is disgusting. Aura need to try to survive this kind of dive, and they were not able to. Their 2 frontliners got melted down like they were nothing, and that was really what enabled Alter Ego to go for the 3 base turrets. And now, this is what I was saying, it's going to be tough for Aura. They've hit their item power spikes, but the timing and the situation has changed completely. They have 0 base turrets. There are super minions always slow pushing towards them. They're going to have to go for a pickoff. They need to find a small advantage somewhere, because when it comes to manipulating the waves, they will not have that advantage at all. Alter Ego need to misplay in some way, or Aura need to find a crazy Yaoi flank.
The lanes are pushing. Side lanes specifically for Alter Ego. Gugun gets collapsed on. He's going to be fine. And the Lord now in the hands of Alter Ego. They want to get this. Yaoi spins in.
Yep, heavy spin. Take a look at the damage he is taking, though. Very low HP now. Alter Ego will be able to zone Yaoi out. And with that, that's a free Lord. Should be for Alter Ego.
That was an attempt from Yaoi to just shoo away the members of Alter Ego, but they're strong enough to just fight Yaoi head on, so that Lord is going to be the key to unlocking this crystal for Alter Ego.
Diversion. Triton Taz now run. Oh my god. Tickle damage there almost. Intimidates Iran a bit there. But yeah, he is still in the Land of Dawn.
It's a 13,000 gold lead, 19 minutes now. Evolved Lord. We spoke about how Aura don't have the best high ground wave clear. They're going to... Man, with the Evolved Lord and the full dive. The layering from Aura has to be perfect, and even then, they might not be able to defend. Alter Ego are on the way to secure game number 1 with the Chip Lo-Yi combo.
This might be the final push in this game. Let's see. Diversion will just act as a distraction. Kabuki, though, my goodness. The damage he was receiving now. Eternal Guard popped as well. Lord launches top side. Aura, they are trying desperately to defend this base. Now take a look at Yaoi receiving heat. Taz low, and he needs to back away. No immortality for Taz. Good now. Also low. They need to juggle, but the base will be the main objective. And Alter Ego finally secures game 1.
The winning moment by Samsung Galaxy A55. Of course, it's going to be Alter Ego convincingly taking game number 1. Aura Esports, they hit their power spikes, they hit that late game, but the timing was not right. Everything was in favor of Alter Ego. Aura Esports concede game number 1.
An absolutely beautiful execution from Alter Ego.
Clinical.
Didn't get tunnel vision, didn't get scared of Aura's macro trades happening around the map as well. The fact that they were able to contest the neutral objectives and hold them off for 8 minutes. Alter Ego still kept composed, something that we haven't seen from Alter Ego in a while, and it's come back to them. This time with Rossi in Overrect. They've played a phenomenal great game. I'm really impressed by the Lo-Yi and Chip combo. They played it so well. It was chaotic, it was controlled chaos, something we usually say for Aura, but this time it's for Alter Ego.
It's crazy how they had their grasp on the entirety of the map. When you have to teleport abilities, you are bound to suffer. And there is so much that Aura Esports can take. The first few minutes, they're able to weather the storm, they're able to just layer everything around, they're able to just disengage. But it's way too much for them to handle. I mean, for a few minutes, you know, Gugun gets the neutral objective and then they disengage, they try to flee away, but Alter Ego was constantly on the hunt, especially when you have the 2 teleport abilities. So Aura Esports just falter.
I mean, they weren't able to withstand the 12,000, 13,000 gold lead, 3 super minion waves on top of an Evolved Lord and buffed minions. I mean, yeah, that last push wasn't really their fault. I think they had to rethink and redo what they were doing after the 8 minutes, because they played the first 8 minutes really well.
I think their main theme here was just space, and space they get with Lo-Yi and Chip. And let's see here, the player of the game. Ow!
I kind of caught off guard when Goni was screaming, ow, ow, ow. It's going to be Taz, the MVP, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. This guy was very influential on the Roger escape deaths multiple times. It was insane.
It was getting a bit too close to comfort. I mean, like, and really with the Thunderbelt, with the Brute Force breastplate, this is what we were talking about as well when we saw the Roger picked up in the first match. So adaptable, this hero. We've seen Weakness Finder, we've seen Quantum Charge, we've seen Impure Raid, we've seen Thunderbelt build, we've seen the full attack speed build, and in the mix with the Wind Talker and the Endless into Haas Claws. And for Taz, he actually just opted to go for the War Axe, so that's something that we were talking about as well. Kyrie played with the War Axe also yesterday on this Roger. Seems to be the favorite when it comes to Roger jungle. But this is the fight that ultimately caused Aura to give Alter Ego a snowball opportunity. They thought they had done enough in the first 8 minutes to weather the storm and to get their power spike, but the power spike was not there yet. And they, because of that, small mistake of making a play happen and forcing a fight just a bit off time to their power spike, Alter Ego capitalized on it completely. And again, throughout this game, it is just Alter Ego snowballing. But really, that core moment of when Alter Ego started to gain control of the game was the 8th minute. If that did not happen, who knows what would have happened. Because at this point, Yaoi is just getting shredded like it's nothing. Gogun is getting shredded like it's nothing. Aura's frontliners have completely failed after the 10th minute mark, I think, because of just how much damage Alter Ego have and because of how behind Aura were. This is the moment they kind of messed up the mini waves, but it didn't matter. With the second mini waves coming in, they were able to take it. Then through the forced error of going for the fight, going for the Lord Dance, going for and being patient, composed enough to wait for the minions, they're able to take the Evolved Lord and ultimately end the game as well. No rush in the end, too. Usually that's where Alter Ego kind of falls. That's where a lot of people or a lot of teams are able to punish them. But not here. Alter Ego played it perfect.
Indeed. We talked about how the heavy spin and the frontliners of RRQ Esports with that was very, very pivotal in trying to even prolong the game, but it was just not enough because Alter Ego, again, so much potential ganks that they could always do, ambushes, and also the team fights, when you can always turn around a 4v2 into a 5v4 with the ultimates, with the diversion, with the shortcuts. And that was the name of the game for Alter Ego, and they were able to utilize that into perfection. Sure, the wave manipulation wasn't really on point a few times, but when you have way too many things on your plate and 3 base turrets, RRQ Esports can't hold no longer.
Not at all. And we were talking about that power spike. It already hit for Kabuki. Look, full items, right? Yeah. But the thing is, Yaoi is too behind. He was, compared to Rasi, 3,000 gold behind almost. 2,300 more. Yeah, that's kind of crazy, man. He only had the Athena, Anti-Charis, and the Dominance Ice, while Rasi only needed 1 more item for full. So it's the frontliners being too behind. Yep. Still though, sandbag damage taken there. Gugun and the carry. Wow, he has skill.
So far, Gugun hasn't won with the Barats.
Yeah, 0 and 5 right now with the Barats.
I mean, as much as how Gugun has been a stellar performer with the Retributions, he hasn't been finding success in the Barats, and I wouldn't put, pin the blame on him in that game. I think it was more of a Alter Ego showing compared to a RRQ Esports, flop or like a slip up, and it was so scary. But we will throw it to the stage for an interview with Monica Ko.
Loh. Kapan juara?
Terus. Bagus.
Wow.
Udah bagus, Bang.
Ini orkestranya dari Alter Champs keren banget nih. Ini ada apa heboh-heboh ini? Apalagi ini kan kayaknya mereka baru Alter Ego tuh kali ini pertama bermain ya. Kali pertama bermain setelah lebaran. Minal Aidin wal Faizin, mohon maaf lahir batin.
Ya, Minal Aidin.
Wah, ini kenapa heboh-heboh Isolnat?
Heboh-heboh tadi gue lagi mempraktekkan gaya Cici tadi.
Oh, kayak Cici ya?
Iya.
Tapi ini lagunya ini menarik nih. Endingnya ada pertanyaan, kapan juara nih Topeng 3 nih?
Udah saatnya sih season ini sih. Udah saatnya. Insya Allah ya. Ya, puasa nggak lu pada kemarin? Udah.
Benar ya?
Ya.
Oke, kita lihat doa-doa Alter Champs sekuat nih puasa-puasanya ya. Tapi anyway, hari ini kalian juga heboh-heboh dukung Alter Ego. Ada apa lagi nih?
Nah, gue pengen infoin sih buat lu pada semua. Kita heboh karena ini match pertama kita nih kelar lebaran ya Wir ya. Jadi gue mau ngasih tahu nih ke lu pada semua kalau Alter Ego itu ada ngadain promo 50% untuk setiap match day Alter Ego. Itu loh maksud gua, ya kan? THR lu banyak nggak kemarin? Ya banyak, udah sana. Check out aja, langsung cek-cek pantengin Alter Ego merch.
Oke,
Gitu.
pantengin Alter Ego merch.
Yoi.
Ini berarti udah paket lengkap ya, diskonnya 50%.
Untuk setiap match Alter Ego main.
Setiap match Alter Ego main. Tapi belinya harus di
e-commerce-nya.
E-commerce-nya, tapi
Ya.
pas Alter Ego main. Berarti sekarang loh lagi diskon.
Bener, sekarang lagi diskon. Makanya kata gue bilang lu pada pantengin terus tuh Alter Ego merch di e-commerce-nya. Ya, kapan lagi ada produk-produk keren nih ya dari Alter. Lu pada diem gak sih?
Waduh.
Ya.
Tuh.
Jadi Alter merch semua pada diskon 50% ya. Pantengin terus.
Pantengin terus.
Ya.
Tapi Alter Champs dari tadi ribut-ribut. Emang udah punya, udah beli?
Nih.
Oh.
Ini original ya.
Tuh, jangan mau kalah Kalah dong sama Alter Champs-nya nih.
Ya, ini original. No cheat, no GB pokoknya.
Oke. Tapi kita udah nggak sabar untuk melihat game selanjutnya.
Ya.
So langsung saja.
Kasih tahu dulu.
Kasih tahu dong.
Lagu lagi cepat. 1, 2, 3.
Wow, kita bakalan lihat kapan Alter Ego bakalan juara. Langsung saja kita masuk ke game selanjutnya. Silakan para caster sudah ready di sana. Wow.
The Alter Champs Orchestra and their conductor ready to fuel the fire. The players of Alter Ego, and they were able to burn down RRQ Esports in that, game number 1. So it is very important on how the fans are always able to hurdle the players to performing at their best.
That was, again, from the supporters, it was clean too. It was, I think, kind of like reflected the Alter Ego performance in game.
Indeed.
In game and out game, seems like they are very, very coordinated.
Indeed. They also had a conductor in that game of them. And I also want to highlight Rassi. He is one of the best players. But before we go any further to the player highlights, of course, we want to thank you to one of our sponsors, of course, UBS Gold, because coming soon is the epic collaboration in a limited series, UBS Gold x MPL Season 13. Stay tuned in May 2024 on @ubs.gold and @ubs.lifestyle. It's also available at ubslifestyle.com or UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. You can take a look at the assets here in the lower thirds. Look at those cool collections that you could add to your, maybe your room or your handy bags. You could pull it out and show to your friends the epic collaboration of UBS.
It's as easy as that, as simple as that.
Yes.
Donnie, you mentioned to me and to us, to everybody, you kind of flexed on broadcast that you have 2,000 matches on Kufra. Well, what's your win rate?
60.
60.
60%.
That's insane for 2,000. How do you do it? How do you do it, Donnie?
How do you do it, Donnie?
60%
Games max.
Wow.
You don't know? Huh? Well, if you want to watch and also play the game without lag disruption, check out. Because it just makes your game session smooth.
Wow, and of course, aside from game sessions, you can also watch your favorite teams compete in MPL Season 13 without the lag with Games Max Booster. You can always buy the package and activate it at tcell.id/GM Booster. Wow,
It's as simple as that. Go and check it out, ladies and gentlemen, right now.
And next one, of course, before you want to get that 60% win rate, you need good listening, you need good sound, and that could be achieved by Araimo, in which you can check out the Araimo FreePods Lite exclusive Edith Edition, the ultimate choice for gamers, with Edith's distinctive sound and gaming mode that takes your gaming experience to the next level. Plus, as the official partner of MPL, there is no doubt about Araimo's quality. Get a 10% discount at the Araimo official store at the Orange Store with the code ARAIMOMPL. You can simply enter the code in the coupon section before checkout, and you can unleash the unstoppable sound. We have the Edith edition, but I think Gani is looking forward to the Kufra edition maybe in the next season.
Hopefully.
That's my favorite peripheral, is all I can say.
Wow.
For sure. I think it's everybody here on the desk. Also the people back at home, our favorites together.
Araimo.
Let's talk about what's not my favorite though, and it's a CC pick.
That CC pick was arguably something that Mirko didn't like. Why did you not like it, Mirko?
CC's combo together usually with the Angela. I can see CC work as a standalone, but definitely not like now. It's tough. He also went for Purify. I thought for sure because he doesn't have the Angela, he would go for the Vengeance. But yeah, he went for the Purify. He did get out of the CC coming in, but the damage was just too much every single time. The CC does well because you do so much consistent damage, but you have to soak in damage too. That's why the hard guard from the Angela gives you so much value, and that's why that combination is deadly. When you can't soak in enough damage, when you have a Purify instead of a Vengeance. We've seen Purify work before, by the way. I'm not saying that Vengeance is always better than Purify. Purify is really good too, but in this game, he lacked the survivability in these team fights, and technically everyone on the team did. Gugun wasn't. Well, he took the most damage, but even then it was not enough. He was melted way too quick. So I just think no CC, you know, unless they actually have the Angela pick open for them. They were the ones to ban Angela, and they also picked the CC.
That CC pick could have worked quite well if paired with the Angela. So yeah, that was kind of questionable. But talking back about how I was highlighting Rashi, I think Rashi did, you know, play that chip pretty well. He was disruptive in a sense that he was able to always open up spaces. And I want to take us back a bit in an intermezzo in which Yawi said that, you know, Oh My Venus was the best roamer in the world.
True.
But then Rasi, in the community of the MPL Indonesia, he is dubbed as Oh My Rasi because he is also very stellar in his hero pools in the roam department. So maybe he could be the next apprentice of Oh My Venus. But now we jump into the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. And again, the Matilda and Xborg ban for Aura Esports paired up with the Baxia and Croc taken out of the fray. So what do Aura Esports want to execute now? As the chip is taken away.
Yeah, as expected, you know, we've seen Chip banned out today a lot, especially after a game win. I think now they really understand, they really respect. Okay, we get it, we get what the Chip can do. Okay, now let's ban it away. And Alter Ego are the ones to ban out the Angela. They know that Aura might actually be looking to go for that CC again, but this time accompanied with by the Angela.
Indeed. The Angela taken away to really just divert the attention from that CC. Now, what do Aura Esports want to first pick strongly? Because we have seen towards the second half of this, you know, season, that Nolan and Joy has been very open, not picked much, but the prio now falls into Roger. So the Roger is going to be the first pick for Aura Esports.
Because of the flex potential. Flex and adaptability. You talked about it. We touched on Desk, right? Itemization-wise, talents, emblems is so versatile, and it seems like it's just, for now, it depends on the playstyle, preference as well. Let's see here, Alter Ego, what will they respond? Minotaur was neglected in that first game. And yeah, of course, apart from the Nolan and Joy, the obvious, let's see here, what will Alter Ego go for? They switch sides. Will Alter Ego be able to win now, being on the red?
Ruby, a good pickup. If we are looking at the previous game, Nino is performing in that pick. Another low E pickup.
Wow.
Are they still adamant in that kind of like, you know, gang from behind playstyle?
I think it's still really good. I mean, coming into week 5 of MPLID on stream, I've been talking about how I think Loyi will be the top prio mid laner, but we haven't really seen it up until today. We saw it for Rebellion, but Rebellion, for obvious reasons, they have been prioing the Loyi since before it became super prio. Before it was cool. They did it before it was cool. Now it's cool, but I don't see a lot of teams utilize it that much. Alter Ego, I like the fact that they keep on doing this. The Ruby as well. This is such a good pick now. I used to be a hater of the Ruby first pick. Now I love it. Why? Because it's a flex to the gold lane, and it's actually super good at the gold. Very good on Rasi's hands as well. It's like for Alter Ego's case. Oh, what? Joy and Barats. Okay, now we play who's the jungler guess game now.
Right.
Who's the jungler?
It's gonna be Joy.
Joy?
100%.
Okay.
There's no way Joy. It could still be flex towards XP, but I don't know.
Okay.
I don't see it being an XP.
It's Joy.
It's
You think it's
Joy?
Joy?
It's the jungle. What do you think it is, Mirko?
I'll make it a bit interesting. I want to see Roger in the jungle, but I think realistically, I'll put Barats in jungle.
Barats? Oh.
Because
Joy goes XP.
Joy XP.
Okay.
Joy around Joy. Wow, that's interesting.
I mean, it's also good for... It's a good side lane hero as well, if you want to talk about it. But for Alter Ego, a Harith.
Okay.
So, I don't think there is going to be a Ruby gold lane, but this Harith could still... Yeah, most likely it's going to go gold.
Most likely.
Most likely.
What are the chances of it going to the jungle? I think it's a bit too much to ask for, maybe? Very reliant on the purple buff. You
Make it
need to
interesting.
have that, but yeah, okay, let's just act as if this is a normal meta, right? Harith gold, Ruby roam, Loyi mid. I don't think they have enough pressure as of right now to really utilize this Loyi completely. But that might change when they wrap up their drafts here. But Alter Ego are definitely in a tough spot now. They don't know what to ban, right? Wait, what's going XP? What's going where? What they can't ban is a roam, and they will ban the roam. That's the Kanja banned out. Don't know if they want to go still with the Cho ban. That's what they went for in game number 1, a Cho ban. They have Harith and Ruby. They have a lot of countermeasures against that Cho already. But it's Yaoi, so I don't know. Masha banned from Aura.
Masha banned out, so they still sniff the potential, you know, flex pick to the roam to the jungle area with that Masha. They'll take it away from Alter Ego, and now Alter Ego left without a mid laner and an XP. XP and a jungle. If we're talking about, you know, a normal meta, because they already have low E, excuse me. And they will take away the Tigreal hands of Yaoi.
Makes sense, right? Because with Luoi, with Ruby somehow, and also Harith, you somehow want to clump up when approaching a fight, when engaging, and perhaps with the Tigreal or Tigreal, it might mess up your formation. So now, Aura, what will they ban out last here? I think they should commit to another EXP possibility, but no, they will opt for a Nolan ban.
Yeah, Harith combo with the Nolan, I guess.
Still deadly.
So rare to see Nolan ban in the second phase. And they take it away, so now for Alter Ego, sniffing for either a jungler XP mostly.
I think Terizla still makes sense here for Alter Ego for Pi.
It's tough though, to go for a setter. That's why the X-Work was banned early. Aura have a very anti-CC comp. Deton is welcome, electrifying beats. So that's why maybe we also didn't see the Arlet come in from Alter Ego. So it's tough. If they want to have some lockdown, it can be dodged away from. I'm wondering what they want to go for here. Jungler?
Someone who can peel.
Let's hear from the crowd.
Would be pretty safe to go for the CC. So it's almost like right now, whoever bans the Angela picks up the CC, right? Now it's Alter Ego who do it. Don't know if it will work the same way that Aura made it work, which is they didn't make it work.
Aside from the Angela, what goes well with the CC? I mean, it's almost gonna be a healer, but I feel like with Angela, it's like the perfect match because you can always teleport into that CC when, you know, just trying to assert the pressure and the DPS.
If you can create space, the CC is good. And I think for Alter Ego, they kind of already have that space. They have a Harith, they have a Loyi. It'll make it very hard for Aura to choose who to target because there's so many members from Alter Ego dealing damage. Almost everyone is a very good damage outputter. Ruby is roamed on. That's still the Cho. We said it earlier, and then the Varia too. Now we just have to see what goes where. Is a Baratz gonna go to jungle, or is it gonna be the Joy?
Yaoi special with the Cho. I mean, he has his own skin, so that is going to be a signature hero picked up now. Lastly, for Alter Ego.
Does Fred make sense here for Alter Ego?
Yeah, who? Fredrin.
Fredrin.
Yeah, I think it might. I think
sensible, right? But
Natan jungle? Nah, they don't have enough frontline.
They need frontliners. They need someone that can somehow peel.
Yes. They don't really have that peel with the front line.
Oh my god! Everyone has damage!
True.
But how do they deal with the, you know, in-your-face composition that RRQ Esports has? Because when you have the Cho, when you have the Roger, you can always jump in, dive into the backline.
Yep.
And when you can't really peel for that damage, it's going to be very hard for Alter Ego to deal with.
It is going to be very tricky, considering that there's already a Cho, someone who can lock you up as well. So now, I am expecting Harith, Purify, Luoi also Purify potentially. But then let's see, right? Again, that Fanny pick threw me off.
Indeed.
But does it make sense? It does.
It does make sense. Make it make sense, and that is the headline for the drafts, both from Alter Ego and RRQ Esports. Will Alter Ego be able to sweep it off with a 2-0, or will the Red Dragons bite back? It is game number 2 for RRQ Esports against Alter Ego.
Land of Dawn, here
Welcome
we go.
to
And
Mobile
let's see.
Legends.
Okay, Kabuki, Weakness Finder with the Flicker. Now let's see, yeah, as expected, 2 Purifies. But I believe it was not Luo Yi who equipped the Purify. It was actually going to be CC's going to be high, and Bright opted for the Flicker instead. Even though going up against Yaoi, This Cho is going to be very annoying.
It is indeed going to be very annoying. You can already take a look at how he's everywhere on the map already. Even Pi chasing him down. And now for Alter Ego, they just need to, stay away from the engages from Aura Esports because they have that engage potential, especially when you have the Joy running around in circles. Yaskiel is just safe and sound behind the backline, shooting away the meteors.
Oh, this lane though. Yeah, I mean, looking at the way that they've been playing this so far, I mean, with the lethal ignitions too. Remember what I said about the CC? You need to give them space. They have so much space. Like, why would Aura go for CC in these team fights? They would go for the Herod, they would go for the Fanny. There's no real reason to go for the CC, and I think that this is how you actually make the CC work alone. So we'll see if that actually comes to fruition. I've also been very vocal. I think in past seasons, I think it was season 10 or season 11, when Taz first made his debut in MPL, when he made his Fanny debut. He's the best Fanny I've ever seen back when he was playing in MDL, but obviously a different league. Hopefully, he's not rusty on this Fanny. I would love to see what he was able to do in MDL again, but only on the bigger stage.
We have seen his Fanny. Previously, he was very, very good with it. The side lane pressure as well, exerted by him and himself alone. And now the question is, how does Alter Ego really absorb the damage from Aura Esports as they get their hands on that first objective? But Rassi flickers away.
Oh, with the flicker, but there you go. Yawi with the flicker response, and the way of Dragon will target Rassi and take him down. First blood this time goes to Aura Esports.
Good kick, and forcing Rassi to use his flicker with the objective as well. And so far for Yawi with the show. Oh, a run though against Pi.
There you go. That's the Purify there. Daytona's welcome was denied. And yeah, that's Pi and Aran, man. Deja vu from last season.
Deja vu. Really curious to see how Kabuki performs on this Roger. The biggest criticism for... Hold up.
Fine beats now. Committed. Christ very low. But that's just Gugun trying to choke and somehow trade health against Fight.
Yeah. To finish the point, biggest criticism to Kabuki for the last 4 weeks has been his hero pool not being too good. Only Claude and Carry he's found success on. So if he does find success on this Roger, that'll be another hero added into the pool of Kabuki. Windtalker first item. Oh, actually, I think he's going to go for the Haas Claws first item. An interesting start. It's usually always Windtalker first, right? But also, for Nino, looks to be a Thunderbelt start.
Thunderbelt in the hands of Harris. Yawi again checking the brush. Kick goes on.
The Dragon again on towards Rassi, and Rassi 1 HP will not survive. Gugun securing the kill now. Nino looking for a trade here, but Yawi will have enough resources and recalls to escape.
You have that face check potential when you're playing the Cho, especially with the escapes you have with a few hits, but a run.
Daytona's welcome connected, and of course Gugun will be there. Around securing a kill. Fanny goes down, and Alter Ego, they will not be idle, and they will find the revenge on towards Joy instead, and Aran. That's a good 1-2 punch back from Alter Ego.
So who's it worth for, right? That's the big question. It's good. They'll have much more prio when it comes to the turtle because Taz doesn't have the purple buff. But you've also given Sir Pi a few kills to play with now on the CC that can act as the third carry. I was going to say secondary, but they have so many carries I have to count.
Well, look at Yawi. It's just exerting pressure again and again. They cancel the turtle though, and now it's this time. I feel like it's still contestable for Gugun, but he's still down in the bottom lane, clearing up his orange buff. So for Aura Esports, they want to tone down a bit the pressure as they have everything set in their sights. Yawi also shadowing this turtle, so for Alter Ego, they have to react to the trigger being pulled for Aura Esports.
Yeah, no rush whatsoever for Aura. They've already gotten rid of the purple buff for Taz, so it technically will be almost free. They'll go for a fight too here.
Want to contest here, Iran securing. Oh, the Daytona's welcome, but Iran stuck in the front side of the map. Now Alter Ego secures the kill, traded for that turtle. Gugun this game, 100% still on that objective rate.
2-0 with that objective. the hands of Gugun, winning the retry battles again and again. But they lose a run in that process. So it looks like Alter Ego, yeah, a composition full of damage. But when you have to soak up the damage, what do you do? Oh, Yawi.
Purify is there. Shaman Force now committed. Let's see Yawi. Oh! I'm offended. And Taz with the cutthroat to secure the double.
That is nasty. From Alter Ego, Nino just strafes left and right. Taz to the rescue with the cutthroat. And RRQ Esports, they're shaky in that mid game. And now the first tier turret is down.
Diversion play. Karate is there now, securing somehow the space that they need. But Ron, it's too beefy, man. He will escape, but just walking.
The utility Thunderbolt build, I love it, right? At the start of the game, you already deal a lot of damage just with the base damage that you have. Shout out to Super Marco, because that was the first time I saw it when I was watch partying MPL PH. He built Thunderbolt, and the slow that you get every single time you use skill 2 with the Zaman Force is so valuable. And technically, we've seen Yawi caught in that twice. Once, he was able to get out and then recall. The second time, he got decimated by Taz on the Fanny, who got the purple buff. So now Taz is back to online. It's almost like it's a bit of deja vu from game 1. Aura were doing really well up until the 8th minute of the game, where Alter Ego were able to get their snowballing going finally, and now they have a turret down below, so it might have happened a bit earlier this time, but don't count Aura out yet. They have Gugun on this Joy.
CO committed. Now it's a 3v2. Right though. Oh, soaking damage a lot. Flicker out. Gugun now is gonna have and secure the kill on towards Cry. Now Aura, 3 members now in the mid. Flickers out from Yawi, but the Pi is there to deal damage, and no more casualties there. Just right.
Kabuki is able to join the team fights, of course. He needs to get his power spikes, his items. But with that collapse, Alter Ego now has prio towards the turtle. Rassi looking to clear away a run.
Oh, the damage there is enough to take this dinosaur down. Gugun, though, will not be able to commit and find the perfect turtle as Alter Ego secures the last turtle of the game.
And just like that, Alter Ego, 8 minutes. That's the same time frame as game number 1, where they were able to turn it around and get their snowballing that they were looking for from the early stage of the game. Wow. What is it with Alter Ego and the 8th minute?
Indeed, 8 minutes is the sweet spot for them to activate their power spikes and also just turn the game around. I mean, a lane swap already happening for both gold laners as the tier 1 turret is down, so Kabuki needs to farm more.
He really does. It's deja vu, right? He's waiting for this power spike still, and has already technically hit his power spike. But now,
an invade here in the purple. Now Taz looking for a kill, does not get it yet. But yeah, they will be able to secure the outer top lane.
We have seen, at least from the previous game, Fanny, her purple buff being invaded, but now it's Taz invading Aura's purple buff. So for Alter Ego, it looks like they're very confident in going to the jungle of RRQ Esports. But so far, for Alter Ego, they have both side lanes, they have both, or even all 3 tier 1 turrets taken down. Let's take a look at the damage dealt by Gugun, though. He's the most damage dealer, so there's still hope for Aura if they can activate Gugun and just running towards the backline.
But now, Nino's sustain is insane. He can actually just face the Joy head on.
Not care.
Oh, tried as well. Already winner truncheon. I'm just going to look back real quick to see the items. War Axe and Brute Force still same itemization for the CC as we saw in game number 1. Nino, player gold, number 1 on the board, and then followed by Taz, then Pai, and then Kabuki. So 3 Alter Ego members atop the player gold stat here.
Indeed. Now they march towards the Lord. Rassi with the pull. A run stuck in the rock and a hard place.
Are they going to commit this one? Oh, Rassi caught, has the immortality though. Nino with the backup Digimon Force now. Damage is there. Rassi does not fall as now Kabuki is on the hunt. He finds Rassi, he finds Nino as well. But in the back backside. Tuz wasn't able to make a play. Double for Kabuki. And let's see now, Aura, they have the response. Yawi quite low. Kabuki looking for another kill in Pi, as Pi will fall and Gogun finds a shutdown.
The werewolf is online. Shows his fangs and spreads his fur as Aura Esports now tipping off the scales as they try to get this award in their own hands.
Completely free for Aura. They'll take it. What a fight by Aura. The way that they were able to layer their skills in that team fight was phenomenal. Understanding which target to go first, to go for first there. A little bit of an overextension for Alter Ego, who had the gold lead, who had the time to play around. They really didn't need to go for a full-on fight, but Aura kind of forced them in that situation. And now we're back to even again. But take a look at this little diversion play up top. They're looking to clear it out before Aura can even react. Now all of them spotted out. Aura only now making a move up top, but it might be too late because the Lord will be very, very low. They won't get much with the Lord because of how low it is.
Pull from Rasi though. They will try to jump towards Aran.
They might commit a fight here. Still very sustainable. And yeah, that is the first Lord though. Granted, but of course Kabuki is doing work to the bottom side of the map.
Cross map play from Aura Esports. I mean, yeah, the diversion. Lord wasn't even available. Yawi though.
Oh, diversion and conceal! Taz is there to secure the kill. And that is another great response from Alter Ego.
Oh, I was about to say how Aura Esports was able to get a cross map play even after that Lord not being able to reach the final third of the map, but Kabuki just getting caught on with the diversion play. Again, Alter Ego is so sly in making these diversion plays and gangs from behind.
And now they're back again. Back to almost even again. You can see the real-time victory rate just go swing back and forth, and this is the Kumar Bush, the notorious Kumar Bush that is being occupied by 3 Alter Ego members. See, again, the real-time victory rate jumps back. It was 46%, now it's back to 49% of 51. It's going to go back and forth continuously here in this game. 7-7, it's as equal as it can be. So when we're in this kind of situation, let's talk about the late game. Let's talk about how both these teams scale. And honestly, both of the teams scale pretty well. The only concern for Alter Ego may be the frontliners for Aura. Aran, he can lock people down with the Death's Welcome. Oh.
So
Does
scary.
He read it out? No, he doesn't. It's very, very scary. But yeah, the main concern for Alter Ego may be in the later stage of the game, Aura might be able to withstand their damage, and that is definitely going to create a big problem for them. But in terms of damage output themselves, they are very happy. That 5 people down below just waiting for someone to walk up, anyone really, even if Aran, oh, they're moving together.
They're moving as a unit indeed. And yeah, that was the question we raised before. How do they soak up the damage from Aura Esports? But when you can just deal the damage early and you can just cut through the frontliners of Aura Esports, you don't really need to soak up the damage yourself. And so far, with the diversion plays, it has shown that they could really, number one, pick off the players of Aura Esports, and second, just dish out the damage needed. And our Lord has spawned again for both teams to contest and fight for.
So, who has the advantage now, right? Our Spike, hold the crystal right on time to let me know. But remembers down below. Oh, Yawi. Oh, good dodge away.
Misses. I'm offended.
Yawi!
Wow! Flicker, Way of Dragon as well now. Rossi will not fall. It's actually going to be Yawi now being the casualty. Aran soaking damage. Daytona's Welcome will take down Christ, but Aran will be betrayed. Gogun falls as well, and that's Alter Ego again. Taz jumps in looking for blood, but Kabuki will be able to escape.
Still on the knife's edge. That was a very good dodge and re-engage from Yawi, but he just did not get the follow-up needed. The damage wasn't there for Aura Esports to clear up Alter Ego, and now they have the kills. They have the Lord on their hands.
So the concern is real for Alter Ego, the front line. If the front line is there together with Aura's backline, they're actually going to struggle to beat and melt the front line before Aura's backline do the same to them. But that's why they actually just change a bit of their execution. They no longer go for the full fights in one spot. It's Taz who goes behind and zones Yehezkiel technically by trying to assassinate him, forces him back and forces him to maneuver back and forth through the walls to deny a possible assassination attempt from Taz. So very well played by Alter Ego. They're able to split up the map, and now there might be another attempt at an initiation.
Yep, Laran now being the front liner. Winner's Run committed already, triggered, but the damage will be enough to take him down. Now Alter Ego 5v4 will definitely zone away most members of Aura, and they will grab the inner bottom side of the map.
So much damage dealt by Alter Ego. Gugun still running around though, looking for something. Just a bit of a taunt.
And now we take a look at the items. 2C halberds built up by Alter Ego. One on the Fanny, one on the CC, both having a 1,000 gold lead. Almost 2K for Pi. But for the side of Aura, it is Novaria who holds the lead. And I can't even call it a lead for the Roger. It's only 200. Trying to scan the items here. Divine Glaive being built up by the side of Nino. Meanwhile, no Thunderbelt, no Endless Battle for Kabuki. He just wants to go for pure damage, and now, well, actually more attack speed and kind of on hit, technically, with the DHS as well. And the Haas Claws. Oh my god!
Oh my god, divergent play, this is huge! Kabuki quite low, but Krai is also low. Gugun now will be able to escape, and that is Aura just dodging a huge bullet.
And that is the diversion place that Aura Esports needs to be wary of, because Alter Ego could always pop up from your backs, slithering like snakes, trying to just chomp down and melt the players of Aura Esports. Thankfully enough, Kabuki was able to run away, so did Gugun with that low HP and no casualties being able to be taken down.
These diversions are really going to mess with Aura's heads, man. At some point, they're going to be confused. Okay, there's a diversion right behind us, but there's no way they'll take it. And then Alter Ego take it. And then they kind of have subverted the expectations of Aura to a point where Alter Ego can control and dictate the fight again and again. Kabuki has a rose gold now, so he'll be able to withstand a bit more damage from Krite and Nino. Technically from everyone once that shield gets procced, but the damage output is still real for Alter Ego, and the way that they can approach these team fights is still quite crazy. They have so many angles to attack around the map now that they have so much more map pressure. Meanwhile for Aura, the real way to victory now with the Novaria, the Roger, and that front line is to try as much as possible to front to back it.
Have to be able to do that, but Pi is really just taunting with the DPS. He's trying to push back the members. And here we go with Taz and the Fanny. It's always going to be activating those side lane pressures, like how we talked about, almost like how he was able to play it previously. That Alter Ego pick up with the Fanny, and now they have their sights on the Lord. It's just going to be a run close to the proximity. How do Aura Esports approach this? Do they leave it just be? Because Yaoi is looking for a flank angle from behind.
Yaoi looking for an angle again. Finds a member. The follow-up damage isn't enough. Now Taz looking for Kabuki. The damage won't be enough. It's actually Kabuki who takes Taz down. Aran will fall as well as Krite escapes barely with 1 HP. And now Alter Ego, will they commit again? Gugun quite healthy. Yehezkiel finds a mark, and that will be enough. As Taz is down, Alter Ego will have no retribution.
A worthwhile trade. They got the jungler from Alter Ego, and Aran was the sacrificial lamb, but you can see how Yaoi was targeting his eyes on Krite, kicking him back. Thankfully though, the Truncheon was able to save him, so this is gonna be still a 50-50 Lord for both sides.
Oh, and Yaoi gets chunked. Alter Ego have that TP.
Oh, we have Dragon used.
Trying to reset it.
Gugun now looking for a kill in the backside! Gugun finds the double! Now Kabuki also in wolf form looking to make another kill. Does not get it just yet though, but that will be enough for Aura to take a breather.
What the hell is that damage from Gugun? And again, the frontliners are not enough to try to sustain the damage. The burst from Gugun is just way too much, and positively, of course, Aura will be able to secure this Lord.
Aura and Alter Ego have beef with the real-time win probability. Every single time it comes up, it said 69 to Alter Ego, and then Aura made the play. And Aura said, nah, not 69. It's 69 to us now with the Lord. An amazing game right now for both, but for Aura. They played it super clean. Gogun! What the heck?
The timing, man.
This guy is so good, man. Like, every time you think he's just utility, you think he can play the Nolan, and he pops out with a Joy now. Let's see how they make use of this Evolve Lord, because in game number 1, when Alter Ego got that Evolve Lord, it ultimately ended with them taking the game. Now, Aura have a chance to do the same thing to equalize this game.
And look at how confident Yaoi is, just stepping on the edge of the base of Alter Ego. They're looking for something. The 3 lanes are all pushing, but the waves has been cleared. Taz looking for an angle. Not really getting anything in that regard.
He will claim the first base turret of the game, though. Oh my goodness, Taz quite low. Wave Dragon connects, and Taz should fall, but no! Nino with the Shaman Force will be help. His teammate will help his teammate. It's now Gogun and Yaoi who were punished from that 5 diversion play. Will it find a mark? Not yet, though, as Alter Ego will have to reset also. Aura as well.
Alter Ego hold the line. 2 important kills towards Gogun and Yaoi, and again, dead even for both teams.
Get the real-time win probability back. I think it favored Aura. That's why Alter Ego won again and took it back. Both teams hate the real-time win probability, and that's for a good reason, because we have a great game on our hands that is completely 50-50 back again. Now it's more favored to Aura still, though, because they were able to crack 2 base turrets and even deal that much damage up top. I think just a tickle away from it being destroyed. But remember, Alter Ego, they can always just gamble and take a big fight with that diversion, the TP. That has been a good tool to find the creative angles to initiate and flank. But if Aura can utilize this Astral Echo properly, it'll still be very tough for Alter Ego. And even in the late game, man, Gogun's damage, you cannot ignore it anymore. Look at this. Almost single-handedly took 3 members down. Yaoi got the pick, and then Taz bought Immo, by the way, during that kick. Gogun also bought the Immortality, but unfortunately could not withstand being amidst 4 members. Oh!
Was this a mistake? Oh my god, Cry's actually the first one to fall alongside Pi, and now Aura will find the collapse. Taz will lose his mortality and his life as well, as 1 by 1, Aura will take Alter Ego members down to its grave. Rassi will not survive for long, I might be wrong, but yes, Aura now will focus down the mid. Rassi and Yaoi going at it.
A passageway towards hell. They're still playing around. Yaoi is just taunting Rassi.
He's not letting him recall.
Not letting him recall, indeed. But the crystal in their eyes.
Let's see, Strunch and Nino trying to hold on, trying to clear, but the damage will not be enough. As ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 3.
A diversion play that embodied what we call Stairway to Hell, because that just brought Alter Ego towards decimation. And Aura Esports are able to capitalize off of that mistake. They force a game number 3. What a series we have in our hands.
An amazing one, man. What a phenomenal match. Yaoi with the recall, just stopping him from recalling, stopping him from assisting Nino in a possible defense, but even in the end, I think even if Rassi recalled, it would not have been defendable anyways, though. It was definitely fun to see Yaoi do that, man. It was very spicy. And what a game. Back and forth again with 4 damage dealers on Alter Ego. They tried their best to utilize that mid-game power spike, but somehow, someway, Aura with their layering held it down to the very late game, where a standard composition had its mark, and their read onto the Luo Yi, they finally got it. We were talking about how the Luo Yi diversions could frustrate them, but it instead just made them smarter. They knew which diversions they would take, even the risky ones.
Indeed.
Wow.
It was crazy.
I'm still speechless. I thought Alter Ego got already gained control, but boy, was I wrong. That diversion play backfired.
We had conversations about how the diversion play was a needle in the haystack that Aura Esports has to watch over, because it could always have that, gang potential from behind. You can always surprise Aura Esports in that regard. But then the last diversion, I don't know if it's either a misplay or just a good read from RRQ Esports.
It's just a good read, I think. You know, I mean, obviously there's a bit of a misplay, but they have been getting away with that the entire game. So they were thinking there's no way they would actually expect us to TP behind 4 members. And Aura said, we know, bro. We know. You've done this like 4 times this game. We know that you're going to take it. And they just took it.
Yeah, it was so insane, that game. That even could have gone either ways, but for Alter Ego, they had to falter in this one. So RRQ Esports, what a performance. They were able to force a game number 3. It looked grim for them in the early stages, but the MVP presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, it is going to be Yehezkiel.
An amazing performance from this guy, man. I mean, he was up against 4 damage dealers, and he didn't die a single time. What's up with the Novarias today? Lemon earlier, no deaths against the Masha. Now it's Yehezkiel. The positioning of Yehezkiel every single time when the Fanny was chasing him too, just going back and forth to the wall, revealing a lot of these members, stopping a lot of the ambushes with the Astral Echo. He did a whole lot. He did everything that you would expect a Novari to do, and then times 50. Yeah. Early on in this game, let's take a look at the highlights by UBS Gold. They were able to take the first neutral objective up against the Fanny, expected, especially with the Barats, but then they went in, and this is actually, I would say, still a W for them, because yeah, okay, Aran and Gogun did die, and Pai was able to come back from this, getting a double kill, but they stopped the Fanny from snowballing early on. This could have been very, very scary for them in the next turtle that spawned, and ultimately did go towards Aura. Then a couple of times the diversion plays, the mobility from Alter Ego just caught them off guard. But this is the moment. Take a look at the Yehezkiel. Take a look at how he positions around here. You see that? Just back and forth. Taz not able to do anything. But technically, he'd already done his job. He's already isolated the back line of Aura from the front line, and that's what gave Alter Ego the victory. Then we had this spectacular moment.
Combination.
One of the best Joy moments as a Joy player. That's a very satisfying. I kind of blanked out there. Electrifying beats on 3 members to get 2. But then when they try to end the game with a Evolve Lord, they got 2 basers, they got the advantage. And let's take a look at this final play. Very, very risky play that Alter Ego took, and it did not pay off for them. In the end, it was what sealed their fate. Aura takes the game with that play.
I feel like Kabuki was able to sense it because he was in the bush for that, particular diversion. But Yehezkiel, the MVP with this positioning. You can see how Taz was always on the hunt for him.
Always.
But, with the Astral Recalls and the ability to just move so agile throughout the terrains off Line of Dawn, just gave him the upper advantage.
Taking a look again at the game here, post-game stats though, on the emblems. The Master Assassin was good, honestly, for Taz, but he was actually isolating the targets quite well, but Yehezkiel was just on the wall constantly. This weakness finder is really rising in popularity on the Roger, and we can see why. He was able to do a whole lot, but really, I think for this game, Gogun and Yehezkiel stole the show. With their itemization, you can see even Rose Gold, actually by Yehezkiel. I think he sold an item to survive there? I don't quite know. For Gogun, I think it's the immortality that they sold. Yeah, but at this point of the game, they were just swapping items back and forth constantly. I think the main thing that kind of enabled Alter Ego to get that snowball in the start was obviously the Loyi, the Ruby, but also that Thunderbelt. I love the Thunderbelt on the Harith. So much utility that you can get on top of the burst that you already deal.
So much sustain, so much slow as well for the early skirmishes, and the rich guy is Taz with 695 GPM, but the carry, of course, we cannot stop talking about this guy, the handsome jungler. It's Gogun at 111k damage dealt with a Joy. We always talk about him using the utility junglers, the Barats, the Baxia, the Fredrins, but of course, when given the chance to play the Nolans, the Joys, he always shows up.
He will perform, definitely, and wow, I did not expect that ending where that diversion play was the reason why they've lost. It's like a poetry,
It's poetry, yeah. The diversion was what got them so ahead, but it was also their downfall.
a double-edged sword. That's what I think could best describe that. But that was so scary, and of course we are going to go to game number 3, but we will have an interview down on stage with the fans of RRQ Esports.
And Moko.
Moko. Take it away.
Wow, Aura Fans ini semangat banget. Ini jujur. Ini pada semangat karena Aura baru menangin gamenya atau karena Eca-nya nih?
Kalian dibayar berapa sih? Jangan kayak gitu ah.
Loh, kalau mereka bilangnya Eca berarti Eca yang bayar.
Iya, aku yang bayar ya.
Gimana Eca ini? Kamu ngelihat Aura Fans semangat banget nih.
Angle aku kiri.
Oh, angle-nya kiri. Oke. Monica ngalah. Kita deket. Biar kelihatan nih Aura Fans semangat banget. Nih, Eca gimana nih ngelihat Aura Fans semangatin banget nih Aura. Sekarang poinnya udah 1 sama.
Ya.
Menurut kamu gimana?
Gembira tapi nggak pakai soda.
Gembira nggak pakai soda
Iya,
ya, biar
happy
kayak
banget
gembira.
dong. Semoga
gitu
menang ya Aura ya.
Nah, tapi kamu lihat gimana nih performance-nya Aura ini lagi win streak.
Iya.
Kemarin juga menang nih lawan Raja Langit, lawan Onyx menang nih Aura.
Iya, karena playernya GG tuh ada Gugun, bocil kematian. Kemarin ada Yawi juga. Iya.
Wow, jadi prediksi kamu gimana nih gamenya di poin game ketiga?
Ya insya Allah 2-1 ya.
2-1 untuk Aura. Pastinya dong, pastinya. Tapi boleh dong kita tahu nih, kira-kira kalau misalnya seorang Eca biasanya nyemangatin player-player Aura, tim Aura tuh biasanya ngapain sih, Ca?
Aku pantun.
Oh, pantun.
Ayo,
Coba
pantun ya.
ayo, pantun. Jangan lupa cakepnya ya. Siap ya cakepnya ya.
Belum. Ya, jalan-jalan ke Malang. Dukung Aura ya lu Olang.
Jadi semangatinya pakai pantun. Gimana teman-teman Aura? Gimana? Udah semangat gak nih dipantunin sama Eca? Ini Aura Fans yang makin semangat nih ada Eca-nya.
Iya.
Tapi Eca, ini selain pantun biasanya ada ritual-ritual apa nih kalau misalnya Aura mau main nih hari ini di MPL? Biasanya Eca ngapain sih? Ada ritual-ritual tertentu gak tuh?
Nggak ada sih, berdoa aja kali ya.
Berdoa aja ya?
Kita yel aja guys. Nih kamu kan pemimpinnya.
Gak bisa nolak loh, Eca loh ini yang minta. Gak bisa nolak nih.
Yo Aura, hari ini pasti menang. Kami yakin Aura Fire, kami yakin Aura Fire pasti menang. Yo Aura.
Wow, ini efek Eca emang bikin semangat banget sama Aura Fans. Tapi tentunya ini semangat ini nyemangatin teman-teman Aura yang bakalan melanjutkan ke game selanjutnya. Dan para casters sudah ready di sana? Tentunya silakan casters, kita masuk ke game yang ketiga. Aura Fans.
Roars from both fans, Aura fans and Alter champs, both in the arena, you know, burning the roof of the house today.
Hopefully not literally.
Yeah, not literally. Because
that's why they lost the fire in their name, right?
But they could, literally, because they are red dragons, and dragons
they burn.
Kill fire.
Are they gonna burn
breathe fire?
The 3-faced team?
Yeah. I mean, have you ever been, you know, bursted by fire in your face?
No, I hope that never happens, man.
But of course, if you don't want to be bursted by fire, you can always check out, you know, the Click Indomaret, which is...
That's the only way not to be bursted by fire?
Yeah, because you could buy maybe like water to spill it in your face and you don't be bursted by fire.
That's true.
That's a good way.
That's true.
Of course, if you don't want to be having your retribution misses, you can always order your snacks and drinks from Click Indomaret. You can always feel the discounts with the code DiscountClick15. And you can always shop whatever you like.
Anything. You can get points with the app. You can also get a whole lot of discounts, so much value. And on top of that, you know, You can get so much snack. There's actually just everything. You can literally find everything on Indomart.
You can also buy Cloudy his food there.
Yeah, I can buy Cloudy her food in Indomart. That's actually where I use to buy stuff for Cloudy. I also buy caffeine for Cloudy there because Cloudy needs to work all the time. She needs to buy her own food and get
Cloudy?
work. So,
Who's Cloudy?
My cat.
Okay.
She works because I didn't raise a dependent cat. I raised an independent cat. Okay, she does her own thing, but I do get her coffee.
And to keep on the grind, if you want to be a grinder like Cloudy does, or Cloudy is, you can check out the Point Coffee. While you watch, thank you Gani, while you watch MPL Season 13, you can always get a discount up to 30%. Just fill in the code in Indomaret Pointku, which with MPL Minum Coffee, 30% discount on these kind of coffees. This is very nice. And this keeps me awake and energizes me,
Yeah, that's what Cloudy always says too. When she has to work, like 24-hour shifts.
2 shifts.
2 shifts.
That's labor, bro.
that is cat labor.
Cat labor.
But it's okay. That's one of the ways that you get passive income. Get a cat, tell her to work, give her coffee.
It's very nice.
But also, you guys can join in the event Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G
Check it out,
berbagi
bro.
THR bersama. What is THR, bro?
THR is like allowance.
No, it's tunjangan Hari Raya, right? So it's a Raya Day bonus.
Yeah, it's like an Idul Fitri bonus, Idul Fitri allowance, whatever you want to call it. So alongside Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G, we will be spreading away that THR, that allowance or that bonus in the Idul Fitri days, of course.
I want a bonus.
You want a bonus? Sure. You can always join it. The period is 19th to 24th of April, so keep your eyes peeled for that.
I thought you would give me a bonus.
I would.
Oh,
yes.
Later
Lions.
backstage.
Okay.
Give us a bonus.
A bonus.
Me and Gani about to get the bonus.
Yummy.
They pray for the victory. For Alter Ego, or for Aura Esports rather, they look ready for the third game because that was not a convincing game in a way, but the way they held on after losing their lead, and yeah, you can look at Yaoi, he's so confident, especially with that choke. Did you see how ready and how brave he was running through the backline, looking for Quite, kicking him back towards the front line of Aura Esports, and that was so insane.
Okay, look at this though. Okay, Team Galaxy Zone.
Hey.
MITV.
CITV.
No, SITV.
SITV.
Samsung in the building.
Samsung is definitely in the building. If you guys have Samsung and you're in the building, you guys can go and sit in the
Team Galaxy Zone.
Galaxy Zone.
Galaxy Zone.
But yeah, what's funny?
What?
First match, it was actually all red side, right? That one.
You're right.
And in this match, it's all blue side. That one. So it's the switch, and also Fanny 0% this series.
Wow.
CC also 0% this series.
Okay, you're right.
I mean, Bai was performing very, very well with the CC, even without the healer. But what was missing from Alter Ego in that draft?
The execute. Technically, I
It's
honestly
the last diversion play. Do you not?
Yeah, I think they were executing the game plan really well. What stopped them was the the last diversion. That's really what stopped them from ultimately winning the game. Honestly, not just that though, right? I mean, obviously we were talking about how Aura technically outscales Alter Ego, not in the damage output, but in the way that they can take team fights in the later stage of the game. That's what enabled them to actually go for Lord, get the double kill with Gugun there. And yeah, I think that was really what set it apart, because the diversion play in the end, they were kind of forced to make a crazy play happen. They already lost 2 base turrets. They're not a team that can siege, that can defend a siege that well. They're not a team that can contest the neutral objective while also clearing out the super minions constantly, right? Because I think Aura would have an advantage there too, and if they force a fight, I guess that's the only ticket back to coming back that game. There were a few moments where Alter Ego misstepped, and that's why they lost the lead. But I think we have to give credit to Aura too, because they kind of forced a lot of these missteps to happen from Alter Ego. So yeah, I think it was just a battle of execution. They were playing a very high-risk, high-reward game with 4 damage dealers. Only 1 tanky, quote-unquote even tanky member, because the Ruby, if you don't build damage, isn't actually actually as tanky because, you know, they nerfed the base
HP.
It's the base lifesteal that you have for Ruby. So when he went for the full roamer or tanky items, doesn't get that much value. Because Nino was super tanky in game 1, even though he wasn't. You know what I mean? He just kept on getting the heals.
Talking about the last diversion play, I kind of want to stretch it out a bit.
Okay.
I feel like if Kabuki was not in the bush,
they will not see that coming.
They wouldn't see that coming. And maybe Alter Ego could have sealed the deal over there.
Yeah.
At that exact moment, but thankfully enough, I don't know, Kabuki was just, you know, strolling around the bush, looking to harvest some berries maybe and get on with his life, but what he found was 5 players on his face, so yeah, maybe it could also come down to that, but for Alter Ego, their execution was, you know, we get the game plan, but for some points, sometimes it's kind of a slip-off.
I mean, in a sense, right, at that point, I believe it became I don't want to say but it became predictable from the side of the Aura that we need to watch out for the off angles, we need to watch out for bushes, we need to watch out for off angles for that Luoyi play. And yeah, whether it being Kabuki was there to open up vision or he was just standing idly by waiting for the right timing, I think Aura was ready for any off-angle plays that were to occur. So yeah, hats off to Aura to able to weather that play. Let's see here, game 3, will they be able to take that momentum from game 2?
They're looking chill though for both these teams, right? I think, of course, at this point,
what a series.
Mentality, every team has it now. For the longest time in ID, I think we've been talking about, you know, after they lose momentum, they kind of lose a lot of morale. But now, for most of these teams, game 3 is kind of the norm. Now we get so many game 3s that I think for these teams, they're really just ready, right? I think the teams that are pressured, maybe the teams who do lose in the best of 3 and do look kind of weird in game 3s, they're in the lower half of the standings. But Kabuki has the highest win rate using the hero carry. That's why it was banned out, by the way, in game 1.
Yeah.
Not banned out in game 2, but didn't pick it. Went for the Roger.
That's a lot of...
And they won.
That's 85.71% win rate from 7 matches played.
You see his face? You see his pose?
Yeah.
It's like everybody is criticizing him. Dude, you can only play carry and Claude, and he says, shh, I win, so why do I need to change?
If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Don't fix it.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
it ain't broke. 85.7 says it ain't.
Says a lot.
Does that mean he just lost once?
Could be.
Let me calculate, bro.
Wow. I mean, that win rate is more than Gani's Kufra.
That is true. Yeah, he only lost once.
So that
7
game.
out of 8 games.
So that game. Game 1.
One game. No, he didn't.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
That only one game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's crazy. Only losing once on a carry.
But let's talk about Nafari's craftsmanship. I want to highlight this coach because, you know, back previous week, he pulled up the Ruby Gold lane, the Savior, and now he brought upon the chip and the Luoyi.
And say goodbye to the chip.
Yeah, say goodbye to the chip. But let's see what can Nafari craft in this drafting phase, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Of course, target bans towards Yaoi and Kabuki with that Grok and carry ban for SDL, those and the Lucas will take away the Matilda and the chip.
So let's see if the pattern stays true here. If blue side will have the 100% win rate as it does so far in this series. But it's already a change for Aura, right? They lost in game number 1, but they also didn't ban the chip. Now they have banned the chip.
Yep. You can see here the Roxy's face a little bit more tense compared to Yaoi's earlier.
Yaoi was like strike metal poses.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. You can see Yaoi's confidence in that second game.
Yaoi's confidence also. I think Roxy is locked in.
Yeah, Roxy's locked in. He's ready. He's not gonna mess around this time, of course. For Yaoi, the way he positioned himself in that show, especially with one of his strongest heroes, his signature no less, also contributed to that win for Aura against Alter Ego in that second game. Now what do they try to play? What game plan they really want to approach coming into this third game?
In game 2, when they had the same ban chip and Matilda, they also banned X-Borg. So I'm not sure they want to ban the X-Borg again. that draft was really good for an X-Borg. Like if an X-Borg were to come through, but they actually just ban out the Ruby. They'll take away that flex from Alter Ego. Alter Ego have utilized the Ruby in both games now.
So they didn't ban the Roger, they banned the Ruby instead here. So isn't this just automatic Roger first pick for Alter Ego?
Based on the pattern, yes. But maybe they might go Luo Yi first? No, they go Roger, alright.
Roger.
So now the Aura go for the Luo Yi. That's the Barats. 3 games, Barats for Aura, and they take the Luo Yi. There you go.
Wow.
They sense the prio now for the hands of Yehezkiel. The Luo Yi will be picked up by Aura. But of course for Luo Yi, it's always going to be, you know, the diversion plays and the pressure you can put around the map. But I feel like they have to pair it with something of an engager that could really just enable, once you reach that diversion, teleport. You know, you can just jump into the faces of Alter Ego.
So, Yaoi pick up the Masha.
Please do.
Please do, Yaoi. Alter Ego have the Roger. I don't think they want to go for the Arlie here because the Brats has already been picked up. Do they want to go for Roger Jungle or do they want to go for Roger Gold? Big question too, right now for them. Man.
Now I think Alter Ego's approach will be the same. They will okay, I was about to say they will save Righteous Hero in that second phase, but no. They will lock Vexana and Nolan.
Nolan for Taz. You know, this was one of his heroes that he played early on in week 1 of Season 13, and he performed pretty well on that match against Rebellion. Now for RRQ Esports, what do they want to pick up to pair with this Luo Yi?
Technically, they want to go for a bit more of aggressive heroes, right? The Joy could still work. It's a Joy versus Nolan combination or fight, but they are going for a tank first. Masha's there, Tigreal's there. They're requesting Tigreal, and it will be the Tig for Yaoi.
Wow, the Tigreal, of course. This is also one of Yaoi's staple picks.
Yeah.
And with this, yeah, you can catch the backlines. You can always have that implosion possibility.
It's good against Nolan.
It is also good against Nolan. To lock him down, you need CC to pin down the Nolan, to counter him, to shut him down. And you know how slithering a Nolan can be.
And also what it does is actually it asks the question here for Alter Ego, do you want to go Purify? Because without Flicker, you will not be able to engage or even disengage. So with the Purify in hand, it somehow subtracts the possible space take. See.
Terizla ban though for Aura still. It's going to be Terizla taken away from Mr. Pai, Sirpai. Ooh, look at this. Yehezkiel versus Krite. Most used heroes. Seems pretty similar on the Novaria, but win rate 57.89 to Krite's 55.
That's, you know, more towards Yehezkiel. He has the upper hand with this Novaria, and we'll take a look at the second game performance from Yehezkiel. He was very, very sublime in this Novaria. Always the target of Taz's assassinations, but Taz wasn't really able to get his blades on the throats of Yehezkiel, so it is very, very well positioned for him to play this Novaria. Now 2 more bans left, and with this Nolan and Roger being picked up by Alter Ego, it's almost clear, or even it's clear that this Roger will go towards the gold lane. And so far for Aura, they will ban out the export.
The same pick that can actually disrupt the front line from frontlining, the Barats and obviously the Tig now. So for Alter Ego, do they want to go for the Paquito ban next, right? They've already banned out the Benedetta, but they want to take away these heroes from Aran. For some reason, if this Barats does go to the jungle, I feel like Aura might just go for, there you go, Paquito ban, they might just go for something crazy. How crazy would it be if they go for, I don't know, that's too crazy.
What?
I was going to say like, does Aran go back to Badang? It's too crazy. I don't think it'll work, but hey, it's Aran.
Maybe. I mean, looking at their composition and looking at Alter Ego's composition, it actually might come through as a last pick.
It's a pickup type of hero as well. You can always pair it up with the diversion, so I don't really see, you know, I do see that potential in the hands of Aran, But for this scenario, they will pick up the CC.
Oh no, CC
again.
loses games, man. The pattern, man.
Yeah, the pattern so
0%
far.
win rate.
0%
Red
win
side
rate.
picked up CC.
In this game, it has not won yet. Both picked up by Aran and Pi in the first and second games. And it has not yet delivered. I mean, for Pi, he did have his own moments with the CC, but it did not deliver him and his team the win.
Why not Lapu? Let's see though.
Yeah, I'm thinking Lapu too, honestly. They need someone that can be a bit beefy, can make plays happen. The Arlet is still up for grabs technically, but against the Barats, that's one of the concerns when you go for the Arlet, that Detson as well kind of cancels out. Oh, Uranus Pi against the CC, it works out in the Minotaur too!
Wow! The debut pick in the season for the Uranus finally picked up. Left in the dust, but now I think this is kind of a matchup, matchup-wise pick.
Wait. Okay, this is a bit crazy. I don't know, but how crazy would it be if the CC goes gold, the Barats goes XP, and they pick up? It's too risky.
Kabuki, I don't really think Kabuki will be comfortable in playing CC gold lane.
I don't know. They can go for something like an Atan in the gold lane. Safe, but against the Nolan, it's scary.
Yeah.
They go for Harith instead, a safer choice in the gold lane. So it is Barats still in the jungle.
Indeed. Wow, a surprise pick.
Let's see.
We saw the chip.
Yep.
And now that we saw the Uranus again. What is Nafari cooking? Wow.
Hopefully CC, I don't know, 0% still this match. Red side 0. Let's see Aura. Can they pull it off?
Let's see if they can with this draft. Fun fact, CC and red side both at 0% win rate for this match. Counter index and lineup rating favors Aura. But Alter Ego, they know how to upset the odds.
Will Alter Ego be able to close it out with a 2-1 victory? Or will Aura Esports steal Alter Ego's thunder and even out the odds? It's gonna be Alter Ego against Aura Esports, the last game of the second match.
Here it is.
Welcome
The decider of who will be top 2 together with BTR. Will it be Aura or will it be Alter Ego? The battle of the junglers too. Gugun versus Taz.
Wow, and look at the crowd up in their feet as well. And Yawi already shadowing Yaskiel in that mid lane. You want to get the pressure going on, especially when you have a Tigreal and the Minotaur as well. I want to beef up a bit in that lane.
QC, by the way, choice for Nino. The thrill on the high, or the Master Assassin. Kabuki with the Impure Rage. And already invades from Taz. Whoa, he's low.
Might be a mistake, Victor, from Rossi. Pi is there to somehow provide cover. But yeah, no casualties yet in the first minute.
Flicker blown by Rassi, and that's a net advantage for Aura Esports, with Alter Ego just moving in unison. Gonna put some pressure towards Gugun, especially in the early stages of the game where the Barrat's not yet that beefy, could always kill it. So for Alter Ego, looking for an angle to really just get those pressures in.
So yeah, Gani, by the way, the question you asked in the draft, it's been answered by Alter Ego. They'll say 3 purifies, right? Yeah, no flicker, so technically they can be chased down.
Ooh. See here now, Gugun. Oh, Daytona's welcome activated, triggered, and there you go. The first blood will fall to the hands of Gugun. But
Yawi!
Oh, Yawi will not save his friend in time. It's going to be a trade, a Gugun for Rossi.
Oh, the push away from Yawi. We thought it was going to save Gugun. But of course, the dimensional rifts from Taz was able to get the kills going. You don't want the Nolan to snowball. It is going to be scary for Aura Esports to address this Nolan.
And I think something to point out to everybody watching back at home is this Uranus. Actually, ever since week 1, I think, we've been talking about how the Uranus actually does really well against the CC. You can just take that damage, get the full stacks, and just regen time and time again against this EC, and then also you can have that pressure in lane. So we'll see how it does. I think Fluffy did try to utilize the Uranus up against, was it RRQ? Yeah, I think it was RRQ, but failed in the end. Let's see though. Yeah, ooh, flank.
See here, Yaoi, no flicker, but has the implosion now. On towards one, Gugun secures the turtle. Nolan caught in that stun. Now, it's an all-out fight. Taz goes down first, as Pi will follow up as well. Now, Rossi in a no-man's land as Yehaskill claims the double.
The right man for the job, of course. The retributions always connect for Gugun, and this time, they take it all away. 2 quick kills, and a turtle in their hands.
Beautifully done by Aura. That was spectacular, man. The diversion, not to get anyone else, but just one member, just Yaoi, to a position where he can flank, then getting the implosion. Now, Alter Ego have 3 Purifies, but they cannot bring Purify on the guy that matters most in these neutral objective contests, and it is Taz.
Yep.
So that's why Yaoi was just waiting for that moment, and Gugun as well. The communication, the connection between Yaoi and Gugun is phenomenal, man. Yaoi brought him, shoved him into the Minus Fury. I thought it was a mistake, and then Gugun just chomped the Nolan down. And it ends up with them getting so much.
Oh, the early Purify will not stop the implosion there. Aura again out of the diversion play to send Yaoi on a mission.
Now that you mentioned it, Mirko, I'm thinking about how this diversion and implosion play will be so good in the upcoming team fights. You can always relocate Yaoi to the middle of the backlines of Alter Ego and just let him implode and just push the members away. Nino, though, now, it's a pressure towards him.
Purify will be triggered as well, as Kabuki will be happy to take that turret to a half HP gold shield-wise.
So clean by Aura right now, the way that they're playing it. Aran too, look at the maneuvers. He knows something's up, gets out.
Yeah, good response.
Good response from Aran, sniffing the movements. And Pi, he can't necessarily win the top. Oh, okay, Nino though.
Here, still okay, looking for a clear. Take a look at the Turtles pit area. It is actually now Alter Ego with 5 members now committing on towards this neutral objective. Let's see how will Aura respond. Taz secures the turtle. Now Rossi pops the Minute Fury as well. Pi soaking damage. Yaoi finds Nino, but the damage will not be enough now. Yaoi, good flank by Kabuki as he claims the double. Not the double, but Aran secures the kill. It's a 1-for-1. But the diversion play here. 2 kills already secured for Aura.
Indeed. A stain on Gugun's retribution record, shattered by Taz, but it does not matter. They have the kills in their hands. That mini diversion play that they wanted to execute. Yehaskill and Yaoi, they do have the damage needed, but they're hunting for more. Krite is sensing that something is not right. As RRQ Esports just disengaged from that jungle.
He's been playing the Loyi. He knows. He knows. He knows the cheese that Yehaskill has here with the Loyi. So he's just checking every bush that he can possibly check to give him an advantage in the position. But yeah, well played by Taz. Amazing retribution on the Nolan.
Indeed. And a lane swap happening for Nino. It's way too much of a pressure for him to handle down in the bottom lane. And now Aran collapsed upon.
It's a 3v1. Let's see. Minute Fury committed. Aran will be taken out there as he was late to retreat. Now, good Purify by Pi, who takes the Daytona's welcome.
Yaoi, though, from behind, looking for something. He senses that Taz might be close, and he does see that this could be an implosion play from Yaoi as he catches Rossi in that fight.
Implosion will not be committed. Alter Ego holding ground very well as well. And Aura now, they're at 2,000 gold lead.
2,000 gold lead for Aura. For now, Yehaskill 3-0-4. Kabuki is scaling quite well as well. This mid game is going to be very, very fun to watch because both technically have... Ooh, Taz gets out. Forced to use the Fracture though to get away from Aran. Now Aran will be quite low, but he is... By the way, this is...
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Cancelled.
Implosion cancelled. Pi. Yehaskill figures out. Krite's receiving damage. Oh, stunned up, but the Purify will not help his life. Now Aura, a man advantage. I think they should go and commit towards the turtle.
Yeah, 2 games we were talking about how the CC has been going for Purify. This game he actually went for Sprint, and so far it's been pretty good.
See here again around. Oh, good pull by Yaoi, but the damage will not be enough as Yaoi will be the first one to fall.
Oh, no.
Surely, no!
Yaoi
is still there, and as well as Nino. He's
Yaoi!
hunting him down, but Yaoi finally gets taken out. Pai, though, will be the trade as Gugun is there to avenge his brother.
Catch me if you can. Yaoi bought a lot of time. Taz now, could he just die here? He won't. He'll dodge that execute from Yehezkiel as Alter Ego secure the turtle.
Yeah, this is the only trade that he could look for. Yaoi bought so much time though. Just jiggling, walking back and forth, sidestepping with the conceal too, man. Ended up with Pai having to sacrifice himself to get that kill in the end. And Aura, this snowball is in full swing now. 3.4k gold lead, 2 turtles to 1 for Alter Ego, and a turret up top. They're playing the Siege game so well.
But you could look at how Taz has the level advantage. Level 13 now, compared to the players of RRQ Esports. They're trying to siege down this top side turret with Kabuki on the helm, looking for something that they could fish on, but nothing will happen so far. So they're just trying to spread out, put the pressure everywhere, and most possibly be ready for the next fight.
Yeah. Normal start for Taz on this Nolan. He actually goes for the Heptoseize. My god, that damage still though. Crazy. On to CC, who's actually... Gugun steals the purple buff away, by the way. But yeah, Aran, we've seen the last 2 games, it's actually War Axe Poseidon for CC into the Brute Force Breastplate, but Aran actually goes for the Dominance Ice because he's up against the Uranus. He wants to be able to at least say something in these skirmishes against the Uranus, and that should do it. That should help him in his task to split push and to face off against this Uranus.
You want to mitigate the healing as well from the Uranus with the Dominance. So, a good pickup there for Aran.
Good pickup from Pai too. That's an Oracle already.
Yeah, for Pai as well with the Oracle. Now, how do Alter Ego recover from this? Because it feels like Aura, they have the right tools and they have the right game plan to just shrug away Alter Ego from their sights.
Now it's a waiting game again.
Yeah, they need to be patient here still. Even though they're ahead at technically 4,000.
They're very comfortable just waiting for the neutral objectives. They have so much AoE. They have a split push going on with the CC, and Pai isn't holding on to the waves. So this slow push will ultimately crash into that base turret of Alter Ego. Alter Ego, if they continue this way, Aura will just continue to reset. They don't need to take this Lord. They can just wait for the minions to keep on going and pushing up top, and that's why the Nolan has been sent up. But that's why Aura are holding on to it.
Oh my god, Pai Consecration will not help his life there. The anti-region from Aura members is already enough to take him down. Now Yehezkiel with the Divergent play alone though. Is this a risky play? But there, I mean, Gugun will definitely secure the Lord here. 4,000 already established by Aura.
I have yet to see a marksman standing so strong in front of the XP laner. He's not afraid to be caught. And Kabuki with the confidence just blitzes forward, gets the kill towards Pai, and the neutral as well. So everything in the hands of RRQ Esports now. They don't really want to fumble this.
Yeah. Beautiful first error by Aura earlier, right? The slow push up top, kind of forcing Alter Ego to deal with it. But then the rest of the members disconnected. They don't know. Pai was still trying to get onto it, so it was just a beautiful forced error. Alter Ego could not make a decision to save that fight. And now Aura knock on the turrets of Alter Ego.
Try to siege this down. They have a quarter control of the jungle of Alter Ego. They have everything pushing. Lord up top. Tier 2 being destroyed down bottom, and the mid lane looking for something. Kabuki almost dies.
That was a little bit somehow jaw-dropping. Almost though. Lord. This is the first Lord, so it will not charge. As the Alter Ego, they will manage to take care of that Lord, but they will sacrifice the inner turret mid lane.
3 tier 2s down now, only down to the base turrets for Alter Ego. This will make Aura's way to get this victory a bit easier again. They can just play with the side lanes, continue to play with the Lord, go back and forth with this Barats, who can tank up the Lord to go for the dance. Real-time victory rate. Oh, Aran gets out. But real-time victory right here. It's 65% to Aura. Taz victory. Yawi!
Oh!
See here, Yawi misses, looking for Taz. But he sidesteps. Very good response here by Alter Ego. Taz specifically there. Could have been worse.
He's able to dodge that push from Yawi. He was looking for the flank angles. I don't know how he managed to get to the back line of Alter Ego, maybe with the diversion plays again, like we pointed out. But this is another threat that Alter Ego have to be able to address. Yawi flanking with the conceal, looking for an angle. That is going to be scary for Alter Ego. Taz, though.
Dealing damage. Yawi opening up, face checking here. In that flicker implosion finds 2 members, and that should be enough here. The damage does not come through yet as Taz finally falls. It's a 2 for 1, but Iran is there, and Kabuki secures the double.
What a move from Yawi. He was just trying to face check, and he's able to jump from behind. Now Pai stuck in an island.
Yeah, isolated. But take a look at Aura. Sends only Iran to deal with Pai as
never gonna
they
end.
are looking to perhaps claim a base hurt in the bottom side of the map. Diversion play will send towards the flank of Roger there. Yes, kill quite low. This might be a stake, but of course Kabuki is there for the trade.
Goodbye, it's never gonna end.
Cat and mouse game for them.
Oh my god. This is why, by the way, the Uranus gets picked against the CC. You can get away. Pops into Consecration earlier to get the regen back in, and he's at full stacks. It's very easy to get full stacks. Up against a CC who's just dealing damage to you continuously. He has Purify too, so he's chill.
Take a look at the damage though by Kabuki. Enough to burst Pai down, but not take him down just yet. Rossi committed the flicker. Now Aura looking for the Lord. Taz zoned out for now. And Aura, they will take no haste in taking the Lord.
Aura Esports dominant performance so far. Alter Ego, they need a miracle to turn the tides around as they set their sights on the Lord. Alter Ego, do they contest this? Because it is so hard to just cut through the front lines of Aura and get to the back line, especially with Kabuki 6-0 and 3 so far, dealing so much damage, and Yawi always on the hunt for the flank angles.
I think either way, they have to just be decisive here. There's a slow push down below. If they play it the way they did in the first Lord, they will basically give over a free Lord and maybe even a pickoff, easy pickoff to Aura. If this slow push continues to build up, which is their plan for Aura, they're sending Kabuki down there to form it, then Aura can take as long as they want. Go back and forth, so Alter Ego need to pull the trigger. They want to go for the Lord. That's the decision that they have made.
See, diversion though from Yawi. Oh! Flicker implosion will be cancelled as Gukun secures the Lord. Yawi taken out. Now Aura, will they commit on towards a fight as Yehaskiel is there? But it seems like now Alter Ego, they're running for the hills. Kabuki finding the flanks here, looking for a cheeky play.
Oh my god.
Karai goes down, another member goes down, and that is all. Aura burying every member of Alter Ego, almost 6 feet deep.
Nerves of steel by Kabuki to do the flank and just stand in the way of the Alter Ego frontliners. But also props to Kabuki, or to Yawi, excuse me, for locking down Taz and letting Gukun complete the job for him.
See here, Aura, can they end the game? Nino all alone, the base wide open to expose. And ladies and gentlemen, we got a reverse sweep in the second match of the day.
The Red Dragons soar the skies, and Alter Ego slip. They lose game 3. And an abomination by Aura Esports. Aura, they will fly slowly up there in the standings.
Securing top 2 for now. 5-3, they improve their record, and it's up against the very team that threatens that top 2 now, putting them down to 4-4. The same record we see from Geek, Dewa, and even Onyx. Masterful performance.
Amazing.
From Aura, their adjustment in game 1 to game 2 and even game 3.
Wow. Wow.
That was so good.
That was Alter Ego losing their composure in game 3, and Aura was just, again, with their momentum that they built in that second game, I feel like they were able to just hammer Alter Ego.
Absolutely hammered, burnt down to a crisp by the Dragons.
It feels like in game number 3, their communication were very, very on point. Everyone was on the same page. They were in the same frequency, and they just did the execution flawlessly.
They really did. Phenomenal by Aura Esports up against Alter Ego. The layering, the macro game, it was beautiful. It's beautiful. Aura are here. They are contenders.
So nice to see them being able to perform at this level. But of course, we want to hear what the players have to say. So we'll toss it over to Monica Ko for the winner's interview upstage.
Api sang naga semakin berkobar. Aura Fans, mana suaranya untuk Aura? Wow, pertandingan yang begitu sengit. Tapi ini yang menarik tadi, kayaknya kalau lihat matchnya dari 3 game, kayaknya kuncinya ini Loi ya. Ini Yeskel. Ini kunci menangnya pakai Loi ya. Karena kalau lihat nih game-game sebelumnya yang pakai Loi dari ada Krite itu menang. Akhirnya di game terakhir kamu menang dengan pakai Loi. Ini kenapa dengan Loi? Apakah emang lagi masuk meta atau kamu emang udah jago nih?
Udah jago sih kayaknya.
Udah jago ya? Udah jago. Gak ada alasan kenapa sih milih Loi?
Nggak ada kan. Emang hero-nya bikin pusing aja. Hero-nya bikin pusing.
Oke, bikin pusing. Jadi kamu sempat pusing dong sama Loi-nya Krite?
Lumayan lah.
Lumayan, tapi tentu aja kamu bisa memenangkan match kali ini. Tapi di samping Yeskiel, Yawi, gimana? Ternyata kamu, you're facing not Rack, but Rasi. Is it different? Ada bedanya enggak?
Ya, gak ada perbedaan karena dua-duanya roamer alter ego jago banget.
Oke, dua-duanya jago banget. Tapi tadi kamu ketemu sama chipnya Rasi. Ini ketemu chipnya Rasi ini menarik loh. Karena chip kan hero baru. Baru kali ini dimainin di stage MPL Indonesia Season 13. Pusing gak sih?
Ya pusing banget.
Pusing banget?
Iya.
Jadi nanti mau coba pakai chip?
Ya lihat nanti aja.
Lihat nanti aja. Anyway, kenapa sih kalian makin mundur? Ayo dong maju, ini pemenang kita dong. Oke, nah ada Gugun. 3 kali loh Rookie of the Week nih, OTW 4 kira-kira kayaknya nih ya. Gugun, gimana kamu adu retri sama seorang Tas?
Biasa aja.
Biasa aja. Kayaknya tapi kelihatannya tadi kayaknya kamu kesulitan deh. Biasanya soalnya kamu objektifnya bagus banget nih.
Karena di game 1 dia hero-nya nyebelin. Gampang megang. Jadi susah.
Jadi susah tapi akhirnya biasa aja ya. Yang penting kalian menang gitu ya. Ya. Prince Aran. Boleh dong nanyain Prince Aran. Prince Aran, gimana kemenangan kali ini?
Kurang perlawanan sih Cimon. Terlalu gampang.
Terlalu gampang. Jadi kira-kira kali ini kalau terlalu gampang. Tapi Aran, kalau kali ini terlalu gampang, nextnya bakalan sulit nggak? Karena kalian bakalan ngelawan Dewa. Dewa tuh tadi Kimura sempat bilang mau ketemu siapa? Mau ketemu Prince Aran nih, mau ngalahin lagi katanya.
Ya buat Dewa aja sih. Besok jangan dikuncinya di kamar mandi Kimuranya.
Oke, jangan dikunci di kamar mandi Kimuranya ya. Yang terakhir. Kabuki. Ini pertandingan kali ini akhirnya mengakhiri leg pertama kalian. Oke teman-teman semuanya, kita tetap suportif ya satu sama lain. Kabuki, ini leg pertama udah selesai buat kalian. Kalian udah ketemu dengan semua tim. Nah, menurut Kabuki nih, yang mana yang harus diwaspadai? Tim mana nih diwaspadai buat leg yang kedua?
Dewa sih.
Dewa, kenapa?
Karena hero-nya juga lebih luas sih daripada tim-tim lainnya. Jadi harus lebih siap lah kitanya.
Oke, jadi siap-siap ya ini yang harus diwaspadai Dewa. Tapi tentunya kita bakalan melihat bagaimana sih ini kemenangan dari Aura pada match kali ini. Tentunya bakalan dikupas oleh para casters yang sudah ready di sana.
Bentar, Cimon.
Oh, ada yang mau disampaikan sama Prince Aran. Oke, apa nih Aran?
Coba cekin kantong aku dong.
Coba cek. Oh iya, mau nggak cek dulu ya. Nih ada apa sih? Ada apa nih? Ada kertas nih, ada kertas. Coba nih, kita lihat sama-sama. Wah! Dikantongin dong sama Pai. Ini udah disiapin dari kemarin.
Emang udah pedewin jadi gampang.
Udah
aman.
pedewin. Wah, Pai. Biasanya Pai nih yang ngantongin nih player-player. Kali ini kamu Pai yang dikantongin sama Aran. Terakhir deh sebelum kita ke caster. Aran, pesan-pesan dong untuk Pai.
Lebih tryhard aja lagi buat leg kedua ya Pai.
Try hard aja buat leg kedua. Jangan dikantongin lagi dong sama Aran. So langsung saja para caster sudah ready di sana. Silakan casters.
Aran pocketed Pai with that little picture he had on his jacket. Mirko was like, I love this guy,
I love this guy. Bro, I love everyone who can actually bring spice, right?
Yep. Yeah.
You watch their interviews and you're like, wow, they're human beings, they're not robots. Yep. Oh my God.
They're not killer robots.
And then the pocketed Pai, that was beautiful. I mean, I love that. And even Pai was laughing, right?
Yeah.
Oh my, that was just...
They're having a great banter together.
Somehow same energy as last season where Iran won against Alter Ego and made Alter Ego fail to go to the playoffs.
True.
Same energy.
Same energy.
It's more...
more spice.
More spice.
More
spice.
The MVP though, presented by the official tournament smartphone. Samsung Galaxy, it is going to be Yehezkiel.
Dude, so good, man.
So good.
Yehezkiel, for the longest time, he's always been a mid laner with crazy potential. I remember watching him during SPS and saying, bro, this guy, his mechanics are insane. He was swapping items like he's crazy back in the day. Kind of reminded me of Young Sans. That's what I was saying.
Whoa.
And unfortunately, that was just different when he plays offline. When he was in online tournaments, he always performs. Even PLA President, the qualifiers, SPS, the qualifiers, they were doing really well with Yehezkiel. But then they go on stage and he just plays weird. Now, it finally feels like, hey, he's gotten rid of the jitters. He's gotten rid of the nervousness. He knows how to space. He knows how to utilize these crazy picks too. His hero pool, heavily criticized in week 1, only Novaria. But now, plays everything really, really well. And I think this match, this entire series, goes to show how many heroes he can really pop off on, right? In game number 1 and 2, it was, game number 1, it was Vexana, and it was performing really well. Game 2, it was Novaria, and now it is the Luoyi. The positioning every single time to give Yaoi an opportunity to go for the flank. Even the damage that he's done. Shoutouts to Yaoi, though, for these amazing, amazing sets. Because this game was just so explosive because of Yaoi and the Luoyi.
Indeed. He is able to get rid of the stage nerves, and he performed on the Novaria. That second game was deathless. And then this one as well, with the Luo Yi priority pick for RRQ Esports in that crafting phase. And it feels like they just bonded it all together very, very well. The synergy with the Tigreal and the Luo Yi, getting the implosions, getting the lockdown and the pin down on Taz, rendering him immovable. He's just not able to really move around and get the retributions when needed. So, RRQ Esports, that was a solid game 3. The dominating one at that.
Yeah. What's up with all the game 3s just going
That's
one-sided, right?
That's what I thought.
Dewa RRQ was so intense. Then game 3 happened and we were like, okay, okay, that's a game.
And the way game 2 ends was because of a slip-off. We saw Ogun and Gary.
Same pattern, you're right.
Yeah, we saw Gary and...
no, we saw Kaze and Watts.
Kaze and Watts.
And then Gary and Drian.
Gary and then Drian trying to salvage something. They screwed that up, and Alter Ego, considerably that, that diversion play was also probably a mishap in that regard.
It's the same here for Aura in game number 3. Aran played a really good game. Oh, wow, Hunter Strike actually. And for the Harith, Oracle. Last item, Oracle. He's trying to get more of that sustainability within his skin on top of the damage that he already has as well. So he actually sold the boots to get that Oracle. His last item was a defensive item for the Oracle. And honestly, I honestly feel like the Tigreal pick is just really, really good. I love the Tigreal pick right after the Nolan because, like we said in the game too, when in the draft too, you said they're going to be forced to go for Purify. If they go for Purify, they won't be able to disengage. They won't even be able to engage. They won't be able to chase. And that's what happened. They kind of struggled. They were always hesitant in these team fights. How do we go in? How do we approach it? Because of these picks from Aura. And also the adaptation for Aran to go for Sprint instead of Purify. Now, he actually gets the space. We were talking about how CC does well in... like how a CC can be executed well, and it's with space. With Sprint, you kind of make your own space.
That's true. And that Uranus pick did not do wonders as well for Alter Ego Esports. But coming up next is the golden moment presented by our official gold partner, UBS Gold.
Daerah situ Egon. Gosok. Aman, mereka takut. Tele aja, cari posisi tele aja. Sini buk. Aman, kalem aja boy. Gua makan Mino. Dapat temannya. Dua orang di gua guys. Kelas gua. Dapat guys. Bisa rata, masih ada buki. Dibilong lawan. Masih ada buki, masih ada. Kejar. Kejar bebek cari bot. Bisa target back sana, back sana, no Purif. Nice boy. Tahu buk. Nice boy. Mino. Double. Langsung atas guys.
Item defense cuy, santai cuy.
Double. Gua bisa takutin Roger. Lu jangan bonyok aja, Buk.
Aman aja, boy.
Guys, respect.
Ini mah udah
boy.
Aman aja boy. How do we translate it to Indonesian? Miracle?
It's all safe, boy. It's all safe.
It's all safe,
It's all
brother.
chill, boy.
It's all good, brother. And it was all good for Aura Esports, namely with Yaoi safeguarding the flanks and Kabuki performing finally, shutting down the doubters, saying that he did not have a good hero pool. He was
Carry
able
Claude.
to play carry Claude. More than that, he had the Roger in his pocket. He also had the Harith. So it was also a very, very good performance from Kabuki.
That was really good. Every time Kabuki is forced on heroes that is not the carry, not the Claude, in week 1 to week 4, he just struggled, right? And that through all the losses that Aura have taken, it's been when usually Kabuki doesn't get his hero. But now, the last 2 weeks, he's been improving a whole lot with the Harith, with the Roger, learning new heroes, and the rest of the team has just clicked even more now. The synergy is there, man, and it is getting really scary. Aura are top dogs now, man. They're no longer just a team that will fill a slot in MPLID. At this point, in MPLID, no team is like a filler team anymore, right?
Everyone's competing for something now.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, Evos won against Onyx.
That's
top
true.
2 against number 9.
You know what I noticed?
What?
It has been Onyx RRQ, first and second, for the most part.
Since season 7.
Around that, right? More or less. But now it's Bigetron and Aura.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
your team
Wow.
and Eternus team.
Oh.
My team and Arashi's team.
My
this
God.
season.
Wow. I mean,
you're not that far down. Rashi's alone, kind of, right now.
Onyx still floating.
Yeah.
They're still,
They're still doing good,
on
like,
water
okay.
surface.
Are they 4th?
Around 5th or 4th, yes.
Yeah.
5th.
But of course, one of the programs, esports academy program, this is with Moonton Cares and the Hope Cup as well, in which we talked about it earlier, that it is one of the charities that will contribute based on the performance of gold farming from the MPL players. It will be multiplied
by 30.
By 30. So it's all in the name of developing the esports academy and the development as well in Indonesia, presented by Moonton Cares and Hope Cup, as well as Garudaku Academy, one of the pioneers for this program.
Absolutely, and with all the crazy games that we've had, with all matches going 3 games, that's a whole lot of fundraising that we are doing totally for this whole event. So week 4 to week 6, that's the time period of the gold that is going to be calculated in and then multiplied by 30. Shoutouts to Moonton Cares, Hope Cup, and also Garudaku Academy for having this phenomenal event.
Indeed, and you can see already the gold there. 94
Oh my God.
million, yeah.
94
million.
94 million gold.
That's a lot of gold.
And we're, okay, looking at the bar, we're not even halfway. True. So what is their goal here? Is their goal by the metric? What's the goal, Gani?
Wait,
do your maths.
Wait, if half is 94, 100?
Maybe 100.
I think 500 would be the goal. No?
Oh my lord.
500, you could always...
Around 300, 400 maybe? Right?
Maybe, you could always creep up with the milestones that they set.
That's only gold. You multiply that by 30, by the way.
That's good.
That's amazing.
The fact that we have good gold laners in Indonesia helps a lot as well. You mean, like Skylar, you know, these players.
Get well soon, Skylar, by the way.
Get well soon, Skylar. We hope that he is.
Arashi hopes especially.
And well, yeah, especially Arashi. Also for you guys out there, because you know, the seasons are everywhere now, and you have to take care of yourself so that you can come to MPL Arena, and also take part in watching MPL ID Season 13.
Is RRQ playing tomorrow, by the way?
RRQ.
No.
Gonna have to check
they only
it.
have one match, and it is today.
That's true.
No comments after that. Yeah.
If they would have had another match, then we'll have to see the adaptation.
Adaptation.
True.
And after this, of course, we have Evos Glory against Bigetron Alpha. Miracle, quick prediction.
So far, my mere curse has been a mere bless, but I'll say Evos Glory.
Oh.
Is it a... Do I want Evos to win? I don't know. Do I want
see.
Evos, the BTR to win? I don't know. You just have to see.
And actually that match, the last match, marks the first half. Bigetron Evos, it's going to be leg 2.
The catalyst for
You're
the
right.
second
So
leg.
that's it. This is the end of leg
first
1.
leg.
That's
The
true.
first half, yes.
Time flies, man.
Time flies.
It feels
So-
like it was just yesterday.
Yeah, it really does. But I have a question. Who's the first half champions?
Wow.
We're gonna have to find out after this, because we will take a break shortly before we enter the Land of Dawn for Bigetron Alpha against Evos Glory right after the break.
So first half champion, it's Bigetron.
It's Bigetron.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13!
Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap, dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Roxfold. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
sebaliknya nih, prediksi kalian salah semua nih. Kita mulai dari Profesor KB coba.
Kalau gue mungkin waktu pertama kali ditanya kali ya, kan waktu itu sempat ngobrol juga di salah satu tempatnya Joe yang disediain. Itu gue waktu ditanya top 3 lah, top 3 itu gue sempat mention kan RRQ, Onyx itu pokoknya 1-2, Onyx 1 atau RRQ 2, pokoknya posisinya kayak gitu. Evos tuh ketiga. Nah kemungkinan besar yang paling mendekati ya antara di sisa untuk minggu-minggu yang sekarang yang paling mendekati banget ya berarti ada di antara Onyx yang tersisa cuma 1 berarti jatuhnya. Ya itu pun Onyx pun lagi up and down. Tapi ya season 13 harusnya bisa jadi season yang makin gak ketebak. Itu yang gue suka juga sih dari MPL sekarang.
Wow, itu harus satu kata yang kita garis bawahi atau satu kalimat, season yang paling gak ketebak sih dari Profesor kali. Kalau dari R7 ngelihatnya gimana season ini?
Kalau dari gua, emang gua awalnya ngeprediknya yang bakal kayak upper bracket itu Onyx lah. Cuman pas dilihat-lihat setelah 5 week berjalan ini di luar ekspektasi gua gitu. Malah kayak BTR dan Aura gitu kan yang ada di upper bracket gitu. Jadi ya di MPL season 13 ini lebih kayak banyak kejutan sih. Dan kayak meta-meta yang zaman dulu juga udah mulai kelihatan lagi gitu. Baru belakangan ini gitu kayak meta 2 fighter, meta healer gitu keluar-keluar lagi gitu. Jadi ya gak ngebosanin lah kalau misalnya season 13 ini lah.
Oke, jadi lebih variatif lagi ya untuk season sekarang ya. Meta-meta yang dulu sempat ada sekarang udah ada lagi nih. Menarik juga nih jawaban dari KB sama dari R7 nih. Nah sekarang kita masuk ke pembahasan dari masing-masing timnya. Karena 9 tim udah berhadapan satu sama lain. Mungkin kita bakal ngeliat dulu aset standing sementara. Karena yang terupdate nih di hari ini itu ada di peringkat 9 adalah Rebellion Esports. Mungkin kita bakal ngebahas di mana perjalanan dari Rebellion Esports sendiri ini benar-benar nggak terduga ya, karena mereka bisa dibilang salah satu tim yang tanpa konsistensi. Terlihat memang ketika mereka berhadapan dengan tim yang mungkin kita kira mereka bakal kalah, ternyata mereka menang. Tapi ketika kita berpikir Rebellion Esports bakal menang, ternyata mereka belum bisa nih. Dan mereka terlihat belum mampu memenangkan setiap week-nya dengan konsisten. Biasanya cuma 1 week, ketika ada 2 pertandingan, 1 menang dan 1 kalah. Konsistensi ini yang membuat Rebellion ada di peringkat ke-9. Dan kalau dari KB, ngelihatnya Rebellion Esports ini kayak gimana sih KB?
Ya thanks to Rebellion juga ya, karena ya sekarang udah rame banget nih Luoi, yang mungkin awalnya gara-gara Swallow-nya juga main div banget kalau misalkan dia mainin Luoi. Tapi semua tim sekarang look up ke Luoi, makanya kita kayak mungkin pilihan hero mid lane-nya jauh lebih banyak. Terus kalau ngomongin Rebellion ya itu tadi sih, inkonsistensinya itu yang mungkin perlu dihindari pelan-pelan, karena jatuhnya kalau 2 match dalam seminggu tanding terus kalian cuma dapetin 1 poin, 1 poinnya lagi ternyata kalian kalah, itu bakal ngerugin tim kalian banget. Apalagi kalau teman-teman lihat kan ini klasmen regular seasonnya kan udah 8 pertandingan semua kan. Jadi ya menandakan kalau hal seasonnya tuh udah selesai gitu loh. Yang berarti kalau berulang terus seperti ini, Rebellion Esports jatuhnya ya cuma dapetin 3 poin lagi dong. Dan kalau hal kayak gitu tetap terjadi, itu rugi buat mereka karena mereka kayak nggak bakal keluar dari zona merah. Makanya nggak tahu kenapa selain mungkin mempersiapkan meta yang cukup efisien selain Luoi, mereka juga harus mempersiapkan gimana caranya eksekusi game mereka. Karena kalau ngomongin objektif, Vincent juga udah oke lah buat sekarang.
Oke, jadi dari segi objektif memang Vincent udah terlihat membaik gitu ya dibandingkan dengan season sebelumnya mungkin untuk di Rebellion Esports itu sendiri. Kalau dari Mas R7 nih, ngelihatnya Rebellion Esports itu gimana di season sekarang?
RBL ini lebih ke arah kayak, gue tuh menganggap RBL tuh kayak kuda hitam gitu lah. Kadang kuat, tapi kadang juga nggak kuat gitu. Dan mereka juga benar kata KB yang membawakan meta Lui gitu. Dan sekarang emang semua timnya juga udah fokus ke Lui meta gitu. Dan RBL kan yang make duluan gitu. Tapi ketika Lui-nya di-ban gitu, RBL tuh jadi kelihatan kayak kurang berdaya gitu. Padahal kalau misalnya bisa dilihat dari statistik jungler, Vincent itu termasuk orang yang sering objektif juga kan dan sering dapet gitu. Makanya gue kayak bingung gitu apa yang membuat kayak RBL itu sekarang ada di zona merah gitu. Sedangkan dari permainan mereka itu yang gue lihat itu dari segi objektifnya rapih, komit bareng, tapi ya hasilnya aja yang belum dapet gitu menurut gue gitu. Jadi kayak bingung aja gitu ngelihatnya gitu kalau RBL tuh.
Jadi emang kalau kita lihat juga hari ini tuh rame banget, terutama untuk Luoi ya, yang tadi terlihat juga untuk di match kedua dipakai di 3 game loh. Dan kebanyakan itu posisi keberadaan Loi itu juga menentukan untuk win rate chance dari tim yang menggunakannya. Terbukti dari game ketiga tadi benar-benar dikuasai banget sama Aura Esports ya. Dan ini sebenarnya meta yang bisa dibilang dilahirkan oleh Rebellion karena mereka yang pertama kali memunculkan. Mereka udah punya strategi yang cukup matang juga di awal-awal minggu atau awal-awal musim ini. Cuman sangat disayangkan mereka nggak konsisten mungkin karena kita tahu sendiri ya, mereka kadang suka lepas dari objektifnya dan ternyata itu yang membuat mereka jadi kehilangan kendali di mid to late game ya.
Iya, itu yang sering terjadi juga sih. Kayak apa ya? Ya penyakit MPL. Overheat ya itu. Penyakit MPL, dapat Lord
Ya,
overcommit.
Terlalu confident lah ya.
Atau bisa dibilang pasifnya alter ego nggak nih pindah ke Rebellion nih? Apa masih belum nih kalau bisa dibilang?
Beda. Kalau mau lihat pasif alter ego mungkin tadi sih pertandingan alter ego yang game kedua kan. Tiba-tiba kita ngeliat movement, tiba-tiba ada di area jungle musuh dan ternyata di notice gitu loh sama Aura. Itu mungkin resiko-resiko alter ego yang dulu yang sempat kita lihat lagi. Tapi kayak lebih classy aja kan. Jadi nggak kayak kelihatan pasif alter ego beneran gitu loh.
Oke, jadi masih belum berpindah nih ya pasif yang kita kenal dari alter ego ke Rebellion Esports. Oke, sekarang kita lanjut ngebahas untuk tim di peringkat selanjutnya. Ada Evos Glory. Tim yang kita tahu sendiri ini mendapatkan tren positif, terutama untuk di minggu kelima ini. Karena yang match terakhir mereka di luar dugaan, di luar semua prediksi kebanyakan orang, mereka berhasil mengalahkan Sang Raja Langit Onyx dengan poin 2-0 poin penuh. Dan lagi-lagi, kalau kita ngebahas masalah Evos Glory, memang di awal-awal leg pertama, mereka belum mendapatkan banyak kesempatan untuk bisa meraih kemenangan. Tapi somehow dengan roster terbaru mereka, ini membawa tren positif gitu untuk Evos itu sendiri. Dan kalau dari Profesor KB nih, ngelihat Evos untuk di leg yang pertama ini gimana nih ngelihat?
Mungkin kalau ngelihat Evos di leg yang pertama ini agak sedikit terseok-seok karena emang mereka kebetulan dapetin 4 kekalahan di awal musim. Dan itu menurutku menjadi salah satu alasan kenapa mereka berada di urutan yang sekarang. Tapi bayangin deh, dari 4 pertandingan yang sudah dilewatkan, tiba-tiba kan mereka 4 pertandingan tersebut tuh sisanya mereka langsung ganti roster. Dan ternyata tren positif dari roster terbaru ini lumayan oke. Karena kalau kita lihat dari hasil dan perbandingan, roster lamanya mereka itu 0-4, 0 win, 4 lose. Sementara dengan roster baru mereka dapetin 3 win, 1 lose. Jadi menurut gua not bad gitu loh dengan roster yang sekarang. Walaupun emang mereka ya belum ketemu sama yang di atas-atas kayak misalkan Bigetron atau Aura dan sejenisnya. Tapi mereka udah ngalahin Onyx. Itu udah jadi pembuktian kalau roster yang sekarang dengan ya Brands dan juga 4 pemain baru lainnya ini bisa menimbulkan Evos Glory yang emang pengen playoff gitu loh. Mereka tuh memang pengen bangkit dari tempat yang sekarang. Makanya mereka udah nggak di urutan yang ke-9 kan. Improvement tuh bisa dibilang ya pelan-pelan tapi pasti.
Oke, improvement ada pelan-pelan tapi pasti dan emang udah lebih terbukti ya. Karena memang dengan pergantian roster yang ada, dengan 4 roster yang sekarang mengisi selain Brands, itu mereka mendapatkan 3 kemenangan dan hanya 1 kekalahan saja dari sisa 4 kali pertandingan di leg yang pertama. Kalau dari R7, ngeliatnya gimana nih untuk Evos Glory?
Evos Glory kalau yang belakangan ini dengan dia menang 3 kalah 1, menurut gue itu bakal jadi roster pegangannya sampai akhir leg sih. Karena emang terbukti gitu kan, hasilnya lebih bagus juga. Kalau misalnya di leg pertama itu gue ngerasa kayak mereka itu telat menemukan puzzle-nya gitu loh. Jadi kayak telat aja gitu. Pasti kayak kewalahan dari segi poin atau apa. Kalau misalnya puzzle-nya belum pas kan pasti kayak gitu. Dan gue ngerasa kayak Evos Glory sekarang kayak udah lebih berani melakukan hal sesuatu juga. Apalagi semenjak kayak Brands udah masuk juga dan Fluffy udah naik juga kan. Secara Fluffy itu emang player MPL dari lama kan. Dia akhirnya balik lagi ya, jadi lebih terlihat lah cara team play-nya itu lebih kompak gitu belakangan ini.
Lebih terlihat ya semenjak adanya Brands dan juga Fluffy di Evos Glory ya. Tapi dari tadi kita ngebahas tentang Brands gitu. Apakah memang sosok Brands ini yang bisa membawa Evos Glory menjadi Glory nih? Menurut Profesor KB?
Efek Brands ya mungkin karena pengalaman juga kali ya. Kayak lu bisa beli pemain mahal tapi lu belum tentu bisa beli pengalamannya. Jadi makanya ya dengan membawa Brands, apalagi Brands juga udah punya pengalaman di Bigetron sebelumnya. Dia juga udah pernah main MPL dari season ke season, pernah ngelewatin banyak meta juga ya kan. Di saat semua orang main fighter dia sempat main marksman satu-satunya pada saat itu bersama dengan Bigetron. Makanya sempat tanda kutip kalau kata komunitas tuh kayak monoton gameplaynya, tapi ya dengan gameplay yang sekarang apalagi Evos Glory bener-bener ngeliatin pokoknya Anavel hero-nya fleksibel, nanti Brands tinggal marksman kalau enggak mungkin hero yang menangin laning, itu udah nunjukin kalau mereka udah nggak usah mikirin draft yang terlalu gimana, tinggal movementnya itu yang tadi R7 bilang kan, mereka berani bikin move, mereka berani untuk apa ya, nyiptain momentum lah, karena itu yang paling penting, jangan sampai kita kalah tapi diem doang gitu.
Oke, jangan sampai kita kalah tapi diem doang ya. Kalau dari R7 ngeliatnya gimana nih, apakah Brands memang bisa membawa Glory ke Evos Glory?
Gue ngelihat kayak Brands ini kan emang pemain lama juga di Evos gitu. Mungkin menjadi kayak salah satu angin segar juga lah, bahwa kayak kan ada kalau misalnya ada orang lama itu pasti betah lah gitu kan. Jadi kayak lebih percaya aja gitu satu sama lainnya. Mungkin kayak gitu sih yang gue lihat.
Jadi karena ada orang lama ya, jadi bikin betah ya. Oke, cukup menarik nih. Dan kita lanjut lagi untuk membahas tim selanjutnya nih. Dan bergerak ke peringkat ke-7 untuk di leg 1 dari MPL season ke-13 ini. Dimana ini ada RRQ Hoshi. Tim yang sejauh yang aku bisa bilang, ini belum pernah ada di peringkat, mungkin peringkat yang kurang aman seperti di season 13. Dan sekarang kalau kita lihat RRQ udah kedatangan kembali PYN dan juga Lemon, atau Finn dan juga Lemon. Kira-kira apakah tren positif yang dibawakan oleh Finn dan juga Lemon itu akan berpengaruh nih tentang klasmen RRQ Hoshi yang kita lihat sekarang masih di peringkat ke-7 dan mereka juga baru mengalami kekalahan untuk di match pertama hari ini atas Dewa United. Kalau dari Profesor Kami ngeliatnya gimana?
RRQ ya yang kayak gue bilang juga kemarin-kemarin, kalau mereka tuh karena mereka tiba-tiba dari Brusco ya kan sama mungkin Okta, mereka reset ya kan, mereka press the reset button dan mereka bawa Vin, Lemon, itu udah pasti mereka akan kalah langkah sama tim-tim lain yang rosternya tuh udah dari awal udah di build gitu loh. Beda mungkin kalau kita ngomongin soal Evos Glory. Evos Glory kan naikin satu tim, bahkan sama coachnya juga strategi. Jadi nggak heran mereka udah ada karakter itu dari awal. Mereka udah punya gameplay sendiri, mereka udah punya game plan sendiri. Ternyata puzzle-nya lebih cocok sama Brands dibandingkan dengan Natco yang pada saat itu bertanding di Derby Classic. Nah, kalau RRQ Hoshi karena mereka puzzle-nya tuh individual, yang walaupun individualnya udah punya pengalaman, tapi kan lagi dan lagi, yang namanya individual punya pengalaman atau veteran pun itu butuh waktu gitu loh buat adaptasi. Mau gimana pun caranya ya, apa yang terjadi di RRQ sekarang, itu bakal tetap bisa ke depannya tuh tinggal di merekanya sendiri, di timnya sendiri. Mereka tuh mau ngubah yang bener-bener berubah total, apa mereka nanti bakal ketinggalan terus, karena kalau misalkan mereka nggak bergerak cepat, ini udah minggu yang kelima, takutnya nanti di minggu yang ke-7 atau minggu yang ke-8 nih udah boleh lebih aware, karena buat sekarang kan poinnya nggak berbeda jauh banget nih ya kan. Jadi kalau sekali kepleset, wah itu fuck up banget harusnya, bakal bahaya banget kalau misalkan hal-hal kayak gitu terjadi gitu loh.
Oke, jadi ini harusnya udah jadi suatu tanda lah ya, atau warning mungkin untuk RRQ sendiri gimana caranya mereka biar bisa bounce back lagi dari leg yang pertama. Karena ini udah masuk ke leg yang kedua, semua tim itu tipis banget perbedaannya. Buktinya kayak barusan Alter Ego yang menerima kekalahan langsung turun juga nih peringkatnya ke peringkat 4. Dan itu harus diwaspadain banget sama RRQ karena ya mereka masih cukup tertinggal dibandingkan 6 tim lainnya yang ada di peringkat 1 sampai 6. Kalau kita lihat dari R7, ngelihatnya RRQ dengan kedatangan Kin dan juga Lemon, gimana sih untuk seorang R7 gitu ya, legenda dari RRQ Hoshi itu sendiri, ngelihat RRQ yang sekarang?
Ngelihat RRQ yang sekarang ya, kayak gue ngelihatnya lebih banyak ke struggle-nya sih. Entah itu dari segi draft atau entah dari segi gameplay, karena gue ngelihat kayak di pandangan gue tuh mereka main belum kayak as a team gitu loh gitu. Jadi kayak ada yang masih sibuk sama ininya, ada yang ininya kayak belum nyatu aja gitu. Dan dengan datangnya Finn dan Lemon juga kan, apa yang dibilang KB itu kayak reset lagi gitu kan. Pasti kan ketinggalan sama tim lain gitu. Jadi kayak kalah step up aja gitu. Menurut gua.
Oke. Karena memang Finn dan Lemon juga masuknya mungkin baru di minggu-minggu akhir ini kan. Dan itu yang membuat mereka harus nyatuin chemistry lagi, beda sama Evos Glory yang emang satu tim ditarik full semuanya hingga akhirnya mereka bisa lebih dapat chemistry-nya gitu ya. Dan kalau kita ngelihat nih, ini RRQ kan banyak yang bilang atau benar-benar udah jadi kayaknya rahasia umum lah ya, bahwa RRQ itu adalah Skylar sentris. Dan sekarang terbukti gitu, ketika Skylar yang sedang sakit, kita doain juga Skylar untuk segera kembali pulih dari sakitnya. Ini sekali Skylar-nya nggak ada, RRQ terlihat turun. Gimana pendapat Bung KB nih ngelihat Skylar sentris dari RRQ?
Kalau ngomongin skala sentris ya mungkin karena gameplay yang sekarang juga lagi kebetulan menuju ke gold lane ya sebagai salah satu carry utamanya. Jadi ya sangat-sangat wajar lah kalau misalkan ada yang bilang kayak kemarin kan ada yang bilang tuh kayak brand sentris ya kan, karena brand Nathan kalau dia tumbang gamenya kalah, tapi kalau dia tetap hidup gitu kan gamenya menang ya. Emang karena kebetulan sekarang gold lane bisa jadi kayak jantung utamanya dari sebuah tim, makanya kayak beban tersendiri untuk para gold laner untuk ngegendong timnya itu udah pasti ada di pikiran dari pemain gold laner itu sendiri. Makanya ya ketika Skylarnya mungkin lagi mengalami hal seperti ini ya, makanya tadi juga udah sempat didoain juga buat Skylar biar cepat pulih kembali, biar beraktivitas dan bertanding kembali juga. Tapi ya emang kelihatan jelas kalau ada perbedaan levelnya juga dari Skylar dan juga Bunny Kitty. Cuma tidak menutup kemungkinan karena prosesnya Bunny Kitty juga kan baru 2 pertandingan ya di MPL dibandingkan dengan 8 pertandingan total yang dijalanin sama RRQ Hoshi, dan memang karena masih belum dapetin kemenangan, jadi dilihat itu kayak wah Bunny kurang nih. Padahal ya enggak juga, selama gameplaynya berjalan dan selama mereka as a team yang ngerasa oke, ini gameplaynya tetap bisa jalan, ya why not gitu loh untuk tetap dengan Bunny dan mencoba bermain sebagai tim. Kayak yang mungkin dibilang R7 tadi, datang Vin Lemon nih, Skylar udah nyatu nih, oke mungkin tinggal Irat sama Banananya ngekomplitin. Tiba-tiba Skylarnya lagi sekarang posisinya mungkin lagi istirahat gitu kan. Ya mau nggak mau Bunyinya yang harus adaptasi lagi sama permainan 4-nya yang udah jalan gitu loh. Jadi ya reset buttonnya terlalu sering dipencet jatuhnya.
Oke, menarik ya. Jadi emang terus-terusan dari reset button yang dipencet ya. Kalau dari R7 sebagai mantan satu timnya nih yang udah pernah bareng juga, ngelihatnya gimana? Apakah memang RRQ bisa dibilang Skylar sentris kah?
Skylar sentris ya enggak sih, karena menurut gue semua orang sama aja, cuman tiap orang punya cara penyampaiannya berbeda-beda mungkin ya ke dalam timnya. Mungkin kalau misalnya si Skylar main itu dia bisa di segi mid game late game-nya bisa lebih ngatur anak-anaknya, karena kan mau gimana pun juga gold lane itu adalah kayak titik damage tertinggi lah gitu ya, dan dia yang megang gold paling besar, jadi otomatis dia harus bisa kayak menggunakan teman-temannya gitu. Mungkin kalau misalnya Skylar main itu dia lebih kayak talk aktif, mungkin kalau Bunny itu masih ada sungkan-sungkannya kali ya atau gimana gitu, gua gak tahu dalamnya kayak gimana. Cuman kalau misalnya Skylar itu bisa dilihat ya karena jam terbangnya banyak gitu kan, udah dari season berapa juga dia main, jadi otomatis harusnya lebih masuk daripada Bunny Kitty gitu. Bunny Kitty itu menurut gue kurang kayak jam terbang aja gitu, jadi kayak gameplaynya kelihatannya jadi kayak struggle aja gitu.
Oke, jadi emang itu nantinya balik lagi dengan jam terbang ya, dimana Bunny Kitty ya bisa jadi aja suatu saat nanti penggantinya Skylar juga yang bisa menjadi line up utama juga untuk RRQ, karena memang dia masih butuh jam terbang. Kita sempat diingatkan juga sama KB bahwa masih 2 pertandingan aja yang dimainkan sama Bunny Kitty, jadi dia masih butuh banyak nih waktu yang dibutuhkan untuk bisa menyatukan chemistry dengan tim yang lain ya. Dan oke, kita lanjut lagi ke tim selanjutnya, tapi kita bakal cepat aja karena 3 tim yang peringkatnya mungkin ada di peringkat 7, 8, dan 9 udah selesai kita bahas nih. Kita bakal ngebahas nih tentang perubahan-perubahan yang ada di 6 tim teratas. Kita mulai mungkin dari Geekfam, di mana kita lihat Geekfam ini yang sempat struggle juga untuk di beberapa minggu lah ya, untuk di awal-awalnya, tapi akhirnya mereka udah mulai menemukan lagi nih transformasi dari Hazel, di mana kita tahu sendiri Hazel adalah seorang assassin dan sekarang dia harus benar-benar bisa ikutin meta yang lagi up to date sekarang, itu adalah meta tank juggler. Dan Aboy, sosok mid laner yang bisa dibilang underrated. Kalau dari Profesor KB ngelihat Geekfam untuk season sekarang itu kayak gimana?
Mungkin lagi sering kena outdraft aja kali ya. Mungkin karena keterbatasan pool hero juga. Kayak misalkan mungkin kayak Baloyski yang win rate 100% Minotaur, tapi ternyata kemarin baru pecah juga gara-gara lagi dan lagi kena outdraft. Jadi mungkin Geekfam perlu variasi dan variabel draft yang bisa lebih mereka mainkan di MPL season kali ini.
Oke, dan kita lanjut lagi ke next team ya. Untuk Dewa United nih, kalau Dewa United dari R7, karena kita tahu sendiri ketika Drian masuk di season 13, Drian ini sosok roam yang benar-benar pool hero-nya luas banget. Seperti tadi aja kita lihat sendiri ada Valentina roam yang dia gunakan, dan Masha itu juga dipopulerkan di season 13 oleh Drian. Ngelihatnya efek dari Drian ke Dewa United itu kayak gimana, R7?
Gue ngeliat Drian datang ke Dewa ini dengan hero pool yang sangat luas itu, kalau misalnya ada tim yang lawan Dewa itu lebih ke arah kayak bingung sih nentuin kayak ini hero di lane mana ya gitu. Karena semenjak datangnya Drian itu kayak mereka Drian itu benar-benar nyamanin draftnya untuk temen-temennya gitu. Jadi secara nggak langsung tuh dia ngalah gitu, kayak udah ini gue pakai ini di ROM aja gitu. Contohnya kayak dia pakai Valentina ROM gitu. Biar teman-temannya tuh nggak ke counter gitu. Jadi dengan datangnya Drian menurut gue kayak tim bakal bingung sih, hero ini tuh bakal diletakin di mana gitu. Bisa kayak nge-outplay draft juga sih nantinya datangnya Drian ini.
Sisi positif dari Drian ya, ketika digabung dengan Dewa benar-benar bisa ngebuat ya strategi bakal susah dibaca nih sama tim lawannya. Dan kita lanjut lagi untuk ke tim selanjutnya nih, RRQ Esports. Yang kita tahu sendiri RRQ baru saja menerima kekalahan. Tim yang benar-benar bisa dibilang masih roller coaster banget nih. Dari Profesor KB ngeliatnya gimana?
Mungkin simple aja ya buat RRQ, walaupun kemarin mendapatkan kemenangan bersama Rek, terus tadi Rasi main dapetin kekalahan. Jangan terlalu cepat untuk mengambil kesimpulan dari kolom komentar, itu penting soalnya karena yang megang data kalian bukan orang lain ya. Jadi tolong manfaatkan data yang ada, apapun itu hasilnya yang dijalankan di scrim. Mereka seenggaknya harus tahu juga untuk top 5 ke depannya siapa, apakah bakal fix di Rasi atau kayak emang bener-bener kayak ngelihat lawannya. Kalau lawannya ternyata cocok untuk bawain Rek, mereka bakal bawa Rek. Kalau misalkan cocok bawa Rasi ya mereka bakal bawa Rasi. Karena kalau mereka ganti-gantian terus ya jatuhnya mereka bakal ketinggalan lagi nih. Sama mungkin masalahnya kayak yang dialami sama RRQ Hoshi, mereka ganti pemain di saat liga tuh udah berjalan ke minggu-minggu yang krusial kayak gini.
Oke, dari RRQ ya, jadi emang benar-benar harus bisa lebih cepat lagi beradaptasinya ya. Dan kalau kita ngebahas mungkin 3 tim teratas, langsung aja kita sebutin ya. Pertama, untuk peringkat di leg pertama ada Bigetron Alpha, di peringkat kedua ada Aura, Fire, dan juga di peringkat ketiga ada Onyx. Mungkin sebelum kita closing, aku pengen nanya dong nih, kira-kira dari KB dan juga R7 untuk prediksi di playoff nanti, kira-kira tim mana yang mungkin aman banget untuk masuk ke playoff, dan kira-kira 3 tim lainnya yang nggak bisa untuk lanjut mungkin ke playoff, kira-kira prediksi dari KB dan R7 dimulai dari KB.
Kalau aman ya, kata aman ini juga sebenarnya nggak aman sih. Tapi kayaknya untuk Bigetron Aura kayaknya masih aman. Mungkin yang pelan-pelan bakal nyusul ya antara Onyx atau Evos Glory, itu udah aman ya, yang aman ya antara itu sih harusnya.
Oke, kalau dari R7 melihatnya tim yang harus siap masih paling aman dan harus yang udah warning siapa aja?
Yang aman ya udah pasti BTR sama Aura ya. Kalau misalnya warning ini RBL Geek kali ya.
RBL Geek. Oke, dan itulah dia ya untuk tim-tim prediksi dari kedua special guest kita, Profesor KB dan juga R7. Gimana memang masih ada leg kedua yang harus diperjuangkan mati-matian oleh semua tim, terutama yang ada di peringkat 7 sampai peringkat ke-9. Dan sepertinya bincang-bincang kita di MPL Takeover Special Half Season MPL Indonesia seri ke-13 sudah selesai teman-teman semuanya, karena sesaat lagi kita akan menyaksikan nih match pertama di half season yang kedua dari MPL Indonesia seri ke-13. So terima kasih sekali lagi untuk Profesor KB dan juga untuk R7 ngobrol-ngobrol singkatnya. Semoga nanti kita ada waktu lagi buat ngobrol-ngobrol bareng, dan sampai jumpa di pertemuan selanjutnya. Bye-bye semuanya, thank you so much, bye!
Bye-bye.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, jangan
match terakhir pada hari ini. Yang mana match kali ini juga menandakan dimulainya leg kedua. Wow, nggak kerasa ya ternyata leg pertama di season 13 telah usai. Kita masuk ke leg yang kedua, ini udah half season berlalu di season 13. Dan tentunya kali ini di match penutupan hari ini sekaligus juga match perdana di leg kedua atau setelah half season ini akan mempertemukan antara Evos dan juga Bigetron Alpha. Ini sangat menarik ya kalau kita flashback sedikit ke belakang. Yang mana di leg yang pertama mereka sempat bertemu dan Evos harus tunduk nih kepada robot. Sang robot ini Bigetron harus kalah 2-0. Apakah kali ini Evos akan membalas dendam? Ataukah mungkinkah Bigetron akan tetap bertahan dengan kemenangannya atas Evos? Tapi ada yang menarik lagi nih, karena ada 2 player yang kali ini akan bertemu lagi di Land of Dawn. Sama-sama kita tepuk tangannya dong untuk Brans dan juga Eman. Hai Brans, Eman. Apa kabar? Udah siap atau belum?
Siap.
Siap ya? Are you ready or not?
Ready.
Ready ya, jadi nggak ada tuh jawaban belum, pastinya udah siap. Tapi sebelum kita ngobrol-ngobrol ya teman-teman semuanya, kita mau saksikan dulu ini nih ada tayangan apa ya?
And then I asked the management, can we make one more gold lane? Okay. Because for me I'm not blaming brands. I love brands. Regarding on scrims or practice, I feel like Brands is his gameplay is like different because I don't know why I compare other gold lane to Eman. Because I think maybe I'm just comfortable with Eman like that. So every time that I saw his gameplay, I feel like it's very different.
Wow, itu dia tayangannya, ada Theo di podcastnya caster kita yang kece banget, ada Mirko. Itu tuh Theo sempat ngomong ya bahwa Theo memang saat ini dengan Evos ini performance-nya juga udah baik. Tapi memang Theo ini udah comfortable, udah sangat mungkin bondingnya udah deket banget sih sama Eman ya di tim sebelumnya. Jadi memang Theo menyampaikan kalau memang kalau dibandingin nih mungkin tim yang sekarang dia asuh perlu disiplin lagi nih kayak Eman katanya. Boleh dong kita ngobrol-ngobrol nih ya. Apa ini tentang kedua tim ini, mungkin Monica mau ke Eman dulu nih. Eman, after watching the video that went viral, what do you think about that? Apa menurut kamu dengan statementnya dari Theo?
I think in their POV, we're same playstyle as Brands. We are same playstyle as Brands. Me and
Jadi sama aja sebenarnya. So do you agree with Theo's statement that you're very disciplined and maybe the Evos team needs to be more disciplined?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Why?
Because sometimes I'm just bad.
Oh, just bad.
Yeah.
Bad. But you're jadi katanya ini Eman ngomongnya katanya kurang setuju nih dengan statementnya Theo katanya. Karena katanya Eman gak begitu disiplin. Ngaku banget sih Eman nih ya. Ngaku banget katanya gak terlalu disiplin. Tapi coba nih kita tanyain Brans gimana akhirnya kamu membuktikan nih kemenangan dari Evos. Kamu bawa kemenangan untuk Evos, performance-nya semakin bagus. Kemarin juga baru ngalahin Raja Langit, Onyx. Ini gimana nih?
Ya cukup jadikan motivasi aja lah. Supaya lebih baik ke depan.
Oke, jadi motivasi berarti kemarin tuh jadi booster banget ya buat Brans dan juga tim untuk semakin lebih bagus lagi.
Ya.
Wow. Nah, Eman, previously you have faced Brans at the first league di leg 1. Nah, what do you think about Brans? At that time, you even got a Savage. So you're now facing again Brans.
I think just normal like before. Just normal like before we.
Just normal.
Yeah.
Just normal. But what do you think about this second match between you and Brans?
I think he's just more than Jago.
More than Jago?
Yeah,
more than you?
Yeah.
More than you?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
More than you katanya. Brans, gimana Brans?
Enggak lah, jagoan Eman.
Wah, ini kedua player kita ini emang rendah hati banget ya. Kita bakalan lihat nanti di Land of Dawn siapa yang katanya lebih jago. Karena ini saling tolak menolak.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL Indonesia Season 13. Still with me, Realize, Mirko, and Gani. It's gonna be the last match of the day, the battle between the White Tigers and the Red Robots. Logically speaking, Tigers can't really chew into steel, so I think it's gonna be a Bigetron win, but we'll see about that later. But before that, I want to say thank you to our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Our official e-wallet, GoPay. The official gold partner, UBS Gold. Also, thank you to our partner in esports, Dunia Games, GamesMax, Araimo, and Telkomsel. Also to our suppliers, Indomaret, Point Coffee, Neo QLED, Super Smart TV Plus, and Saturdays. And also our government partner, PBSE. Thank you for the unwavering support. But of course, we have reached the dessert. But it feels like a main course still. It's gonna be Evos against Bigetron.
Every single match so far has been 2-1. We've had the pleasure of casting every single game, full games, full series so far. So it will be anticlimactic to end the day with a 2-0. I really hope this is another 2-1.
Yep.
I think we have done enough to expect a 2-1.
And again, in case you guys missed it, it's the official start of the second half of Season 13 with this match.
This game heralds the start of the second half of the season here at MPL ID Season 13. Of course, the standings presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Bigetron Alpha still chilling up top. And Aura, with that monumental win against Alter Ego, take charge of second place.
Very close in second. Technically, everyone's really close to each other, right? A few wins here and there, and we can definitely see some big changes in the regular season standings. RRQ and Rebellion all tied 3-5. Onic to Geek Fam all tied 4-4.
Wow, that's so unusual to see the M1 finalists being down there at the bottom. I mean, you know, it's always going to be a changing season. There's going to be a lot of changes, and so far, RRQ and Evos, they're looking to get out of that red zone. They're looking to even accumulate more points for themselves. They want to focus on this match today. The last match, Evos Legends against Evos Glory, against Bigetron Alpha, in which Too Savage from Gold Laner with Robots DNA, because we have to note that Brands used to play with Bigetron, and both of them have that robot DNA instilled within them.
For sure. I mean, Brands was not just a normal robot. It wasn't just any ordinary dude. He was the alpha in Bigetron Alpha for the longest time. He was the guy making the calls happen. And then he moved to Evos Glory, back then still Legends, won IESF for Indonesia with the same roster that he was in with Taz, also Clockon that's now in the lineup, and Hijume back in the day with Dreams. So he still has a few of those members here with Dreams obviously in the lineup. But yeah, first Savage in MPL Indonesia Season 7 with Yisun Shin versus Aura. And for the new robot in town, the Red Raider, Eman, first Savage in MPL ID Season 13 with Carry versus Evos too. So literally, you got the fastest Savage in MPL ID history up against Brands himself.
First week, and he was able to acquire that Savage. Of course, the lineup for Evos Glory, it's going to be Fluffy, Annabelle, Clockun, Dreams, and Brands, coming off of a monumental win against Onyx. So that momentum is slightly in their hands. Meanwhile, for Bigetron Alpha, Cerrizo, back on that XP lane, Tuperken, Moreno, Key, and Eman.
A team that is currently sitting in the first place of the standings. Ladies and gentlemen, still with their main 5 now. Last time around against Evos, they were able to claim the Savage with Eman. Will they be able to do it again today? Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Bigetron Alpha.
The Red Robots are ready to take charge. They have recharged their batteries in the break that we had from week 4 towards week 5. And now they are looking to pulverize the White Tigers.
A good step for them would be to start the second half with a win. But Evos Glory have the momentum. Beating Onyx just yesterday, not in a random fashion, not in any fashion, but it's 2-0 convincing.
Looking to get out of the red zone. Now, this time, this half, they bring new players in, hoping for a different outcome against the Red Robots. Let's welcome, ladies and gentlemen, it is Evos Glory.
The White Tigers sharpen their fangs after they were feasting on porcupines yesterday. It feels like this is the moment for them to propel back up towards the standings.
And for Evos Glory, it hasn't been a smooth road for them. They have had to rotate their entire roster, their coaching staff, go back and forth to find a solution. And for the longest time for Evos, when they have done that, they have been more of a tougher road. Every single time they transfer, they swap players, they fail. But this season, something is different. With the entrance of the Holy lineup, they have been able to achieve a piece of the glory that they want.
They are still looking for that glory, but the coaches and the assistants, Raise Boy and Kezcute so far has been very, very well in the drafting phase and the way they want to approach the games, knowing their win conditions, playing accordingly towards those win conditions, and securing that top spot. But the question is, can they endure the White Tigers today?
It's gonna be tough. It's not gonna be an easy ride here against the #1 position. But they show glimpses of chemistry. They show glimpses of how to coordinate in this lineup. See here. Oh.
And a video playing.
Sang robot merah menghancurkan kerajaan.
Harus hilang dulu dari map. Implosinya kembali dikeluarkan, tempatkan wabak kamu cabral. Berhasil lah.
Tuntaskan.
Hengki itu ya sekarang sosok kapten sih, karena yang tadi gue bilang dia tuh kayak nggak ada capeknya, mungkin kayak dia istirahat paling sebentar gitu, terus dia nyantoin kayak bangun tuh selalu yang pertama kayak gitu sih. Dan dia tuh nggak ada capek-capeknya untuk ngajak kebaikan timnya sendiri, kayak ngajak ngereng atau ngajak review dan lain-lain. Dia tuh terakhirnya gila sih dia. Mungkin itu salah satu alasan dia masih bertahan di Bigetron kali ya.
Gue kiranya lu pada bisa deket kita, Jo. Kayaknya kalau gue mau kayak gitu kita mesti deket deh.
awal-awal Hengki join ke BTR pas zaman gue dulu ya pasti dia kayak masih bocah polos gitulah. Cuman dia sampai sekarang ini kayak improve-nya tuh gila banget. Setiap season selalu improve. Bahkan bisa dibilang juga mungkin di tim dia sekarang dia mungkin yang sosok leadernya ya. Ya pasti gue bangga lah kayak Hengki sekarang bisa se-improve itu, bisa lebih dewasa. Terus juga ya tapi yang penting kalau ketemu gue ya semoga underperform dia.
Coba lihat, no more mukbang for Bigetron Alpha. Yang ada mereka digajak kickbang.
Sosok paling tegar gitu, mungkin dia karena belum juara dari awal dia berkarir, mungkin jadinya misalnya buat kita-kita yang baru ngerasain mungkin pahitnya kalau di playoff gitu ya cukup kebantu lah dengan adanya dia. Berarti dia yang ada buat kita pas kita down banget, padahal sama-sama down sebenarnya, cuma dia ya tegar.
Lu gak lihat improve lu dari awal season sampai sekarang, bro? Gue selalu percaya sama lu, santai aja. Lihat gua, orang yang juga kita pulang duluan di playoff, kita bisa buktiin kan, kita masih bisa menang 3-0 malah. Kita kalah bukan kita nggak melawan kok, kita kalah comeback semua. Lu improve jauh banget, yuk bangun yuk.
Kalau gue salut sama dia dengan loyalitas dia selama ini di Bigetron sampai sekarang, ya gue rasa patut dijadiin contoh buat semua orang. Kalau gue jadi dia, dari gue nggak jadi apa-apa, maksudnya Bigetron tuh udah ngerekrut gue. Ini anggap gue jadi Hengki. Dan selama gue di Bigetron ya belum bisa ngasih apa-apa, jadi bakal tetap di sini sampai bisa ngasih piala.
Dari umur gue 16, udah hampir 21, gue udah lumayan lama lah di Bigetron, udah 4 tahun. Jadi kayak ya ini ibarat rumah lah. Sebenarnya gue punya pencapaian yang belum gue dapetin di sini, di tim ini, dan ya itu gue pengen dapetin dulu. Selagi gue masih dikasih kesempatan, selagi gue masih mampu ya gue berusaha lah.
Improvements, developments, getting back up and never surrendering. That is the key to Key's success. He has been the pillar for Bigetron Alpha. Now it's time for him, like how he said, he wants to return the favor. He feels indebted to this team, and now he can start that by winning and getting up there to possibly provide Bigetron their trophy here at MPL ID Season 13.
Saw class for the Bigetron captain. As of Vin's departure, the man you see on your screen has taken the mantle of captain for the Red Robots, and so far, so good for the Red Robots. A stellar performance in the first half. And with his undying determination, undying hunger of being in his team for 4 years, with 0 trophies, still, he feels he needs to bring the team that he knows, that he loves, a trophy, an achievement. The MPL Season 13 trophy is what lies ahead for Bigetron Alpha if they can continue the stellar performance.
A long road still for them to acquire, to hoist that trophy, as now Evos stands in their way. Of course, this is not going to be an easy battle. If we are going to take a look at the first, occurrence and the first match that they went through this season, it was a convincing Bigetron win. But again, things can change mid-season. Everything is always evolving, and now Evos not playing with the same core that they did against Bigetron Alpha. Will they be able to take them down? We are going to jump to the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Now a Nolan and Matilda band for Evos Glory. The Faramis and the Minotaur taking off the board.
It will be very interesting to see how Dreams will approach this game going up against Key, who has been showing quality and loyalty as well. Now, Angela banned out. So, 2 roamers already here from the side of Evos that has been eliminated also.
Oh, Masha ban is all over there.
4.
Yep. Total of 4 roamer bans so far now with Matilda, Masha, Angela, and the Minotaur. A whole lot of emphasis in the roam position And the Arlet pick for BTR. First pick Arlet, something we haven't seen today at all, I believe. Oh no, once we have seen it. Actually, never mind. Yeah, actually, just once. It was Dewa, actually.
Dewa.
Game 1 against RRQ. The Arlet first pick into the Valentina.
Picked up by Kimura earlier today, but now it's going to be in the hands of Bigetron, of course. You always love that flexibility in that drafting phase. You know, trying to flex something.
Where there is
There's
light,
always going to be an
there are
advantage, but now they
also
take up the
shadows.
Luoyi for Evos Glory. Lately, Luoyi has been that prio pick for most teams, and they completed with a Ruby as well.
Still no Roger. Very
No one
different,
can take
very
it from me.
contrasting
The falling
as
stars brought us
to the
here.
previous match when Roger was insta
on the case,
first
24/7.
pick. Now, wow, very quick drafts here. Novaria and Fredrin. So what it does is a lot of crowd controls already here secured, right? Arlet, Fredrin, and also with the dependable backliner here with that Novaria who has gotten multiple MVPs today.
And the chip is still up for grabs too, technically, if Evos Glory want an attempt, a chance at playing what we saw earlier, Alter Ego, with the chip and the Luoyi, the combination of two TPs certainly does make it so much more chaotic. And with a Ruby, that's all in course. You want to have a chaotic game, you want to have these skirmishes, these brawls when you have the Luoyi and the chip in your composition. But usually when we see this much CC from the opposing side, the Barata is the option to go for it. That anti-CC is a good choice, but they instead go for the X-Borg, a pick that has been banned in the last series, I think in every single game. Yeah, Aura Alter Ego, 3 games, 3 X-Borg bans.
Indeed. And Fluffy has been very sublime with the export yesterday. The way he played it, not only he carried his team, but he was able to give the space zone out. Those skirmishes against Onyx, a marksmanless Onyx at that. I mean, technically Kyrie was playing a marksman, but not in a way you would expect him to play. But so far, strong picks from both sides. And a comment from Razeboy. According to the loss against Onyx, it becomes an evaluation material. The positive side is that we know that there is still much we need to improve. Lose together and win together. I like this, the way they reflect on their strengths and their weaknesses. And as the season goes on, as the weeks come by, you're always going to be given the chance to prove and fix those mistakes.
And that's what they've been able to capitalize on for BTR and also for Evos, right? Whoa, Benedetta ban. That's an interesting Benedetta ban. We have never seen Sorizo play the Benedetta in MPL. But nonetheless, they want to take away the split push potential. Whatever it is from BTR, they want to have it. But yeah, for both these teams, they have really been able to adapt, to change, to improve throughout the different seasons, even through the same season, through the evaluations of their losses. The losses have made them stronger. And for BTR, you can see that the alpha respect is definitely there already. That was the pick that Evos were able to utilize in a lot of their victories. A signature pick for Annabelle.
Annabelle was very, very good with that alpha yesterday against Onyx. And they take out the Natan as an option for the gold lane. So I think when you pick up this X-Borg, you know, there is less of a chance you would pick up Chip as the roamer unless you want to go and play Ruby gold lane, which I don't think Evos would do because they're not really fond of experimenting and playing, you know, unorthodox picks, especially when you want to play that Ruby gold lane. But true, they will not pick up the chip for them, and they will pick up the carry for Brands, taking it away from Eman, one of his strongest heroes as well.
Solid choice for Evos Glory. We do have a comment here from Brands. Victory against Onyx, it will definitely have a positive impact, especially since we can defeat Onyx. And that will surely be a mental boost for the boys so that in the future they can be motivated to win and make it less pressuring. So to speak, more enjoyable.
You have to enjoy playing your games at the end of the day, and it's going to be a Claude pickup for Eman.
A very solid response. Somehow paying homage to week 1, week 2. We saw a lot of Claude and carries in that gold lane. And let's see here, Bigetron, what will they go
Selena?
for here? Arlet, Rome,
or
Arlet EXP, seems like.
They're gonna go for the Selena. A pick-off style of roamer in the hands of Bigetron. They wanna look and fish for these kills.
Wow.
Looking for informations, right?
Yeah, the Abyssal Trap, you can put it a whole lot, so the map pressure could, I mean, they could technically put an Abyssal Trap. The diversion gets placed down and they spot them before Evos could make an ambush happen, and that could be the way to go up against that. And then, obviously, with the Abyssal Trap revealing them, Novari can just throw the Astral Echo, revealing more.
Yep.
And then it could just be a whole game of dominoes at that point. But for Evos, they'll wrap things up with a Joy. Oh, wow. That is a great pick for Evos Glory. A really good pick. BTR do not have any lockdown up against the electrifying beats. This is also what defeated them. Onyx, Kyrie on the Joy in game 1.
Indeed. A good response from Evos with that Joy pick. So now Bigetron has a hefty task in their hands, trying to address this Joy later on as the game progresses. Of course, a strong carry with the electrifying beats, but now the draft index.
It does favor BTR. So far today, it's actually been quite accurate. We've seen that even Aura in their last game had the counter index and the lineup rating 8.5, 2.4. They have an answer to what Evos Glory are asking, but it'll all come down to how they execute this game plan.
Will Bigetron Alpha be able to solidify their spot up top in the standings? Or will Evos Glory claim the glory they have long sought after? It's the last matchup today. It's going to be Bigetron Alpha against Evos Glory.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, who will strike first in this best of 3. And oh my God, I want to remind you guys as well here on the desk that Key on the Selena, Season 7 vibes, man. Season 7 vibes. He was a natural born killer.
Yeah.
On the Selena.
Back in the days when they did make it to the grand final, Season 7, and beaten by the same team you see up against them, it's Evos. And Key's already super low in this trade. Shoutouts here to NFL and Clocker with the Lethal Ignition, wants to go for pure damage. Key doing the same thing with the Lethal Ignition too. And Super Ken with the Brave Smite on the Fredrin. We saw the MP Rage by Irad earlier today, and usually the Concussive Blasts.
Indeed, a very strong pickup. And also trying to exert more pressure, as again, the purple buff being a point of disruption, a choke point for most teams today so far. This game no less, and Super Key, or Key rather, he's just gonna be looking for those informations, looking for a pick-off, possibly with the arrows later on. But
steal.
A good steal from Dreams.
Very good steal. It's here the gold laner is just doing work. For now, it is actually quite even, though Brand's slightly better in HP.
In this matchup, it does favor the carry, so Brands will have a way better time. Emana's actually opted to go for the Purify, despite the possible Don't Run Wolf King in the I'm Offended stopping him in his tracks when he does jump in. But overall, I do think the sprint is a bit more valuable.
Oh, in the mid side, actually want to commit this. Dreams now, taking some damage. He's A-okay. Half HP though, pre-turtle.
Dreams has been shadowing this mid side, of course, trying to help all the pressure that is relieved upon the shoulders of Clockun, but now a turtle battle ensues. It's just fluffy up there, but Anavel running around.
He will not be able to get out. He spent his turtle flicker earlier. Superken though will find the trade in that turtle. Fluffy popping last insanity. Superken with a good taunt. Force Fluffy to flicker away. Dreams though in the mid side will be caught, and that's a trade, a 1-for-1 plus the turtle.
Bigetron will be happily able to take that. They get the turtle and another kill for themselves. Bronze was rotating up towards mid. They knew that they had to fight that for Anavel.
And now it just comes down to how Evos Glory can actually...
Oh, the Superken caught. Isolated 4v1 last Saturday. No flicker though. Will not reach Superken. So Rizzo now looking for a re-engage counterplay. Oh. Moreno secures the kill with a sphere. Good final slash. Not enough resources. Flickers out of that situation. And yeah, Anavel forced to back away as well in the bottom side of the map. Good stun, Purify forced. Blazing Duet committed just to clear that wagon.
That's true.
A good skirmishes here and there.
Yeah. I mean, strong pick-up potential in the hands of Bigetron. They also have the damage needed early on, especially when Moreno is hitting his meteors and spheres like that, and Brand's almost taken away in the fray.
The late game for BTR actually looks very, very good, but again, this is also another story of how both teams kind of have to weather the storm. For BTR, it's kind of taking their time to get into that late game. Mid game is actually pretty good too, but I definitely think for Evos Glory, they also have what it takes to utilize that mid-game power spike. It's a Loyi, Ruby, X-Borg, and the Joy. Superken has been very active with Moreno also landing these shots consistently. Stopping them.
Oh! No Purify this time, 2v4. Take a look at the dive here. Key as well. Blazing Duet now. Spence will secure Brands as well as Dreams. That's the double for Iman.
Clean initiation from the side of Bigetron Alpha. They're able to sweep away, replicating the same job that they failed to do earlier. And this time, they take down Brands and set their sights on the Turtle Clockun.
Forced to use the diversion play. Now he is below 50% of HP. Meanwhile, take a look at Annabelle. Sneaky kill on towards Sorizo there, though again, Superken still 100% on the objectives. Evos, they are doing what they can.
A good trade on the board. That's the only trade that they can look for, a kill up top while the turtle was being taken away by BTR. But seriously, the layering of skills earlier by Bigetron Alpha, the fact that they used the Fredrin as the Fredrin and the quad technically together as a distraction for the Astral Echo to hit, and it completely made Evos Glory.
Unoffended flicker will be enough to take Key down there. That's a good pick off. They need to play more like that.
But yeah, as I was saying, the distraction basically made it possible for the Abyssal, or the arrow, to connect. And it was actually quite easy for that Abyssal arrow to connect up against Brands, who didn't have the Purify, and it was already on the Astral Echo.
NFL almost getting caught. Those can with
Good
the taunt.
as well. That's with the sidestepping juke. Superken is actually the one to fall. That's a good recovery there by Evos Glory.
For a moment we thought Annabelle was gonna die, but again with the Joy, always so slim with the movements and arrow connects, but it's not gonna do any much more than that. So Evos, you know, despite all the disadvantages that they had in this game, the way they respond to this is actually pretty solid.
Super solid skill hit rate from Moreno too. Remember, this is also counting the skill 2s that he uses to the minion waves to clear out the minion waves on top of the ones that he actually tries to aim onto the members. Still, very slow game as of the 6th minute. Both the teams don't want to really go for anything too crazy early on, but there is a little bit of a skirmish down below.
Still Fluffy here holding on to his last insanity. Does not want to commit. Perhaps he will spend it on the turtle. With the diversion here, seems like they will teleport top side. Turtle pit. Let's see here. It's a 5v3 for now. Oh my god, Superken receiving a lot of heat taken out first, and that will be the first neutral objective for Annabelle. Now Amon pops a blazing duet. Oh my god, this is huge! Dreams taken out as well. That's a 1-for-1. Well, 1-for-2 technically, as Bigetron responds back. Sorizo jumps in towards the back. Clockun though, half HP. The mid, quite vulnerable. Annabelle trying to deny it. Amon almost gets taken off, but Sorizo is there to take him down.
Was almost worth it for Evos. I mean, they got the turtle and they got Superken as well, traded back against Dreams. But it's just like, stun though.
Good pick off again. Key is just so annoying now. And again, this mid is quite vulnerable here. Fluffy now will be able to clear the mid though.
What is it with the hit shot, the skill shot that's hitting for both players, Moreno and also Key? Getting the stuns, getting the Astral Spheres up and running.
They've been lethal, very lethal together, that combo, man. The Astral Echo plus the Abyssal Arrow, but even without the Astral Echo, seems like Key and Moreno are not finding it difficult at all to land those Abyssal Arrows and Astral Spheres. Still though, this is technically what Evos Glory have as an advantage. This ambush style, but it's caught again by a good Abyssal Arrow by Key. Reads it quite well up top, 1v1.
Oh my god, Sorizo against Annabelle now. No, they will not come with a kiss yet here. Waiting perhaps for cooldowns. But yes, Sorizo very solid in the XP so far.
Yeah, this building pressure of that Abyssal Arrow in the mid-game. This is how Bigetron can utilize the Selena, putting traps all around, shooting them from different angles where Evos Glory do not expect. And that Abyssal Trap, it's very, very annoying to go up against, especially when you are the team that needs to look for an angle, needs to look for a flank. Constantly spotted all the time with this vision control by BTR. Basically enables him on to get as much free farm as he possibly can. And now the Lord has spawned in the game. 2 turtles to BTR so far, 1 to Evos Glory. Still a 1.7k gold lead by BTR, and they are going straight onto the Lord.
Without hesitation. And final slash already committed on towards Fluffy here. Last Insanity quite prematurely. Oh, the sun caught on towards Clockwood. This might be a mistake here from Evos. Moreno securing the kill. And that is already a man advantage for Bigetron to take the Lord.
Again, the way they zone out the portions of the maps and the jungle as well. With the Abyssal Traps just trying to sniff out all the angles. The final slash.
Oh, good combo. Blazing through at Annabelle. Oh my lord, no escape route. And that is already another kill on the board for Bigetron.
They're so decisive. They just make the play happen. Loyi, the main advantage of the Loyi is you catch people off guard. But when you're up against a team that knows what they want to do, it doesn't matter if they're right or wrong. They stay decisive. When a call is made, they see Joy. They see Loyi up top. They go straight for the Lord. They go straight for a fight. And once the Loyi does put in the diversion, they back away. They play it slow, and then they re-engage, and now they are constantly barraging Evos Glory with a whole lot of projectiles. The Abyssal Arrow and the Astral Sphere slowly but surely becoming more and more lethal, more and more annoying to deal with.
Slowly eating them from the inside. The skill shots, the projectiles, like how Mirko mentioned, it has been hitting so far, especially with the Abyssal Arrows. So clutch for Key, but Annabelle could be caught here. He's so far from the team.
Quite isolated, gets the clear though. Now Annabelle with a rhythm, electrifying beats, will not be able to escape. 4 members were on him. And yeah, that was just a distraction as Lord was taken care of by the other Evos' member.
He was trying to soak up the members from Bigetron and trying to divert their attention from the Lord. And now, Bigetron though, they're looking for a siege towards the mid lane. Oh my god, that arrow hits towards Clockun!
Oh, good pull! Dreams now will be taken out. Last Insanity forced. No armor, Clockun must eat the arrow. And now Evos, they're just down to 2, defending all inners out. Bigetron, 5,000 healthy lead.
It's not even a healthy lead, it's a phenomenal lead with this kind of composition. Like, even when they were ahead 2,000 gold, it was already lethal because of the poke, the range that they have. They don't even need to take the brawls at this point.
Slash committed already. Last Insanity forced. Oh, it's just massacre at this point. 11 minutes and 6,000 gold lead. And there is no play for Evos. I see no play here.
Not yet. Not yet. They still have to wait for a bit of scaling for Brands, for Annabelle especially. Eman, itemization, crisp, amazing for Eman here. He goes for the Infinite Shield right after the 3-item power spike.
Oh! Quicker final slash there on towards 2 Dreams now. Will not be able to soak in the damage as well as Brands. Glocon will eat another arrow. That's killing spree for Key. Top side of the map is actually Annabelle who eats the bullet from Eman who claims the double. And there you go, 4 members taken out.
A dominant showing from all lines. Bigetron, the red robots firing on all cylinders. Hitting the projectiles, getting the engages, and now they seek the end. Could this be the closure for game number 1?
That's Insanity instantly pops just to clear. Minions in time. But almost their top side taken out, but they were there in time just to defend. But my goodness, Bigetron. Perfect scenario, perfect game here for them.
It's phenomenal, really, the way that they've been taking this game. The execution, the way that they have spotted out these ambushes from Evos Glory with the Abyssal Traps, with the Astral Echoes. Wow, very, very impressive stuff from the Red Robots. 17-6 and 8.6k gold lead. Even the resource management, who gets what, the purple buff given over to Moreno at the 13th minute of the game. The enhanced Lord now currently marching down in the mid lane, and this could very well be the Lord that ends the game. They have a whole lot of that siege potential because of the poke. Their poke constantly over to Evos Glory, but it only takes one initiation, one time with that backline.
They're looking for the end now. This could be the end.
Yeah, Dreams very low already. Backing away, Fluffy does not have time
Annabelle.
for last Insanity. Annabelle gets the clear done. And it seems like now they are looking to defend the bottom side turret. Bigetron patiently waiting. And Evos also still with 5 members here defending. Will they be able to defend the bottom side of the map here? Let's see. Good pull, good engage.
Ken.
Oh, Super Ken very low. Good life steal as Brands will be taken out by Amon. That's another double for Amon Moreno, grabbing another kill. Now let's see Amon taken out with the shutdown by Fluffy, who claims the double as well. Good defense, but also a better offense.
Bigetron feasting on Tiger Meat. Look at all cylinders, they're firing it. They're going at it. Moreno even gets the sphere execute towards the backline, and they just clean up everything and left no crumbs.
3 base turrets. It's still a net positive for BTR. With the map control that they've had already, it's already pretty disgusting. Now with 3 base turrets to their name, an entire enemy jungle to play with the Abyssal Traps. It'll be even harder for Evos Glory to go for an ambush with that diversion. In the mid lane again, good angle of the Astral Echo to reveal Dreams and to stop any possible counter attack from Evos Glory. Gold benefit though is bad for BTR. They win the map advantage with the 3 base turrets taken, but they gave a whole lot of shutdowns.
Yeah. Indeed. And feels like for Evos Glory, they haven't really been able to find the diversion place that they wanted to do because of the Selena, with the Abyssal Traps and the scouting. When you have an Avaria as well with the Astral Echo, information is going to be relayed very quickly in the pockets of Bigetron Alpha, and now it's just a matter of time. I mean, Evos do have good clear. They have Annabelle in there, that could always pop the clears towards the waves. They also have Brands, but it's just a case of hemorrhage at this point.
And you can see the confidence building too for the red robots. Super Ken survived way longer than he should have inside of the base of Evos Glory earlier, getting a good Appraiser's wrap down. But now it's all about the slow pushes. It's all about the macro advantage of BTR and how Evos Glory do what BTR did to them in the mid game. Decisiveness. If Evos Glory can pull the trigger at the right time, it will significantly actually impact the advantage that BTR have. They will try to ignore it.
Wow. And again, Fluffy, man. No last Insanity already. Still has immortality though. Diversion play. Super Ken. Soaking damage. Oh, take a look at Sorizo. Looking and distracting Clockun, and even so, Dreams taken out first. Sorizo. Clockun, it's Sorizo this time. In the top side of the map. But oh my goodness, other side. It is actually Amon taken out by Annabelle.
So many skill shots to dodge. Annabelle.
Winner Srunchen immortality just to buy time. And it will be a kill still for Bigetron.
Annabelle in no man's land, sure. Was able to get Amon in that process, but it just opens up horizons for Bigetron to exploit. Now they have control over the Lord Pit. They have the side lanes pushing. This is just a case of waiting game for them.
But you can still see the growing threat of Evos Glory with this lineup. They are really good in team fights. They are able to output the damage. When they are able to, they can actually take these fights. Again, it's going to be an increasing threat from Evos Glory as we get into the later stage of the game where BTR need to get close, in close proximity against Evos Glory inside of their own base. At this point, BTR need to poke them down and then get Amon in, get him space to hit the turret, to hit the base. Because if he doesn't, Evos Glory can have a say continuously on how this defense will go.
And pokes could be the name of the game. You have the Novaria and the Selena as well, but Dreams trying to get something.
Oh my god, Super Ken melted down there by Brands. This might be the window that Evos needs to really cause a chain reaction.
Wow. Exactly.
No offense now in play. The more late game, technically, the more, I don't want to say irrelevant, the less impact for Key.
mean, look at, oh!
Diversion play.
Eman
now caught, isolated,
Oh!
placing duets from Eman will secure a kill. Looking for another. Oh my goodness, almost escaped. But now with the winner truncheon, Moreno and Immortality.
No way.
Looking for an escape. Fluffy wants to secure the kill. Gets the Immortality instead. Now Key covering, destroying the Immortality as well.
Oh.
But that's a good response here by Evos.
Whoa, what a chain of events happening. They were able to hold their base and they went for the diversion play. And Eman being able to grab someone towards him as he falls to his grave.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Well played by both Evos Glory and even BTR. Again, the Lord advantage. Gold benefit does not favor BTR. It actually has given Evos Glory a whole lot more to play with. But at this point of the game, once we reach that 60k gold mark for both these teams, BTR and Evos, the gold lead will be irrelevant. And it has been equalized. Eman buys the winner nature back again. And now the advantage that counts will be the advantage of the super mini waves constantly
Fluffy.
pushing back towards Evos Glory. These slow pushes will be all across the map, and BTR will have to stay coordinated. That one misstep from Supercat, way too overextended from the team. Almost gave Evos Glory a ticket back into the game. But now they're certainly back. They have a say to what happens. They are taking turrets slowly but surely, equalizing the lead of the turrets. But it's still an overwhelming advantage for BTR with 3 base turrets taken down.
Yeah, they're resurrecting their chances on winning in this game. Comeback bound to happen if they could hold on any longer. And Annabelle is just going to scale as late as the game goes. Now the Lord is ready to be taken. And we have seen Fluffy so good in the zoning department when it comes down to the neutral objective takes. But it feels like Evos, they're not interested in trying to contest with this Lord.
We have also seen Evos go through a 30-minute plus game. Now Fluffy receiving
Concealed.
heat. Has the flicker. Supercan now
Oh.
is the one receiving in Wood of Nature by Brands already.
Annabelle.
That's info. Annabelle jumping in, looking for the back lines, looking for Key, who forced to use the winner's truncheon. Now himself, he used the winner's truncheon, and he will fall.
Diversion.
He has the immortality though, quite low. Supercan and Moreno will secure the kill. So Rizzo will be the trade. Supercan looking for another. Dreams caught, taken out by Key. Supercan will definitely back away, and that's a 2-for-1 kill-wise.
Both teams going at it, punching
Moreno.
left and right. Oh! Baits out the winner truncheon. Thankfully, they don't lose clock in that process.
40 seconds on the death timers. They're looking for the end.
Let's say 3 waves. They have minions though. Will they be able to buy time? It seems like Eman. Let's be careful here. Supercan as well now. Still able to soak in damage. Last Insanity popped. Will not be able to find anything though. But it will buy time for Annabelle to respond.
They still hold their line, but this Lord is free for Bigetron. So it's just gonna be reduce, reuse, recycle. The same thing all over again, but Fluffy is trying to crash down the party.
Seeing Last Insanity already committed. Eman quite low, has immortality though. Supercan comfortably with poise secures the Lord.
Definitely a butt clincher earlier there. A few crazy plays by Evos Glory. Desperate diversion that almost was able to catch him on. He actually placed the Battle Mirror image in the wrong spot and almost paid the price for it. Luckily, he's got quick hands. He has that immortality by... And now it's the Lord evolved in the 22nd minute of the game. This has to be the angle where BTR, and if they don't, Evos Glory, again, will be a massive threat. We are in the positions, we are in the moments where the diversions can actually change the trajectory of the game. And Evos are managing it properly.
Evos holding on. Good call towards Supercan here. As Insanity committed already. Dreams taking a lot of heat. Eman with a blazing duet. Looking for the base. No one's taking care of Eman, and there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, the first game will go to the hands of the Red Robots.
The Red Robots strike first. on what would be a back and forth game. We thought they would win it convincingly, but it was harder than expected. But still, they're able to get their hands on the first game. Evos Glory. It looked like they were able to at least exert even more fighting spirit on that. The Bigetron still come out as the victors.
Good response by Evos Glory, but a better one from Bigetron Alpha. Desperate moves, aggression from Evos Glory in a tough spot when they were already pushed down, shoved onto a wall. But for BTR, they stay composed, they stay calm, they use their overwhelming advantage of the super minions constantly pushing into the enemy base. They do not get too aggressive, they do not gamble. They play with their leads, and they're ultimately able to end with the Evolved Lord 22 minutes in.
It was a back and forth game. Bigetron, it looked like, for a moment, Annabelle was there to run rampant, and the way they were able to hold on the line, clear the waves, but come the last Lord that marched towards the base, it was just not enough for them to handle. There was so much to juggle upon. The pressure coming in from 3 different lanes. And Bigetron, they did not even need to get the kills. All they had and focused on was the crystal that they had to take down.
Finally, after 2 Evolved Lords, Bigetron was able to crack.
3 Lords in total. 1 normal, 1 enhanced, 1
Evolved.
2 evolved.
2 Evolved.
Wow.
125.
Yeah.
Crazy defense, but stellar offense from Bigetron towards the end.
Crazy game, and you guys need to know that Mirko was shrugging his chest. He was relieved.
Did you not see the predictions earlier? Realize?
Oh yeah,
He
he's
voted
totally an Evos super fan. Wow, my bad guys. Mirko is an Evos fan.
Exactly. 2-1 talent prediction.
You
Yeah,
were
that's true.
an Evos fan from M1 days, I believe.
Yeah, M1 days.
Before I was casting, I was a fan. But back to the game. I feel like, again, for Evos Glory, they were actually really good. They were playing super well.
Yeah.
They were trying to respond to all the vision that BTR had with a way of just trying to look for these flanks, but unfortunately they were always read out for the most part by those abyssal traps, and in the end it gave the victory over to BTR.
And of course, your player of the game, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, it is the captain, the unwavering, the never surrendering Key, with that stellar performance on the Selena, and naturally a counter towards the diversion plays that was, en route to be executed by Evos Glory.
Yeah, the Abyssal Arrow is already quite deceiving in itself, right? I mean, when you go up against a good Selena, it's already deceiving because you're like, bro, that should not have hit. That is, my hitbox is not that big. And then now with the Novaria Astral Echo, it's like, okay, none of these should be hitting, but they are. And really, that's the name of the game for the entire game. Early on, it's Key finding the Abyssal Arrow. He actually throws it first, then the Astral Echo comes in, so that's why it was so hard to read by Evos Glory. Brands, he was for sure in a position where he thought, okay, I have to wait for the Abyssal Arrow. Once I see it, I can dodge away. But by that time, the Astral Echo comes in, and there's so many layers of CC that even Brands gets caught off guard, man. An Abyssal Arrow, okay, I dodged that one, and then randomly a final slash comes in with a flicker. And it hits you because the hitbox has been enhanced. So many times they were able to layer these resources across, and this was just spectacular by Eman, man. He was caught in a tough spot. He decides it's fight or flight. Battle Mirror Image back, buys the time, goes back to the old Battle Mirror Image, pops in with Nature too. But unfortunately for him, that's true damage. Passive for Brands. And then they were able to just constantly layer. Look at Eman zoning the back line, isolating Annabelle. And then BTR just capitalize on this. Annabelle gets chain CC'd. The rest of Evos Glory are too low to handle the rest of BTR. And when they do try to go for it, they get big bonked by Mr. Ken. And then, again, the layers of damage coming through. Key with the Abyssal Arrows. Moreno with the Astral Spears constantly. And this is the end. Eman just finds an angle to go for the Battle Mirror Image and the Blazing Duet. But really, he was only just looking for a window to go for the end. He was only looking for that one spot where Evos could not zone him.
What a showing from Key, but also props for Evos Glory to hold on for so long with all the cards that they're given.
and they're dealt with. But they have to take the L on this one. It's Bigetron Alpha now. Just one more win away from even clinching that top spot all for themselves.
Yeah, if we take a look at the emblems, it just plays perfect sense, right? The big question early on was the Brave Smite choice for Super Ken. Usually, again, we see the Concussive Blast. If it's not the Concussive Blast, we actually do have seen Impure Rage. We also have seen Brave Smite, but it's just not, we don't see that as much. Here with the Brave Smite, with the passive, and then the build with Oracle. He actually goes for Rose Gold too in the end. I believe that's a bit of an item swap towards the end of the game, but he knows that for the most part, he will be the main frontliner. He needs the additional sustain of the Brave Smite to help him. And he also goes for the Brute Force Breastplate, which I think is a brilliant choice to go for. Once you get those stacks, once you get that movement speed, the best way to go up against a carry as a frontliner is not to face the carry head on. It's to go back and forth, force the carry to kind of chase for you, and then the rest of the team will be able to help you out, right? And that's really what Bigetron Alpha were able to do. Constantly going back and forth, kiting with the range advantage, and then Eman acts as the executor. He goes in at the very end, most of these team fights, and optimally, that's the game plan. And for Evos Glory, they were just trying to play their own style of MLBB, the style that actually was able to beat Onyx as well yesterday. Still, with Brands in the back, positioning real well, the whole team looking for picks, and Fluffy on the same X-Borg that was used by him yesterday against Onyx.
Indeed.
And also in a nutshell, right? You can see here the composition from the side of Bigetron Alpha. Arlet, crowd control. Fredrin, crowd control. Selena, crowd control. And arguably Moreno with the Novaria can slow you down. But only X-Borg and also Ruby from the side of Evos that can technically have crowd control. So it's very hard to control fights in that sense.
The projectiles as well was very, very hard. But what is not hard is to live up and show your swag, your style, and you can achieve that with Saturdays. Look at Gani and how dapper he looks. Of course, you can prepare yourself and gear up for the launch of Saturdays and MPL ID collaboration on March 4th. It has launched so far, and look at this. Sexy pair of glasses. This eyewear is the secret weapon for dominating the battlefield, available at www.saturdays.com and all Saturdays stores. For more info, you can follow at saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram and TikTok.
Two facts. Bigetron won game 1, and my specs are better than yours.
Oh.
Well, you know, that's unfair, Gani. We only get one Saturdays here, you know. Obviously, that's going to be the best one. I need to upgrade, man. I need to change
This has
Saturdays
been, by
glasses.
the way, my glasses has been 12 years with me.
12 years?
Yeah.
Well, it's time. It's a
time.
Saturday today.
It's
and
time.
you can just go take it from Gani.
I'll take it from you. I'll take it away from you.
Excuse you.
I'm gonna need these equipped with the mirrors, of course.
The instant glow up.
Instant glow up.
Realize? Do you realize? Are you?
I am. I wish I was a Rashi, but
who doesn't wish?
You know, today was a day of veterans, and the Pusa-Poos, you can buy those battle emotes and spam those Pusa-Poos to celebrate the veterans' comebacks today. You can buy that. The period of selling is from 31st of January to the 1st of August. You can shake up the Land of Dawn with the battle emotes.
Go and check it out. There's so many different ones. Santai Bro Santai, one of my personal favorites. We also have Tabrak aja lah. And then Ente, kadang-kadang Ente. Yaoi uses that so much, by the way. The Ente, kadang-kadang Ente.
He used that earlier, and Super Ken used the class.
Ooh, he used the Evos emote on Evos.
Wow. Look at how you can style your opponents. I mean, if you win a retry battle and you're like, Ente, kadang-kadang Ente.
Yeah.
You're asserting dominance against them.
Or it could be a Chad, use the old ones.
There's nobody talking about Aura.
Aura.
I mean, you could also use Aura, like after a retry win, right? I'm thinking about the possibilities. When you get a solo kill, you go Aura. That's pretty cool.
Aura, indeed. But of course, the man on your screen, Eman, is the Red Destroyer. If we take a look at the rankings, Bigetron is leading with the total turret damage of 426,800 with 126 turrets secured. They are, synonymous with their names, robots. And destruction, and also turrets being secured.
Yeah, and they also took another 10 turrets earlier. 10 more structures taken in that game. Yeah, that might just be a BTR thing also, yeah? They always, for the most part, capitalize on taking all 3 base turrets too, because a lot of teams would just end by that time. But they're like, nah, we want to take all the 3 base turrets. In case we can't end, we'll have still an advantage on all 3 lanes. And the total turret damage, obviously, with the structures that they have taken, it'll be pretty high there. Higher than Onyx, which is second.
Yeah. What's interesting in that data is actually RRQ sitting at 5th place.
RRQ. I mean,
because Skylar.
Oh,
They
he's
like
a
to
turret
see-
eater.
You're right.
He's a minion eater, a turret eater as
They
well.
always trade usually. Like when there's a neutral objective, Skylar will be on the other side taking a turret.
Looking for the cross maps for Skylar.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, fun fact, they are the only bottom half team in the top 5. That's actually really impressive.
That's why I...
Get well soon, Skylar. We want to see you back, man.
Indeed, we miss you. A day without Skylar is a day of sadness. But now, back to
Rashi.
the game. I'm cosplaying out Rashi now. But back to the game, of course, Bigetron against Evos Glory. You can look at how confident Iman is approaching the second game. He had a very well played game with that Claude, a few times able to just duck away from the threats coming in from Evos, because that composition wants to kill Iman, especially with the Joy and the Ruby pulls. But he was able to just consistently bob and weave through his way. So it was, thumbs up for him.
Thumbs up for sure. Damage dealt to heroes. Let's take a look at this.
Whoa.
Fluffy dealt the most damage, yeah? Brands. Okay, so Fluffy a very close second, but then he's... What the heck? 142,000 damage dealt from Iman, and then Moreno following actually 40,000 behind with 100, and then it's Key with 60,000 on the Selena. Total gold as well. Iman, the farmer, really wants to fundraise that money.
Yeah, I think he's looking for that gold. But Bronze was also in the lead there with 18k. I mean, he was the rich guy previously in that first game. It looked for a moment that Bronze had his momentum to just shred to the frontliners of Bigetron, especially when carry just translates into such a late game menace. So it was quite a good point from Bigetron to just be able to tame that carry on the side of Evos. And now for the second game, they have to prepare themselves for probably another tough game, because Mirko mentioned it earlier, if Evos Glory just stick to the way they play MLBB, don't need to replicate any teams, play the way they played against Onyx, I feel like they have a chance to even secure probably a game 3.
For sure. I think now, I mean, we have to go back to the drawing board. It's not going to be the same game. I don't know if Evos Glory want to be on blue side now, try to swap sides, or stay on the red side, because we have seen a very mixed result so far in Week 5. Week 1 to 4, we've seen that the blue side has had an advantage, but still, Evos decide to stay on red.
Your team is
Back to drafting phase we go to kickstart the second game, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. And already the Masha and Nolan ban trying to deny Superken of this Nolan, and for a Bigetron, they take away 2 Roamers and a Faramis.
Same bans, right, from Zad of Bigetron as game 1. Evos, though, now, they take their time. They do not want to rush this. They want to think clearly. First game, it was Bigetron picking up the Arlet. Will they go for it again here? Roger was neglected. Will they change their approach? Like, it's not broken, but we can refine it.
Always on the way.
Indeed. And Phil taken away.
Same.
It has to be. I mean, the only thing that can change is the Nolan, I think. The Masha and the Mathilda. I don't think you want to be giving that away to BTR, knowing how aggressive Key is, how he can utilize those 2 heroes. But for BTR, they're chill. They're going to do exactly what they did in game number 1, start off with a flex pick in the Arlet that is really good for both Key and Chorizo, and then look to Evos to ask them, what do you want to go for, man?
Loi again.
Exactly. If they don't go for Loi, it's a massive advantage for BTR. They can pick it up themselves too.
Indeed. The Arlet, of course, good flex to go. It was shown to be a very strong hero for Sarito to pick up. I mean, the slashes was there, the engages, and the initiations from the XP laner of Bigetron Alpha was on point. Now what do Evos want to play? They pick up the Natan early and the Fredrin. A bold move from Evos Glory.
Denying the Fredrin pick away from Super Ken and also the Natan pick that was banned out by BTR. They decide to pick it up first now, giving Brance the hero that he's comfortable on. This is also the hero that he utilized yesterday against Onyx in their victory, game number 1. Just weathering the storm of that early game Roger jungle and then going for Natan. Now the Roger can still come through for BTR if they want to. I've heard from KB as well that BTR have been experimenting a whole lot in their ranked games, but it's still Barats, which they are hovering over and will be picking up. Also still technically a flex pick for BTR. Navaria stays the same.
Indeed, Navaria back in the hands of Moreno. We have seen him very precise on the spears hitting the projectiles. And that was also a case where Bigetron was so focused on pokes that the front lines of Evos did not have the chance to do anything. And it will go back to the hands of Moreno. Also, Barat's pickup. Evos left with one more pick to go before we end the second phase of the bans.
I mean, not just Moreno, right? I mean, the Novarias we've seen today. Lemon, Yeheskel, Moreno.
Yeah.
Wow.
What's up with the
It's a Navaria day today.
So crazy.
Saturday is a Navaria day.
Maybe. If it continues, if that panel continues, maybe Saturday could be the official Novaria day. But we have that export again for Evos. Now against a Barats and an Arlet. It was already good against the Fredrin, but I think it has a bit more value against a Barats who doesn't have the same amount of sustain as the Fredrin. So once you get shredded down, back away, right? The Fredrin can just go back to jungle, stay in, especially with Brave Smite.
Indeed. It feels like Bigetron, they don't really have any difficulties against this export. Signature of Fluffy as well with their win. And yeah, they ban out the Selena. So a Loyi angle, is that still possible? Because they seem terrified of the Selena.
You're right. I mean, with the Selena ban, it does kind of hint that maybe they want to go still for the Loyi. It would still be good, but that's why BTR banned it away, right? They know that this is what Evos are planning. They are on red side for a reason. They have first pick on the second phase, so they could just set up for it. So now that the Loyi is banned out, we will not have that way to counter and that way to flank.
Remember yesterday's composition from the side of Evos? First game, it was Xborg, Natan, and
Ruby. Alpha. Ruby Alpha.
Ruby Alpha. So they might look to ban a hero here for that last ban.
Yeah, Ruby Alpha, maybe. I mean,
one of the...
Practically Alpha can't really be picked up by Evos. I mean,
yeah, you're right.
They have filled the XP,
Ruby.
the jungle. I mean, yeah, Ruby can still be very viable going to that roam side. It was played pretty well by Dreams in that in the first game of today, or on Bigetron vs Evos rather, and they ban out the Paquito for Cerezo. They're still afraid that this, this Arlet could go flex.
I didn't cure.
I think the Alpha is still a very good ban, but they go for the Valentina instead. Alpha up for grabs, Ruby too. They go for the Ruby Alpha combo, the same comp, exactly the same comp that beat Onyx yesterday in game 1. Building up to that moment, but other options that they can go for.
I think Ruby.
The Vixana.
They should lock in.
Oh no, sorry, they had an Alpha in the jungle and then Ovaria in mid, so that's already taken away. They can't go for the exact same draft.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Navaria in the hands of Bigetron. A strong pick at that. Now Evos left.
They go Lilia
with a mid laner and a roam, and they will go for Gord. It's a good pickup.
Range.
Disgusting front to back, man.
Yeah.
For now.
It's gonna be tough here for Barats and Arlen here to find a potential angle. Now with Xborg, who will slow them down. Again, Gord, Natan. They need someone that can dive here for BTR. Running out of options though.
Carry Firman.
They don't dive, they actually go for front to back answer. That's the dive. That is the dive. Arlet in the roam. Fanny for Super Ken, a signature pick. And now last pick, roam for Evos Glory.
Franco! Woo! Wow!
Dreams. Signature Dreams.
Here we go.
Ooh. They need some shutdown. They need some lockdown up against the Fanny
The Bloody Hunt will do that.
Wow, wow, wow.
Oh my god.
A lot of surprising picks today, and so far,
Will we
this
see
is the
game
most
three
surprising.
now?
I mean, if you force a game 3 with a Franco, that's you being an alpha male. That's so good. But of course, this is accordingly speaking that they really need a lockdown towards that Fanny. That Fanny, you know, it has leeway to really just jump in towards the Natan in the backline.
This is the first Franco of Season 13 as well, if I'm not mistaken. So, a debut pick for Dreams, and it's a signature pick for Dreams. Counter index favoring Evos Glory, and it has been quite accurate today. Are we a step away from getting that juicy Game 3?
Will the White Tigers bite back? Or will the Red Robots show that they are made of red steel? Will we go to a Game 3? It's back again with Evos Glory against Bigetron Alpha.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's see who
Welcome
will
to
find
Mobile Legends.
the second game. Super Ken, Lethal Ignition here, of course. But Anaval didn't quite catch the emblem for Anaval yet.
We take a look at it here. Concussive Blast, he wants to clear fast. Up against a Fanny, he needs to be able to clear fast. Franco, Dreams with the focusing mark. Also, in the bottom lane already, very, very aggressive. Forcing Ken outside of the orange buff vicinity. And now Dreams walks back.
Oh, it's always going to be fun with the Franco on the server, fishing for something that they could really get, and the focusing mark will also help Bronze and other carries in the process of hitting their enemies later on. But Key is already, you know, in response towards the movements of Dreams. He has to be proactive in this Franco, of course, to get the maximum value of this hero. But Eman will potentially be safe because you have that mobility in the hands of Carry. Anavel, though.
All caught here in a 3v1. Gets the cover, though. The damage will not be
Super
enough
Key.
for Key. Oh, never mind.
Oh!
Moreno actually securing the kill. It's a 1-for-1 favoring Bigetron.
Yeah, also, look at the spell from Moreno, right? Oh, he catches the wave too with the Astral Sphere, but it's a sprint. Usually we see the Flicker, the Purify. It's a Novaria sprint. It actually works out. Eman in the bottom lane, though, now ganked. He has Flicker.
And Super Ken is there to provide cover with the Cutthroat. Oh my god, that's a good recovery there by Bigetron again.
Strong response from Bigetron. Dream still staying, trying to fish something though, but yeah, again, good response from Bigetron. They were able to help out Eman in that ordeal because it looked bleak for Eman. Thankfully though, the hook misses and Super Ken was on time, and now Turtle going to be contested by both sides. Evos though, getting their first tiptoes into the pit.
Looking to buy time here as Super Ken pulled away. So Rizzo though munches down. Oh, Mystic Gush will not be enough as actually the first turtle will fall to the hands of Fanny. Key will be the trade, but that is still good for the Red Robots.
It's very interesting that with Super Ken in the bottom lane, Evos did not try to go for the steal on the purple buff, but they instead started the turtle, and even then they weren't able to fully commit on the turtle. A bit of a misplay from Evos Glory, I would say, and BTR capitalized fully on it. They saw that Evos Glory were hesitant to go for anything, even the turtle. They left it completely. They were zoned away by Cerezo and Key, and they respected them a bit too much. Dreams, a bit rusty on this Franco. We haven't seen it in a while. But once he shakes the rust off, it will be quite scary. Taking a look at the whole emblem set there, I will have to say that it's pretty standard for everyone. There's nothing really too crazy.
Still just looking at it again.
It's an Inspire though for the Gourd. But yeah, that's it. Everything else is very much standard.
Indeed. So far, up in the XP lane, not much action happening, but now could be the time for Fluffy. He won't be bothered so much, so Dreams again up in the mid lane. Super Kendo looking for a flank. Won't get it in time. And yeah, Fluffy, I mean, with the Faraga armor, he's just going to survive every piece of pressure exerted towards him.
You can see here the potential setup here from Evos bottom side. He actually jumps in.
Whoa.
Final slash on towards 2. The hunt though will connect. Super Ken looking to kill towards the backside. Does not get it just yet though. No energy potentially. Good catch by Evos. That's 2 free kills from Evos Glory.
Hooked him back to the spawn. And he gets that catch, and that is what the Franco is meant to do. catch Super Ken off guard, just lock him down in place, pin him down, and it is going to be good days for Evos Glory.
Yeah, a big miss there from the cables, and he couldn't manage the energy in time, and he still had the purple buff. Luckily for him, he will be spawning back in right as his own purple buff spawns in, but he has given over Evos Glory away back in this game now with a 500 gold lead towards the White Tigers. Sorizo's holding on to this though. For now, Eman has actually picked up the Corrosion Scythe too, and it looks like he wants to be active now. He's rotating. He wants to go for a 4v5. They want to utilize his man advantage.
He jumps in, final slash on towards Seal, and he will munch a member here. Oh, Annabelle this time will find the retribution, but Super Ken might look for a kill here, but no. Bigetron, they are disciplined, and they will back away.
They got the turtle though, and now Super Ken against Brands.
See Super Ken versus Bronze. Cutthroat committed. Dreams is there, ready for the hunt. It does not connect the hook.
Still a really good dodge there, but it's a massive win for Evos Glory. They get the turtle, they get Brand's free farm in the bottom lane. He survives as well. And we gotta give props to Brand. Steel leg plates first item to go up against the lane bully in the carry, and also to hold his own in a possible assassination attempt from the Fanny. That steel leg plates basically saved his life, and he, no flicker, he used it earlier.
Mystic Gush is well committed. All three resources, 2 ults rather, already committed there just to kill Key.
Feels like Evos has good lockdown with the hunt and the Mystic Projectile, followed up by the Mystic Gush, so they can always burst down the members of Bigetron. I mean, sure, so far Key has been very, very on point with the Final Slash and the Vengeance play as well. But unluckily for him, there's always going to be Dreams and the members of Evos constantly on the pounds.
First turret to Evos Glory, and this is great for Evos, horrible for BTR. Natan scales over time, Carry does too, but not to the level that Evos Glory's comp does. Evos Glory, you would expect this composition to be the ones playing a bit safer in the early stage, but Natan with a gourd, they scale amazing into that late game, and when the Natan gets a win of nature, eventually this dive will not even have enough of an oomph to threaten Brands.
Do you think that Eman opting for Flicker is an oversight? Do you think he just should have gone for Purify?
I think it's okay. I think the Flicker is pretty good.
Okay. Top side here now, Super Ken caught. Using the cables though. That's not Super Ken, that's Spider-Man.
So, talking about his assassination attempt, so far, I feel like Super Ken is not really, you know, like how Mirko mentioned, the dives towards the backline doesn't really have that extra, you know, grr towards it. So far, Super Ken not being able to really get the clean assassinations, but now eyes on the objective.
Yep, spots 4 with the Echo. Mass Insanity, Sorizo committing.
Fluffy.
Daytona's welcome. Fluffy actually claims the turtle. Super Ken now perhaps looking for another angle. No energy though, so they will not engage more in the mid. Good clear by Bigetron, but Evos, they are now already entering the jungles of Bigetron.
No, the purple buff going to be threatened here. Super Ken, he won't be able to get it, and it will be taken away.
Wow. Evos so clean so far in their approaches everywhere. They get 2 neutrals to their names, and they try to disrupt Super Ken with that purple buff. Dreams looking, just fishing in the land of Dawn. You know, it's just having a good time with this Franco.
A very good time so far. Just look at the way he's been positioning in these team fights. He's actually just been playing towards the back. He's not really too concerned with finding a pick. He's more concerned of just defending the back. Like when Clockon was engaged on earlier as well, when Super Ken was trying to get Clockon in the back, Dreams was hovering over him. So Super Ken had to go back. We do have a game fact though.
Like new application GoPay, Carry becomes second most picked hero for Eman with 5 picks with a win rate of 60%. And it becomes the hero used by Eman when obtaining a Savage against Evos in game and then in their first encounter. And people tend to say that history repeats itself. So possibly, you know, we can see that, the orange buff just casually strolling down the bottom lane. Now Annabelle zones out the players of Bigetron, and look at the players of Evos. They're able to get their hands on the tier 2 turret, and every inch of control down the bottom lane is all theirs. Sarito though.
Hook connects, Hunt as well, suppression, everything put on towards Horizo. He will not be able to survive that. He falls the first time here in this game.
Full defense mode for BTR, not even given a chance to go for the purple buff.
Oh! The hook and next, this time no hunt though. Opening vision as well. Purple buff will not be taken for Super Ken. And that is going to be the mid-tier 1 falling. Evos, they are really controlling this mid game.
They also expended the final slash, so no Arlet ultimate for this contest. And it's not even a contest because this is all free for Evos Glory. They secure the Lord.
Well played to Evos Glory using this early snowball, though it was unexpected to get that snowball in the early game. They know how to utilize it still. Now with the snowballing Natan, Super Ken can't even handle it. Oh, one more shot! Woo!
One more.
Power spike, bro. Holy Crystal in 10 minutes.
Wow.
That's a snowballing Natan if I've ever seen one, and a snowballing Gord too. The two heroes that usually take a while to get going, they're already online.
It's going to be very tough for Bigetron to find a winning condition here. As Evos, they're just grouping up, looking for kills.
Looking very scary now for Bigetron. They're forced back to tier 2s of their turret. And it looked like in that top encounter, Super Ken fumbled maybe his cables. Almost a kill for Brands. Just one more hit. Super Ken trying to address the Lord down bottom, but it's still going to march towards the bottom side of the map for Evos Glory.
I want to take a look at the items here. For Super Ken, he's still building for damage. Goes for the Heptaseas and the Melphic Roar second. He's still only on the second item.
Uh-oh. The hunt connects, and of course Super Ken will fall this time. A man advantage already in this Lord Siege. First Lord, mind you, let's see what Evos will be able to obtain with this man advantage.
It's not a hunt, it's an extermination from Dreams. But oh, a pull towards the Neville.
Final slash as well as Daytona's welcome committed. Fluffy though in the front side of the map. Oh, Brands! And the back side is just reheating alongside as Clockwood, who claims the double. It might look for the end as Key is the only man standing for Bigetron. Now the minion waves. Super Ken jumps in. Let's see the defense by these two members of the Red Robots looking for a play. Final slash, no damage though. Let's see here for the clear. It's just too much. It is just too much. And ladies and gentlemen, for the third time today, let's welcome Game 3.
All 3 games played today. What a showing from Evos Glory. They're able to translate that cheese pick into a game number 2. Now we will be seeing game number 3.
The Franco pick to shut down Super Ken ends up with success for Evos Glory. A 12-minute game for Evos Glory. It was a close one in game 1, and in game 2 they come out guns blazing with a Natan and a Gord. 2 late game heroes, heroes that need time to get going. A snowball at the start of the game. That play in the bottom lane where BTR went for the engage and Evos Glory responded perfectly. That was really the turning point of the game where Natan was able to free farm. It looked like BTR were just uncomfortable after that. Eman having to desperately walk all the way towards the turtle to go and give the rest of the members a man advantage at least. And even then, Evos Glory took full control of the turtle, took full control of the purple. Once that happens, the Fanny will not be a threat at all. No purple buff. Doesn't matter if you're full items. No purple buff. No problem, especially no purple buff and a Franco. It's even worse for the Fanny. The Fanny won't be able to play at all.
The biggest moment of revelation that this has gone towards for BTR was the fact that Brands was able to acquire his hands on that Holy Crystal for, I think, towards the 10th minute of the game. And it's illegal because mostly Natan and Gord, these are late game heroes that need time to scale. But, they scaled before the time came. So it was the death sentence for Bigetron as the White Tigers bite back. What a performance. And a dominating one at that. They were able to just take them down without any further, kind of like a push from Bigetron. Sure, a lot of hunts in the early games, but, Dreams on point performance. And the way that Evos just corralled behind Dreams after a certain engage, the follow-ups with the Mystic Gush and everything else in place was so perfect from Evos.
Man, this series is just very interesting. Maybe we might see a Natan ban in the first phase now for Game 3.
That might happen, right? I mean, the Natan was such a crucial pick. They first picked it, Evos Glory.
Wow.
But the MVP will go to the man that got a 0 at last pick. The Franco pickup 0, 0, and 10. Yes, 0 kills, but the 10 assists, the way that he was playing, he had so much impact on the game just by standing with his carries.
True.
And then finally getting hooks, obviously. We said, early game. Does look like he's a bit rusty on the iron hooks, but once he shakes the rust off, he's going to be lethal, and that happened exactly how we said it. Teamfight participation, 83%, always just covering for the back line, and we'll get to see this from here in the first minute of the game, which is, again, this is the start of the game where BTR already was able to trade really well. They got a jungler for a roamer. Moreno still caught the wave too, and then Brands also falling in the bottom lane. This was a good start for BTR. And even the Turtle, they were able to get a solid lead here with Key distracting them. Chorizo munching on Annabelle, giving Ken an opportunity to go for it, and then BTR just trading Key for it. This was already amazing. This next play, though, was where it all kind of fell in place for Evos Glory. A good initiation, but then overextension from Super Ken. Did not realize that Brands had the steel leg plates, and with the steel leg plates, with an iron hook from Dream, it kind of almost took away the dream for BTR Snowball. And remember, for Evos Glory, they're a comp that just, optimally, they would just be going even against this BTR Snowball comp. They were ahead 4.3k gold in 9 minutes. That ended up with Brands, the Natan, ladies and gentlemen, the Natan getting a Holy Crystal at 10 minutes. Gee, man, that's crazy. And then BTR, obviously, they tried their best to look for a desperate engage, a pickoff at least, but then they got lasered, man, by the Claw. Claw couldn't, and then Moreno gets hooked. Everything went south. And this is a moment where the timing was just off from Super Ken, right? He was so wary of the bloody hunt from Dream. He didn't want to go for the full initiation, but in the end, he had to go in. And coincidentally, that was also the time where Dreams got his bloody hunt. If you paid attention to the cooldown, Dreams just got it when he went for the full all-in there. If he had went in with Key earlier, maybe things would have changed, but little things like that, that will always build up to frustrating moments for the Fanny. That happened many times where he had to just fully respect the Franco, and he did again. That ultimately ended up with an 11:56 game time.
That's one of the fastest as well, you can imagine. And coming from Evos Glory, a team struggling in the red zone, they're looking to replicate the same performance they showed yesterday against Onyx. And it was a stellar showing at that. Bigetron only was able to get 2 kills, and those kills also came in the early game, mostly from engages coming from Evos Glory as well. So this is indeed a very strong showing and a statement from the White Tigers.
It looked very convincing at the start, but I mean, looking at the items as well, this gold lead was just too massive for them to handle. In the end, it was 10,000 gold.
Yeah.
How the heck is Moreno still there as the carry in this game? I would expect Clockun with the Mystic Gushes always landing to like 3 or 4 members to be the one to take it, but GPM now, it's Brands no longer in Mon. Sandbag and Wingman though, Annabelle, the MVP, not get, well, technically, the 10 assists is tied with the MVP with Dreams. He also got the 10 assists, 83% KP. And yeah, man, Clockun was doing a good job too. I mean, this Evos, again, in Game 1, they were playing really well, and I think it showed again in Game 2. They responded really well. They did not get scared. It looked like they were a bit hesitant in the early game, but then, I don't know how they did it, but they shook the nerves out. The jitter is gone right after that misplay from BTR bot.
And you can see here from the early game, you saw a lot of commitment movements towards Key, towards his Arlet. Why? Because looking at their composition, Arlet was the only enabler, or was the only one, the only guy that can make plays. And that's why every time they saw Key, Bloody Hunt, Mystic Gush, because without Key, no plays were able to be played by Bigetron's side, especially in that early game. And that's why they really want to shut Key down to have more momentum, to grab more space. And that is the right game plan, I think, Evos Glory has set up
think the final slash from Key was also so good. A few skirmishes here and there, and the engages coming in from Key was so good. Now, of course, Mirko, as an Evos super fan, is super happy that Evos was able to show such a stellar performance.
For sure, man. That Franco pick in the end, but okay, we'll talk about the Fanny blue side pick after the break.
Of course, we will throw it to Monica Ko up on stage for the interview.
Malu. Loh, kok malu? Hengki, Ki, lihat nih, Medan nih. Waduh. Ini kayaknya Medan gak bisa klarifikasi, jadi langsung aja kita tanyain yang digodain Medan. Nama kamu siapa?
Revano.
Elevator? Revano, kenapa kamu? Ini benar, kamu sama Medan sekarang?
Enggak dong.
Kamu ngegantiin Ki?
Nanti aku diajak kering sama Kak Yeye.
Waduh, Hengki jangan ya. Jadi udah klarifikasi nih, Revano enggak.
Alah, bilangnya mau lu. Gaya banget lu. Enggak dong.
Enggak dong ya?
Nanti kita diajakin derby sarung.
Waduh. Karena kayaknya kalau ngelihat ini yang dipakai sama Revano ada macan-macannya nih. Apakah kamu Evos fam?
Garis keras tentu dong.
Oh, makanya Maiden nih mau goda-godain biar bisa ditarik kali ya dari Evos Fam jadi Liga Troopers.
Ayo. Waduh. Gak bisa sih, saya sudah setia sama Evo.
Udah setia? Loh, emang udah setia sama Evos dari usia berapa sih?
Kalau pas M1 cuma nonton di TikTok, tapi nonton langsung di YouTube itu pas season 10.
Loh, itu kamu usianya berapa?
Usianya pas season 10 masih 10.
10? Loh, kamu sekarang usianya berapa, Revano?
12.
Medan, ini 12 tahun. Kamu usianya berapa? Kenapa kamu udah ini nih, Revano?
Orang aku baru 15.
Oh, baru 15, beda dikit lah ya. Jadi ternyata ini Revano emang benar-benar banget Evos garis keras. Garis keras ya. Udah berapa tahun berarti ini? Berapa dari 10 sampai?
Kalau 10, 2 tahunan lah.
2 tahunan, nggak tergoyahkan nih Evos garis kerasnya ini dengan Maiden. Tapi boleh dong ini Maiden, kita tinggalin dulu Vano ya. Kembali lagi ke yang ada di hati kamu, ada Hengki, ada Ki. Nah kamu tadi nonton gak sih pas opening ada VT Ki yang terlihat sangat-sangat responsibel, dia suka nenangin timnya. Iya, ada video.
Oh, video.
Videonya Ki lagi nenangin pokoknya teman-temannya. Jadi kayak sosok ayah lah gitu di Bigetron. Menurut kamu gimana tuh?
Sosok ayah. Ayo nikah.
Hengki! Waduh.
Enggak, aku belum
Tolong
siap.
ya, ini di MPL bukan cuma MPL date, langsung proposal nih Maiden nih sama Hengki nih.
Oke, ayah.
Oke Ayah, nah kamu setuju gak sih kalau ngeliat nih ya, tadi kan kamu ini salah seorang yang sosoknya deket banget dengan Ki. Setelah ngeliat VT tadi atau video tadi, Ki kan kayaknya kebapaan banget selalu nenangin, kalau ada yang nangis tuh dia yang nenangin. Kalau sama Maiden?
Aku marahin.
Loh kenapa kamu marahin? Terus Hengkinya yang nangis gitu?
Ya Hengkinya, kalau sama aku Hengki yang nangis.
Hengki yang nangis, tapi nangis bahagia?
Kalau depan orang dia pura-pura kuat. Kalau di belakang aku dia ngadu, sayang aku gak kuat.
Gitu ya. Gitu. Makanya Maiden sekarang beralih ke Revano gitu. Enggak ya, ternyata memang dibalik sosok Ki yang kuat, nenangin timnya, selalu ngangkat moral dari timnya, ternyata di belakangnya itu ada juga ya kesedihan-kesedihannya, terpuruknya. Tapi tetap aja ini semangatin sama Maiden. Makanya sekarang nih Bigetron bisa ada di titik ini. Mereka udah di puncak klasemen loh sekarang, klasemen sementara.
Wow.
Tapi Maiden, ini kan udah ada di puncak klasemen. Menurut Maiden bisa nggak nih terus-terusan ke playoff grand final? Dengan konsisten performance-nya.
Amin, semoga nggak blunder. Maksudnya nggak ngaco lah intinya. Selama ada Maiden kalian pasti bisa. Ikuti permainan gue.
Wow, biar bisa nikahin Maiden ya. Biar bisa nikah ya. Nah yang terakhir, tuh Hengki udah ngangguk-ngangguk. Yang terakhir dong Revano. Gimana nih Revano? Waduh, cukup Maiden tuh. Aduh. Nih.
Kayaknya slow aja nggak bakal kurebut Kak Maiden dari kamu.
Aduh. Nggak bakalan direbut, Hengki. Udah ya, cukup ya. Revano nih pesan-pesannya untuk Hengki. Boleh dong kasih pesan buat teman-teman Evos yang bakalan bertanding nih, game ketiga, game point.
Pesan-pesan buat fans Evos sama player Evos dan coach. Semoga bisa terus berkembang dari game-game selanjutnya.
Wah, luar biasa. Tepuk tangan dong buat Revano, buat Maiden juga. Dan langsung saja kayaknya udah siap banget nih player-player untuk bertemu lagi di Land of Dawn di game ketiga, game yang akan menentukan siapakah yang akan menjadi pemenang pada match kali ini. Dan langsung saja para casters di sana sudah ready. Biar nggak lama-lama nih Maiden godain Revano. Silakan casters.
Series in our hands. Game 3 next on the menu. That was a very, very good game from Evos. And that Franco pick seems like it just totally, just demolished all the hopes for Bigetron to winning that game.
Stop all the dive attempt, the assassin, the Fanny, because we were talking about this before, but also, let's go back to the teaser I left you guys before we got into the interview. Fanny, blue side.
Fanny blue side.
It doesn't work as well as red side because you don't get the final say.
Yeah.
You pick up the Fanny and then a random Franco/Kaja, a suppression hero comes in and then that's it. It's super hard for the Fanny, but it will not be super hard for you guys.
For you students
who
are interested in esports and learning to have good game knowledge like Mirko and Gani, you can register for the MDL CSR program 2024. Get the opportunity for mentorship with expert mentors and esports internship opportunities at partner companies of MLBB Esports Indonesia and internship opportunities from Moonton Cares. Scan the QR code to register. You can kickstart your esports career right here, right now.
It's as easy as that. Easy. You don't realize got in through that.
Wow.
Really?
He started interning first, and then he applied for the English caster role.
That's true.
Then he went through the audition.
Yeah.
Then Wolf and LaFell came in here to judge with me.
They were judging, man. I was so full of sweat because
you were so nervous.
I was so nervous.
How nervous were you? 1 to 10.
12.
12?
Especially when you have Wolf and LaFell and Mirko.
Yeah, because like Wolf can buy you.
Yes.
Wolf can buy everyone.
That's
he can buy me. I was nervous sitting next to him. LaFell was nervous too.
He's going to bring me home to Philippines.
He is the world.
Wow.
Wow. That's how rich
good
Uncle
to be
Wolf is.
Wolf.
Indeed, but now then, I wouldn't necessarily blame Bigetron on that draft because it felt like the Franco was coming off guard from Evos, no?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a response from Evos, which is great, by the way. Shout out to Coach Strategy and Theo for making that Franco pick happen. But a bit of an oversight to pick up the Fanny there and not give the Fanny another reliable diver. Because usually when we see a Fanny work against someone like a Franco, you need to have two, right? You need to have more than one diver. The guy who can actually dive to the back. That's why I thought personally that the Claude would have been a choice to go for BTR, so that if the Fanny actually does get bloody hunted, they would have an option to go deep. But again, maybe for BTR, all of their Fanny picks have come from the red side, usually. So it's already an off situation for them. They're already kind of forced to that Fanny pick, forced to go for any sort of dive, because the Gord plus the Natan, that is a front-to-back dream come true. Plus a Franco to start. The only dive being a Fanny and then a Franco pick in the end basically just sealed the deal, right? And that's why the MVP went to Dreams as well. Dreams, the way he was playing the Franco, he didn't care if he lands hooks, if he picks off people, as long as he is able to be behind, just bodyguarding, just guarding the two backliners, holding his bloody hunt for a moment. That's it. That's all.
That's true. It was mostly shadowing his carries, waiting for a follow-up to come through. But now, the drafting phase will also come through. Presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, the final draft of this match and of today. Will we see Evos upset the Red Robots? But of course, the Natan ban coming in place for Bigetron. They don't want to suffer what they suffered in game number 2, because that was... It feels like it's way past the moment where, you know, the Natan and the Gord had to become online. They went online so early with the 10-minute Holy Crystal. And now it's Supercan back with the Fredrin.
As expected as well, right? We talked about perhaps game 3, they need to ban out the Natan, that first phase. and will come through. So now,
The falling stars brought us here.
what do Evos have in their cards? Novaria picked up. Will they go for the Roger, who is just neglected the series?
They will not go for the Roger. So export pick, the Fredrin first pick, the adjustment from BTR. They've left open the Faramis. And now up against an Novaria and an Export. I don't know if you want to go for Faramis up against that much AoE. They go for the Fred first. Up against a Nova. Honestly, what do you want to go for? I think the Valentino would be a good option to go for. But they also pick out the Paquito that's been banned out in the last 2 games in the second phase. So they pick up in the first phase here, adding a bit more split push potential. And technically flex as well, if you want to call it flex. Because it can go to the gold lane. We saw Albert pull it off. Never mind. Never mind. Claude pick up here for BTR. The Claude here.
Okay. Safe pick.
Safe.
For Iman, one of his strongest heroes as well. They could have been picked last game, but decided not to. Now back in his pocket. So for Evos Glory, they have good AoE, good poke with the Novaria and the X-Borg. Now what do they want to see? And for Shadow,
Safe choice with the carry. I mean, the carry would just be the safest choice. If they want to go for something crazy, they went for this pick in the first leg. It was a Clint, but I think if they want to go for that, they go for it later on. Because you want to, if you pick a marksman here, you want to pick a marksman that can actually go for Purify / Flicker. And the Roger fills into that Purify / Flicker criteria that we have placed down. So it's a Roger. So not neglected in game 3.
finally picked up the Roger.
Resurfaced here in this series.
Valentina ban.
They will ban the Valentina, though, considering that they have big ultimates in that last Insanity, Astral Echo as well. Yeah, makes sense to ban Alpha Valentina. And of course, in the hands of Moreno, it's going to be very lethal as well. Let's see, though. Quick response from beside of Bigetron. Ban the Alpha out.
The Alpha has been a pillar for the victories coming in, at least yesterday, for Evos. They take out the Luo Yi. They don't want to play it themselves, and they see that opportunity where Bigetron could play Luo Yi.
Yeah. Now, what are the two, or what are the mages that are still up for grabs? The Lilia, the Vexana as well. And the Baksha ban too, so they're taking away these jungler options from Evos. And for Evos, normally we would say the Roger is actually a flex pick, and it might still be a flex pick, but knowing Brands, knowing that he is used to playing the marksman over the fighters, I think this is not really a flex pick that Evos Glory can utilize. And I think that's why BTR are reading it out. They know it's not going to go to the jungle. That's why they're banning the jungle. Just hard focusing it down. Barats is the other jungle that is up for grabs. Another option would be an Akai. But I don't think you want an Akai and an X-Borg, right? That combo doesn't really seem like it would go too well. X-Borg wants you to clump up. Akai wants you to split up.
That's true. And for Evos now, what will they pick for themselves?
They can go Arlet still.
Roger in their hands, and Arlet, it's a good flex, but it is going to be the Barats. So it is most likely going to be a Roger gold lane for Evos Glory.
Opening up their cards early, securing again Dreams' hero in that last pick, right? They picked up the Franco surprisingly in that last pick. But take a look at the response here. Grok and Gord for the side of Bigetron, picking up a hero from Clockwood.
The GG combo.
The GG.
Gord Grok.
GG.
The Grok is the
GGC with the Claude.
One of Key's favorite heroes, and this Gord could really just rattle the damage through the front lines of Evos.
They could go for Fanny here too, by the way. The Rots could go. Actually, never mind. The XP has already been filled, huh?
Yeah.
Never mind. Unless they want, yeah, that's a bit too forced. Never mind. They go roam. Franco again.
Wow.
Against a Grok though this time. That's an interesting choice, right? You have Power of Nature. I guess it's for the Claude.
Indeed.
I think Claude should go Purify now.
He should. And we talked about how Claude could
I don't think so.
possibly be.
I think he should go Sprint or Flicker.
Flicker.
Sprint. I think Sprint. But because the thing is, he won't really be in front to take the Marat's ult. He also won't be in front to take the Franco ult, and Franco ult is not purifiable. So really the only purifiable thing would be Franco hook and a Marat's ult. Both of them, I think, he would be outside of that. BTR now winning it up in the lineup rating. Cerezo on his signature pick, the Paquito.
And of course now for Bigetron and Evos, their fate lies in this game. One, to solidify themselves up top. Second, to escape that red zone. It is going to be the White Tigers and the Red Robots battling it out again on the last game and the last match of today. It is Bigetron Alpha against Evos Glory.
Land of Dawn, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Who will win this best of 3? Will it be Red Robots, who is sitting comfortably in the first place standings? Or will it be Evos Glory, who is looking to crawl out of the red zone?
The red zone is where you don't want to be. And again, Dreams already trying to exert that pressure. I mean, we're talking about how this quad pick could possibly be counter towards Amanda Clock.
Punked. He is there.
Wow. Looks scary for him. He's down to low HP, but
Very
he is
low.
still relentless with the barrier as well thrown towards Clocken. But so far, Annabelle just trying to, exert the pressure, just trying to get his orange buff up and running. And now they call Dreams upon to try to mitigate all the pressure coming in. Of course, the emblems for Iman still classic with the QC. For Bruns, going for the QC rather with the most favored weakness finder today so far. But for Brands, he has to be wary. But at least he has more sustain with that QC.
Now it's 2v1 for Brands. But of course, they will not commit more. Brands, things are going well here for the Red Robots, right? First minute-wise, they're able to make 2 members of Evos recall. And take a look at the bottom side of the map here. We can see here Super Ken and Annabelle already hovering the EXP alongside Clockon. But yeah, nothing more. Not much action yet.
Clockon has been away from his lane so far, trying to help shove the waves from the side lanes. And this time it's going to be the XP lane as the main choke point.
The mobility is going to be very important for BTR now. I mean, 3 Quantum Charge, 2 sprints on the board. No Purifies.
Oh, yeah.
And Chorizo's actually doing a good job against Fluffy. He has to be careful here. So low.
Turtle fight.
You can see here already Annabelle in the turtle pit, stuck. Daytona's welcome already committed. Let's see here, Clockun and Dreams will be able to pull out the first blood. And with that, Annabelle will find the retribution in that first neutral objective.
Free real estate for Evos, of course. Without Super Ken alive, no retreats up in the board, and Annabelle just snatches it away easily. So Evos get the first blood, they get the turtle, and this is going their way seamlessly.
Yeah, very good start for Evos Glory in the start of the game with so many winning lanes as well. I mean, this Roger lane is really good for him. The Claude is going to be bullied. Audience prediction updated for game number 3. It's 69%. Nice percentage there for Evos Glory. They got the support of the audience, bros.
And it looks like they're also en route to winning this game so far. A good start, good early game, but a collapse towards Annabelle.
Mr. Gush already committed as well. And now with that, there's information. Paquito is missing, guys. Evos Glory, they back away as well.
Yeah, they don't want to take any risks right now. They're just looking for a little bit of an advantage through invades during the downtime when the turtle is spawning back into the game. That's why BTR are also comfortable just going in for those Mystic Gushes to defend. Not too concerned there. Both of the gold laners now just trying, or both of the roamers rather, just trying to give the gold laners some space to farm up top. It's a good freeze though right now for Brands. He's actually trying to freeze up the wave, trying to get more of an advantage in this lane.
You want to commit to this good sidestep there by Annabelle using the Daytona's welcome. That's info though. But yeah, not much action here for the first almost 5 minutes of the game. Only just 1 kill on the board.
Just popping ultimates left and right for Moreno with the Mystic Gush. And now Dreams again shadowing Brands behind. Key is also ready to cover up for Iman. But Iman, I feel like with the Claude, he's way more safe compared to he was back with the carry. You have the BMI to reposition yourself from the hooks of Dreams. But now their attention spans towards the Lord. Annabelle in the bush.
like it's a give and take, right? You are safer against the Franco, but you are worse against the Roger. So that's why Brands is just freezing the wave there. And Eman has already lost the gold minion earlier. You saw that he was zoned completely away from that minion. This is going to be an advantage that keeps building up for Evos. And Eman tries to go for the mini waves, has to pay with a lot of HP.
Echo pops here. Oh, take a look at here. Oh, Dreams with the hunt actually provided the assist for Anivil to find the nudes. Now Dreams falls alongside Anivil. Surely Bigetron finds the double in Moreno. And that's a great response though. They will sacrifice the newts.
Good bloody hunt from Dreams to help secure that neutral. Sarita almost dead. Clocken is fishing for something, and Fluffy now has Prio in the bottom lane.
Disconnect though, man. A big disconnect for Evos Glory because the Bloody Hunt came through, but so did the Detonus Welcome. So technically, it's a bit of like anti-synergy there. 2 CCs used up at once. Now Dreams caught again.
Suddenly, Bigetron picking up their pace now. Finding a kill top side and also trading the turrets top and bot. So that's a win for Bigetron.
It's insane how Brands was able to bully Eman to freezing that lane, getting that, minion advantage in the gold as well. But Eman is able to crack down the tier 1 turret up top in the gold lane. So at least now he has more leeway to farm and to rotate, follow up in these little skirmishes as the item, constantly gets built.
Now we're back to equal on the board.
Find the key. Repression connects. Sorriso, oh my lord. Evos, what a great setup there. Looking for a kill key. They didn't even have time to pop the flicker. Now, let's see. Evos, will they be able to find anything more as they look for the top turret here? Bigetron mirroring their movements. No, Super Ken is mirroring their movements. Oh! Dreams a nasty hook with the help of Daytona's Welcome. Now, Mr. Gush providing the assist. Oh, damage is actually able to hurt Annabelle. Super Ken, what a recovery, though. There's going to be a trade as Sorizo will be the next one to fall as Brands claims the double.
It felt like they had no damage to follow up the Iron Hook. But there comes Brands with the double kill. And now evenly for Brands, he's able to claw back his way towards the game. This is going to be tough for Bigetron to deal with this Roger.
Eman blazing duets. Brands no cover whatsoever, no kill, but he survives somehow.
Brands!
Last kill on towards Eman there. 2 members taken out as well as Key. Evos Glory showing up to the party.
White Tiger turns into the White Wolf, the Werewolf Unleash, and he's able to escape the terrible ordeal. Now Evos set their sights on the neutral.
He was the MVP on this Franco, the second game. Will he grab another? Now they want to move onwards. Fluffy and friends, they're able to find the invade. No purple for Super Ken.
Back-to-back misplays by BTR and back-to-back capitalizations by Evos Glory. My god, Brands utilized so much there of the mistakes and punished them completely. Wild charge flicker, but the wild charge flicker ended up with a miss. Brands just dodged it like it was nothing. Feeling like he's Neo from the Matrix there. And then the continued presence of this Novaria clock hook.
Everything is just hitting for Evos.
Bro.
Last 3 minutes, we're all the White Tigers now. Super Ken and friends are looking for a defense in the mid. Evos, will they force a fight? Not yet. Still a clear for Bigetron. And that's 3,000 gold already established by Evos Glory.
Look at how oppressive Evos Glory are and their movements. Another hook connects!
Flicker, hook, and the hunt. Good night, Key. And take a look at Annabelle here doing work as well. Chunking Super Ken to half HP, and perhaps mid might fall now.
Wow. Unstoppable pressure constantly just everywhere in the faces of Bigetron. Look at Dreams, he's hooking for another one. Won't get it this time. And then Bigetron, again, they're caged in their tier 2 turrets.
They are sandwiched by Evos Glory with this overwhelming presence of Dreams, who's been really on point here in game number 3. In game number 2, we saw a few misses. Game number 3, again, he's kind of shaking the rust off very quickly. And now it's back to Prime Dreams Franco. It's showtime for him. And for BTR, it's a whole lot of work to come back in this game. Evos Glory, this is a composition with the Roger to snowball this time, right? We had a Natan and a Gord last game now.
Oh my god, he again figures out. Eman will find the blazing duet, though it will be a trade of 1-for-1 now. Brands on the right side. Brands, good time. But Glocken will secure the kill. Now Brands in an awkward position as the Prazer's Wrath will not be in. What? Oh, Super Ken finds a shutdown finally. But now, Annabelle and Glocken will not be able to find the revenge.
My god, non-stop action everywhere on the map. And it feels like it's not going to stop anytime soon. They're able to get the kills needed. Eman is down in that process. Brands also buy some time. It's so scary for Bigetron. They have to weather the storm, but the storm is just growing and growing even bigger.
Yeah. And BTR utilizing the chaos to try to look for some scraps around the map. They get a tier 2 up top. It's a pretty good trade on the board. Evos are on the Lord, but they are not taking it just yet. So BTR still have a way. Dreams, Flicker, Chorizo.
Hunts connects. Brands damage will be enough to take Chorizo down. Chorizo looking to buy time, but not enough perhaps. Now take a look at the other side of the map. Actually, Fluffy receiving Heat of Praison's Wrath will not take him down, but Moreno will find the kill. Bigetron still moving in groups as 4. And they will claim 2 kills.
They get the split push diversion from Chorizo up top, and now their eyes are on the Lord. Of course, this is going to be tough for Evos to claim because Annabelle is nowhere to be seen. He's dead.
What? I mean, like, the Paquito is a threat. I know he's annoying in the side lanes, but you have such a massive advantage, and you decide to go for a pick up top while your team is going for Lord. That was just a complete disconnect by Evos Glory. They were popping up, they were controlling the game, dictating everything, and I think they might have overthought what... they definitely overthought that. Like, they could have taken the simple route. Like, sure, if the worst case scenario for Evos Glory there was they lose a base turn, but if they get the Lord and get a fight around the Lord, it would have been still a positive trade for them. They sent their snowballing Roger up top with Dreams, and Annabelle, Fluffy, and Glocken were still on Lord. That was just... Man, that was a big mistake by Evos Glory.
Wow. And the gold swings towards Bigetron. And they're able to rattle down the turrets as well. They get the tier 2s in the side lanes. Jump in though.
Good cancellation there by Key with that wild charge. Take a look at Key though. He will have no last insanity here. No Faraga armor as, yeah, Evos they need just to look at all the inners. Take now take a look at the damage. Flicker from Dreams. Brands, oh my lord. Bigetron, they are able to bounce back from that situation.
Suddenly it feels like this is Evos' game to lose. They were able to grasp their way to all the advantages, and now Bigetron is just everywhere around their territory. This is going to be very scary for Evos, but so far, trying to hold on to this.
Last insanity. Flicker still holding on towards that Flicker.
Yeah, no real reason to risk that.
Nope.
Not right now, at least.
70 seconds, though, to the next Lord.
Exactly. I mean, Eman is his power spike now. I mean, that lead in the early game that they had, Evos Glory, they've already shut down all the members that they want to shut down. Moreno, 2 deaths. Eman, 2 deaths. They were quite late to their power spikes, but now because that 4,000 gold lead is gone, Bigetron Alpha have actually like equalized and leveled up the board. Now they're back to equal footing. It's actually going to be better for Bigetron Alpha now that it is equal footing. Because Evos Glory, unlike game number 2, they had the Natan, they had the Gord. They could actually play the long game. Like, it's a bonus that they get a snowball, but they were meant to get to late. Now, they're actually kind of in the opposite, not completely like mid-game centric, because they still have the Navaria, which is going to be good, but the Roger does fall off compared to the Claude, and the Gord, I would say, has a better way to deal damage in these team fights if BTR can front to back. And even their frontliners, let's say Evos Glory, their way to victory earlier was also by getting the frontliners low, behind actually, so that they don't have enough defensive items to handle the backliners of Evos Glory. But now they do. Like, Superken has items now. He has Anti-Courage, he has Sky Garden Helmet, he has the Brute Force Breastplate, he's already building towards an Oracle too. Once he gets that done, it's going to be tough. Heck, even Chorizo, he already has an Oracle and a Dominance Ice. He also has a Fury Hammer and a Bloody Hunt, and Chorizo's running them down. Oh man, that was That one mistake from Evos that turned the game completely on its head.
It was a different scenario earlier with Cerezo hunted down, and now he is the one hunting them down, and Fluffy tries to zone this away. This Lord is Bigetron for the taking.
Class Insanity here popped. Oh, Astral Echo spots 3, wild charge committed already. Supercan now isolated, missing
gosh.
Oh, Dreams there. Quite low, but Supercan actually isolated and taken down. Eman bloody hunted, but take a look at Torizo. With the flanks, will not be able to mount anything. 2 members now taken out.
The Bloody Hunt was there against Iman, but no follow-up whatsoever. Evos has prio in this Lord. How will Bigetron be able to approach this? It's getting low sooner, but Moreno is in the vicinity. This is going to be very close.
Torizo trying to buy time now. Evos, they are down for business. Oh my goodness, Brands is just clawing away the members of Bigetron. Wow. Will secure the Lord. That's 2 members taken out in that fight.
Evos Glory restabilize the leads that they have. Grasp it with 10 fingers close to them. And Bigetron nowhere to be seen in that fight as they were swept away by Evos Glory.
Evos Glory capitalized again. The power of the Novaria having the vision, completely punishing BTR once again. BTR who were hesitant to play with Cerezo in the other side of the map. He was split pushing while BTR overstepped. They made the same mistake that Evos made, basically, with Cerezo in the bottom lane and BTR, the rest of them having to play it slow, but instead played it fast, went for the position on the Lord, and it ended up with Evos Glory getting the Lord, getting the advantage that they lost earlier, and now it's back to where it should have been a few minutes ago. It's Evos Glory on the siege with an enhanced load in the bottom lane and a full snowballing Roger.
It's looking very scary now for Bigetron as Evos inches away from their base. But still, they can hold because they have the clears that they needed, but the Lord is marching towards that bottom lane. A taunt towards Fluffy might spell trouble. The last Insanity.
Yep, committed already to zone the members away. Tier 3 taken out. Base hurt number 1.
Oh, Mr. Gush.
Bigetron now already needs to take care of this Lord. Now, base hurt the mid side. Oh my goodness, Super Ken taken out with the help of the hook as well. Now,
the Crystal
with his Runchin. Oh, the base wide open. Evos Glory. Eyes are in front. Well, Win is in front of their eyes now. And Evos, they look for the minions.
No way!
Where are the minions?
Oh my
and there
God!
you go. Good night. Sweet dreams. As Evos Glory claims another victory.
The White Tigers disintegrate the red robots, tear them into parts and machines that no longer work. And with their claws, they come back. With their claws, they climb slowly away from the red zone. Another river sweep today, but this time a monumental one.
The glory in their name, not visible in the first half, but now in the second half, it is shining, glimmering for Evos, who can hear the fams in the building who supported them through their downfall, now supporting them through their highs. The holy roster was not enough. The holy roster with Brands turns out to be the key for the glory in the name of this new Evos. Iron Hook becomes a threat. Evos manages to turn the tables against BTR back to back to the Onyx win, and now a BTR win from 9th place. Evos Glory are back.
It's moments like this where it matters the most. We talked about never surrendering, never giving up for Key, but this time it was manifested by the White Tigers. They were hibernating, they were falling asleep in the first phase, in the first half of the regular season, but now seems like they're waking from their sleep, untamed no more, unleashed. What a performance from everyone from Evos Glory.
It was Onyx yesterday. Now it's Bigetron.
Wow.
What a start to the second half, Evos Glory. The complete opposite start to what they had in Season 10. First half champions to no playoffs. It might be the opposite, folks.
And now an interview with the players of Evos Glory. To Moko, we toss it away.
Wow! Evos menjawab keraguan dari superfans yang pada minggu kelima ini kayaknya mereka bakalan ngadepin tim-tim yang besar. Tapi ini semuanya kejawab dengan kemenangan, full kemenangan di week kelima kali ini. Brans, apakah ini bisa dibilang sweet revenge-nya kamu nih? Apalagi sebelumnya di leg pertama dikalahin Eman, sekarang kamu balas dendam nih.
Kita mikirnya cari menang aja lah, kalau mau lawan siapapun kita kasih yang terbaik.
Kasih yang terbaik.
Iya.
Dan di week kelima ini full kemenangan ya.
Ya, alhamdulillah.
Wow, Brans. Tapi ini kan kalian kayaknya beberapa match terakhir line up-nya udah nggak diutak-atik lagi nih. Apakah ini line up kemenangan kalian untuk Evos?
Kalau dibilang line up sih itu pilihan coaching staff ya. Jadi kita siapapun yang main harus siap lah.
Jadi semuanya harus siap ya?
Ya.
Brans juga udah siap banget.
Ya.
Tapi tadi teman-teman Evos fans ngeliat kan itu Iron Hook-nya siapa? Dreams! Francomu ini benar-benar ya power hero kamu ini. Apakah ini kunci kemenangannya di match kali ini?
Enggak sih, hoki doang itu hooknya.
Hoki doang? Tapi kan Franco emang power hero kamu. Jadi kamu apakah emang udah strategi nih? Wah, aku harus pakai Franco nih. Harus pakai Franco nih biar menang. Kan power hero kamu.
Kayaknya cuma bisa Franco soalnya.
Cuma bisa Franco tapi hero-hero lain juga jago sih sebenarnya ya. Tapi Dreams ini gimana, kamu kan ketemu Ki, ketemu Hengki, ini ex-teammate kamu. Menurut kamu nih perkembangan Ki sekarang ketemu lagi di Land of Dawn, performance-nya seperti apa?
Bagus kok, jago dia.
Bagus kok, jago ya Dreams. Tapi Fluffy, boleh dong kalau kita lihat ini reverse sweep-nya Evos. Tapi di game yang pertama tadi benar-benar long game banget. Tapi kalian walaupun akhirnya harus kalah ya. Tapi benar-benar wow banget. Itu long game, kalian itu tinggal base doang. Tapi defense-nya itu keren banget. Itu apa yang bikin kalian bisa sedisiplin itu? Disiplin banget.
Apa?
Disiplin banget di game yang pertama.
Ya hoki doang sih kayaknya itu mah.
Kalian janjian ya sama Dreams sama Fluffy nih dari tadi jawabnya
Kurang,
hoki.
mungkin dari BTR kurang recall kali kayaknya.
Makanya kalian menang ya. Hoki sama kurang recall.
Ya.
Tapi X-Board kamu kayaknya bawa kemenangan terus nih minggu ini. Jadi power hero baru kamu?
Apa?
X-Board kamu. Udah ya kedengeran. X-Board kamu nih kayaknya yang bawa kemenangan di minggu ini. Jadi power hero baru kamu?
Kagak sih sebenarnya mah. Xbox bukan hero power saya sih sebenarnya.
Oke, bukan power hero tapi bisa bawa kemenangan di minggu ini sama Fluffy ya.
Hoki doang sih.
Hoki doang.
Ya.
Beneran ya kalian berdua janjian nih. Janjian Dream sama Fluffy nih ya. Hoki doang. Tapi Brans, bener gak sih? Hoki doang katanya masa?
Ya.
Iya, janjian lagi mereka. Janjian lagi. Tapi Kloken, minggu ini ya benar-benar banyak banget nih yang ragu sama Evos Glory. Karena minggu ini lawan kalian tuh berat banget. Kemarin lawan Onyx, hari ini lawan Bigetron yang sekarang tuh ada di puncak klasemen. Tapi kalian bisa membuktikan ini. Ini apakah tanda-tanda kalian bisa stabil dan bisa secure playoff?
Amin, semoga aja. Semoga bisa playoff.
Oke. Tapi yang next match-nya kalian juga bakalan ngelawan Geek nih. Anavel deh, Anavel. Oke, Anavel. Ini selanjutnya kalian bakalan ngelawan Geek. Kalau kita mundur ke belakang di leg yang pertama, Evos ini kalah sama Geek 2-1. Kira-kira ini selanjutnya bakalan ketemu Geek. Bakalan gimana nih hasilnya?
Ya semoga 2-0. Cuman kalau bisa mainkan Hazel.
Mainkan Hazel. Wow, kenapa?
Ya karena teman aja sih.
Mau ketemu temennya. Kita bakalan lihat gimana ya. Tapi sebelumnya ada yang spesial nih yang bakalan ditunjukin di layar. Coba kita lihat sama-sama nih. Wow, klasemennya. Evos naik guys. Naik poinnya. Posisinya naik nih. Wow, bentar lagi secure playoff. Gimana Evos fam? Roarnya mana? Brands gimana?
Masih #7.
Tapi ini naik loh, naik
Ya,
poinnya.
Tipis-tipis lah.
Tipis-tipis ya, pelan-pelan merangkak naik sampai di puncak ya gitu ya.
Amin.
Minggu depan ini kan sekarang minggu ini naik 1 peringkat ke 7. Minggu depan bisa naik lagi ke 6 nggak? Ke peringkat 6 nggak?
Amin, insya Allah.
Amin insya Allah.
Ya.
Gimana? Dreams sama Fluffy?
Ya,
Jangan jawab hoki ya.
insya Allah. Insya Allah kita ya lolos playoff dulu. Yang penting intinya itu.
Berarti minggu depan kalau naik 6 lolos playoff.
Amin.
Amin.
Mudah-mudahan atas izin Allah.
Oke, langsung religius nih Fluffy. Dreams yang terakhir, ini dari tadi Evos fans pada roar banget. Minta dong semangatnya nih dan terima kasihnya ke Evos fans.
Ya untuk Evos fans terima kasih lah untuk selama ini kayak ngedukung kita terus. Kalau lagi kalah walaupun menang, ya thank you lah.
Evos fans sekali lagi roarnya mana? Wow, Evos roar. Dan itu dia kemenangan dari Evos Glory. Hari ini menutup match yang ada di minggu kedua, minggu kelima, hari yang kedua kali ini. Dan langsung saja para caster sudah siap untuk mengupas lagi nih. Apa sih yang membuat Evos Glory bisa menang pada pertandingan kali ini? So langsung saja, silakan casters.
Evos roar. And like the saying goes, first time is luck, second time is coincidence, third time is pattern. And that is what Evos Glory was able to show. And at least today's match. Yesterday, everyone felt like it was, it's maybe a coincidence. And they're just trying to, slip off of Onyx. And next, today, it's insane. It's how dominating they won that last game.
It was crazy, right? I mean, it was back and forth in game number 3, but yeah, it was back and forth, but dominant in the same way. Because if it wasn't for Evos Glory's mistake, it would have just been dominant. It would have just been like a steamroll game. Then they made a mistake, but then BTR made the same exact mistake. But we gotta give the MVP, player of the match, to Dreams on the Franco. Shout out to Dreams, man, on the Franco. Phenomenal stuff in game 1. Kind of shadowed, right? Like, he didn't really do much there, but then, oh my god, game 3, bro. Game 2, we were talking about, okay, sure, he was just playing behind. Like, he's not landing hooks, but he's playing for the team. Game 3 is like, yeah, I'm done. I want the spotlight now. I want, remember Naomi from last season?
Yeah.
That's me now. That's Dreams, bro. I am Dreams. And really, we don't need to care about the items. It's a Franco. Take a look at the hooks, man. The game was going their way so well at the start because of the iron hooks all the way from the first turtle. Barats, nom, Super Ken, spits him out, and then Dreams pulls him all the way back. This is it. Take a look at this. The Astral Echo obviously helps him out on that. Annabelle, look at this. Boom, bang, bada bing, boom. He just doesn't move. Super Ken, doesn't move at all. And then throughout this game, constantly, this is the crazy play. Oh my god, that was clean, bro. The ult dash, and then the dodge, and then the shield with the ult again, and then the kite, and then the hook peel from Dreams. This is a highlight that we don't need to analyze. This is the highlight where we just need to appreciate the mechanical skill here. Boom, bang, flicker, into the hook, into the flicker, into the bloody hunt. Key gets taken out, and then again, Key gets hooked again, and then it doesn't even matter that they go for this because they were still so far ahead. This was a mistake for Evos Glory, not yet at least. The mistake is later on, but honestly, Evos Glory really found comfort around these chaotic team fights. Even here, Branson, I thought he was gonna survive. That was crazy. We actually skip the entire mistake part. It's so this is again Brands just diving in, but yeah, they just played a really good game. I think here the real highlight in that skirmish wasn't Brands jumping into people, but it was when they initiated on Key and Super Ken while Chorizo was in the bottom lane. Then it set up for a 3v5 and ultimately Evos Glory took the win. Calm, collected, they learned from their mistake that they made in the mid game and they completely capitalized on this. Went for the base, stayed objective and got the game back to back. Onyx first, and then BTR second, bro. If it happened once, it could be a fluke. It happened twice. They beat Onyx and BTR.
It's not a fluke anymore.
They need to beat
It
our
is
next.
them.
Mr. Bombastic is Mr. Fantastic now, bro.
Wow. What a showing from Evos Glory again. They showed quality and they showed like, you know, we have our own playstyles. Like you said, chaotic team fights. Dreams grabbing that POTM with the Franco pickup. That was so good from him as well. In that third game, he wanted to take all the credits and all the appreciations with the hooks connecting left and right. Sure, there was a minor hiccup in that response towards Chorizo that almost cost them the game because Bigetron was like able to take like two turrets, tier 2, even the first one at the XP lane top side. But thankfully enough, they're able to stem the bleeding and not let Bigetron even steamroll with any further leads.
Yeah, and with that chaotic game, it comes with just the teams having to understand the winning conditions. And I think for Bigetron Alpha, it might have been too complicated for them. It might have actually also been a bit too complicated for Evos Glory. Because BTR made Evos Glory overthink with Chorizo constantly in the side lanes, ending up with that mistake where Dreams and Roger, the brands had to rotate up top, giving away the Lord towards Bigetron Alpha. But then the same thing kind of happened. Bigetron Alpha focused on the Lord. They wanted to get in the Lord vicinity while Chorizo was in the bottom lane. So it's another disconnect from BTR. If you want to utilize the Paquito, you have to utilize him in a way where you play it slow. You have vision on the Lord, no problem. Chorizo continues to split push down below. But because they were also jumbled up, it ends up with Chorizo having a horrible stat line, 0-3-0. But that's what the Paquito does, you know? Like, okay, obviously you can participate in more team fights, but I think the whole plan for BTR was to use Chorizo in the side lane.
The side lane pressure was imminent to happen. But of course, we are going to take a look at the golden moment presented by the official gold partner, UBS Gold.
Mau ngecek masuk lagi ya.
Tuh cloudnya. Aman sih.
Teo gue. Ulti gue 2-3.
Gue nggak belakang, nggak bisa
Iya,
diurus.
belakang. Orangin dulu boy. Orangin.
Gue scan tuh. Ini. Orang lu sih boleh. Goman. Aman nggak Bran?
Mati dia. Lorte.
Nice Bran, kelas Bran. Oh. Ganteng banget sumpah. Madrid gua nih.
Kasih tahu.
Gue recall.
Nice. Tengah guys. Ada gue Bran.
Aman sih dia beres gua. Aman.
Udah ulti gordnya.
Udah ulti gordnya.
Gordnya nggak ada ulti guys. Ya, kiting. Aman rek.
Aman.
Mati. Gue udah belakang.
Apa?
Pakai sama gue. Aman, gue masih ulti boy. Ini Pak Vito aja boy. Orangin dulu. Claudio nggak berani masuk. Caimo nih.
Aman boy, santuy.
Mati dia. Nice. Enbred.
Got di. Wow, you could listen to their screams and the passion that they have.
Yeah.
Again, just like their name suggests, glory. They are getting there. They're trying to collect as much glory as they can, and the momentum is now. They have all the wind that they need to propel themselves up top. Still, they're able to climb towards 7th place if we look at the standings earlier in the interview, but still a long way to go. But Mirko actually mentioned it, that Evos could still possibly get 1st place.
Yeah. I mean, like, a lot of people, even in the comments right now, they're thinking, yeah, I mean, Evos Glory won, but they're still 7th. They're still not in playoffs. Guys, we have just entered the second half. We still have 4 more weeks to go. We still have so many more matches to go. So technically, if the top continue to lose and the bottom teams continue to win, we could see a complete swap. Look at how close the regular season is. This is why Season 13 is so entertaining, so competitive, because it truly is, man. Look at this.
4-4 from 3rd and 6th.
Wow. And if you take a look at the match points as well, it's so close for every team. I mean, this just shows how competitive this season of MPL ID is. Every team is like almost equal. Like there is no underdog, there is no top dogs. There's always going to be a surprise, and everyone is just so equal that they have to battle it out until they're all tired and they're all drained out just to get up there. Even Aura is up there in the second place. So Evos still time to climb up slowly if they're able to clean sweep their entire games left. It is going to be very insane for them.
We have 9 teams who can beat each other, like, depending on the day. And we have more tomorrow.
Wow, tomorrow is also stacked. The first game is Alter Ego against Rebellion. Second game, Geek Fam against Onyx. Third game, Dewa United against RRQ Esports.
It'll be very interesting to see the second match because both teams lost their previous match yesterday. Geek losing against RBL, Onyx against Evos. We'll bounce back from that match. Also, Alter Ego, after suffering a loss today, what will happen tomorrow against Rebellion?
They have to bounce back. They really need to, especially when it comes to the second half of the season. You have to be more focused, buckled up, and play at your best. So, yeah, I love how competitive MPL ID Season 13 has been so far.
Oh man, I just love it. The fact that, like, usually when we see tomorrow's schedule, we would be like, all right, which is the headliner? Now we're like, which is the headliner? Because every single match is so close.
Everything is the headliner, but also the headliner for today is Moonton Cares and Hope Cup, which will be organizing a fundraising event for the RRQ Academy. The funds to be given will be calculated based on the in-game gold achievement during all matches in weeks 4 to 6 of the regular season MPL ID Season 13. The gold earned by MPL professionals will be accumulated and multiplied by 30 to the donation amount later on. So let's witness Moonton Cares and Hope Cup's contribution to the development of the Esports Academy in Indonesia. And if we're counting at the gold so far, it has reached 104 million. Wow, we're halfway through the milestone.
We're halfway through, and you have to times that by 30.
Yeah.
By the way, then we get to the amount.
Actual number.
30
the actual number
for the donation amount.
It's crazy how Moonton Cares and the Hope Cup is so contributive towards the development of esports, especially the academies here in Indonesia. You know, we have seen a lot of future stars and bright stars being orbited all throughout, you know, through the programs, the MDL as well, and, you know, through your pub games, through your rank games as well. You could always see those, and of course, the development of esports is so nice to see.
I think the 104 million is already the
multiplied.
Yeah, because I was like, wait, 104 million multiplied by 30, that's
a lot.
That's crazy.
That's a lot.
That's loco, man, you know? It's cool and all, but okay, it makes more sense now. So I was like, wow, wait, we have got that much gold in just 2 weeks? Not even a full week 5 yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the multiplied amount, ladies and gentlemen. So totally, there's 104 million rupiah already collected for the fundraising event.
Yeah, but indeed, that is it for today from us. Thank you for sticking with us until the end of the show. It has been a pleasure to accompany you through the 5th week of the second day of MPL ID Season 13. It's me, Realize, Mirko, and Gani signing off. MPL ID Season 13, we own this.
Menandai akhirnya leg 1, menandai juga masuknya kita ke leg yang kedua. Dan besok akan berlanjut match-match yang tak kalah menarik, seru sekali di leg kedua Season 13 MPL Indonesia kali ini. Dan tentunya keseruan ini tidak lepas dari MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Ada official e-wallet kita, ada GoPay. Kemudian ada official gold partner by Ubas Gold. Ada juga partner in esports kita. Thank you very much untuk Dunia Games, Games Max, Oraimo, dan juga tentunya Telkomsel. Nggak lupa nih, thank you juga untuk suppliers kita, ada Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, dan juga ada Saturday. Dan gak lupa juga thank you very much untuk government partner kita, ada PBSI. Luar biasa tentunya, Monica juga udah gak sabar untuk melihat match-match selanjutnya besok. Pastinya super fan semuanya juga udah gak sabar. So langsung saja, saya Monica Konado, bye-bye, see you tomorrow!
to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan